Chapter 383. In the past, although Duan Lingtian noticed Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's various jealousy and hatred towards him, he didn't really care. As the saying goes, a mediocre person that doesn't incur the jealousy of others. When someone was jealous, it undoubtedly indicated that he had some redeeming qualities. This was a good thing. But now Huang Ji and Meng Qiu forcefully pushed him into a pit of fire in front of outsiders, and it instead caused boundless rage to arise from the bottom of his heart. You too. Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's echoes caused Zheng Song's expression to be extremely unsightly. Zheng Song had never imagined that Huang Ji and Meng Qiu would actually make things difficult for Duan Lingtian like this. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, you don't have to pay attention to them. Zheng Song looked at Duan Lingtian and persuaded. Duan Lingtian? The mountain split sect disciple was already beaming with joy when he heard Huang Ji and Meng Qiu. Now, when he heard what Zheng Song said to Duan Lingtian, his mocking gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. This seven-star sword sect junior brother's name isn't bad. Lingtian, towering above the heavens, truly domineering. But unfortunately, you don't live up to your name, and you're at most a coward. In my opinion, you should just change your name. You'll be called Kneeling Ling in the future. What do you think? The wretched face of the mountain split sect disciple revealed a ridiculing smile, and from the beginning until the end, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking gaze. It was as if he was teasing an ant. Kneeling Ling? This name isn't bad. In next to no time, someone voiced out in agreement. Ha ha! Many people roared with laughter, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with ridicule and ridicule. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't really be willing to let him change your name, right? Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian and mocked. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would like this name. Meng Qiu laughed extremely brilliantly. You two are the personal disciples of our seven-star sword sect leader and peak master at any rate. Yet you're actually helping outsiders bully your fellow disciples? You too. Do you want outsiders to see our seven-star sword sect as a joke? Zheng Song looked at Huang Ji and Meng Qiu's. He was angered to the extreme. Outsiders? Huang Ji glanced indifferently at Zheng Song. Zheng Song, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Who's the one that's making a joke of our seven-star sword sect? The junior brother of the mountain split sect sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to spar. Yet this Duan Lingtian actually didn't even have the courage to accept the challenge. He's truly thrown away the face of our seven-star sword sect. Duan Yen, T. Duan Tian, S. Teet, S. T. Duan Tian's Lingtian, S. Dunling. Duan of Duan Lingtian S. was Duan Ling, undefeatable legend. When Duan Lingtian was in the seven-star sword sect, he rarely suffered a loss in front of others. Especially the few times he ascended the life and death arena, he'd killed his opponents swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and his imposing manner shot into the sky, causing his name to spread throughout the seven-star sword sect in the seven-star sword sect. Many bored seven-star sword sect disciples crowned Duan Lingtian with the title of undefeatable legend. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was an undefeatable legend. Undefeatable legend? Him. Meng Qiu's voice wasn't soft, and it allowed the mountain split sect disciple with a wretched appearance to hear it clearly. For a time, the mountain split sect disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but start laughing, and in the end, he even held his stomach and laughed loudly. No, I can't anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. It hurts to death. Undefeatable legend. For a time, the title Duan Lingtian was crowned by the group of seven-star sword sect disciples was well known by everyone in the martial competition courtyard. Looks like there's really no one left in the seven-star sword sect. A little kid like this is publicly acknowledged as an undefeatable legend. The seven-star sword sect has really declined. In another few tens of years, The number one sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be the Seven-Star Sword Sect anymore, but our Origin Convergence sect. Our Origin Convergence sect has produced a figure that's on the level of the 5 great young masters. Sword Young Master. Humph. Our demonic Lotus Blade sect's senior brother Longyin is similarly one of the 5 great young masters, and he'll surely be able to lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to replace the 7-star Sword sect and become the number one sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. In next to no time, the disciples of the Origin Convergence sect and demonic Lotus Blade sect started arguing. Only when a flash appeared before their eyes and they noticed a figure had appeared on the spacious, flat ground in the distance did they shut their mouths. Presently, a young man stood not far away from the mountain split sect disciple with a wretched appearance. This young man was precisely the youngest amongst all the people present. The 7-star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple, Duan Lingtian. This 7-star Sword Sect disciple wants to accept the challenge? Humph. He's simply looking for trouble. Although the strength of this mountain split sect disciple is ordinary, he's a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate. How could he be someone a little kid like him can deal with? The show is about to begin. For a time, the gazes of some people within the various pergolas descended onto Duan Lingtian. Most of these gazes contained ridicule mixed within. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be a match for this mountain split sect disciple. After all, Duan Lingtian's age was truly too young to the point it was shocking. Within the pergola, Huang Ji and Meng Qiu looked at each other and beamed. They seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being defeated and humiliated. Only Zheng Song glared at Huang Ji and Meng Qiu before looking at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, if you're unable to do it, then you can directly admit defeat. If he doesn't hold back after you admit defeat, then I'll make a move. Senior brother Zheng Song, don't worry. Zheng Song's concern caused Duan Lingtian's heart to feel warm, and he replied via voice transmission. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the mountain split sect disciple that stood in confrontation with him, and his tone was terrifyingly calm. Mountain split sect disciple, is it? I, Duan Lingtian, a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, from the beginning until the end. I seem to have never refused your arranged battle, right? The bullshit you just spouted was pretty smooth. Are you trying to show your lowly existence? Duan Lingtian was fine when he didn't speak, but once he did, every single word struck the heart. It caused the mountain split sect disciple with a wretched appearance to be angered to the point his face flushed red, and he almost roared. Kid, I'll kill you. Instantly, 600 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the mountain split sect disciple, and they accumulated strength while waiting to be deployed. 4th-level nascent soul stage. Kill me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and he had a carefree expression. Want to kill me? That will depend on if you have the ability. The spectators felt their scalps go numb when they saw Duan Lingtian still daring to provoke the mountain split sect disciple like this when facing him. This 7-star sword sect disciple is actually infuriating the mountain split sect disciple. Is he courting death? It was originally impossible for him to be a match for this mountain split sect disciple, and now he's further infuriating the mountain split sect disciple is truly an unwise action. He's probably going to suffer today. The spectating disciples of the various sects seem to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being completely crushed by the mountain split sect disciple. Right when the mountain split sect disciple roared and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed as he prepared to attack. The little fellows seemed to be rather happy playing around. A dignified and warm voice accompanied by a wave of footsteps sounded out from outside the martial competition courtyard. Instantly, sect leader. Within the pergola, where the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples resided, besides the saber young master, Long Yin, who didn't move. The gazes of the other 3 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples lit up as they stood up and bowed. The sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Duan Lingtian, glanced over. Right at this moment, a robust figure walked into the martial competition courtyard with large strides. This was a curly-bearded man that wore a red robe. He had a pair of tiger-like brows that emitted a dignified aura, and the pair of eyes beneath his tiger-like brows flickered with a sheen of wisdom that was extremely different from his outer appearance. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader wasn't simple. This was a scheming person, and he was absolutely not someone an ordinary boorish fellow could compare to. Weren't we the same when we participated in the martial competition of the 5 great sects all those years ago? The seniors haven't arrived, yet we've already started sparring. Another middle-aged man slowly walked in. This middle-aged man was dressed like a scholar, and the space between his brows was extremely modest. Sect leader, the 4 Snow Moon sect disciples bowed respectfully to the middle-aged scholar. The identity of the middle-aged scholar was obvious. The Snow Moon sect's leader. I remember that I participated in the martial competition of the outer great sects with sect leader Linghu that day. At that time, sect leader Linghu had an awe-inspiring presence with his sword, and he caused all of us disciples of the 4 great sects to be invincible. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance that was impossible to find once thrown into the crowd walked in shoulder to shoulder with Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader, including the Mountain Split sect disciple that was in confrontation with Duan Lingtian, the other 3 Mountain Split sect disciples bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was precisely the sect leader of the Mountain Split sect. It's all in the past. Linghu Jinhong smiled indifferently. Then he separated from the Mountain Split sect's leader, and each of them walked into an idol pergola. Sect leader, the 7-star sword sects Huang Ji Mengqiu and Zheng Song bowed respectfully to Linghu Jinhong. Exactly, I was there all those years ago as well. Sect leader Linghu's elegant demeanor is indeed fascinating. A dignified middle-aged man with a robust figure followed behind Linghu Jinhong and Mengqiu as he walked in. Sect leader, the 4 Origin Convergence sect disciples bowed respectfully. Subsequently, a sparse group of 10 people walked in with large strides. They were precisely the elders of the 5 great sections. Every sect had 2 elders that had arrived, and they sat by the side of the sect leader of their respective sect. I've heard of sect leader Linghu's elegant demeanor all those years ago, but unfortunately I'm older than sect leader Linghu by a few years. Yet I didn't have the fortune to meet sect leader Linghu during the martial competition of our 5 great sects all those years ago. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader that sat within the pergola laughed heartily. Suddenly, the Snow Moon sect's leader's surprised gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Chapter 384. Presently, it wasn't only the gazes of the Snow Moon sect's leader. Even the gazes of the other 3 great sects were drawn by Duan Lingtian, only because Duan Lingtian was truly too dazzling. Sect leader Linghu, this young man is also a disciple of your 7-star sword sect that's participating in the martial competition this time. The Origin Convergence sect's leader glanced at the 7-star sword sect's inner court attire on Duan Lingtian and asked Linghu Jinhong with a surprised expression. Sect leader Linghu, this disciple of your 7-star sword sect seems to only be 21 or 22 years old, right? The demonic Lotus Blade sect and Mountain Split sect's leaders looked at Linghu Jinhong as well. He's 22 this year. Linghu Jinhong lightly smiled as he nodded, and when he saw Duan Lingtian and the Mountain Split sect disciple standing in confrontation, he asked with slight bewilderment, Duan Lingtian, you too intend to spar? Yes, sect leader, Duan Lingtian replied. Then his gaze descended onto the mountain split sect disciple, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. This senior brother of the mountain split sect said, I'm not worthy of the name Duan Lingtian, and wants to change my name to a new one. What name? Linghu Jin Hong was stunned, and he vaguely felt that the atmosphere was slightly off. Let him say it himself. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the mountain split sect disciple, and a cold light flashed within the depths of his gaze. The mountain split sect disciple wasn't afraid in the slightest, and he said coldly, Exactly, I want to change the name of a kid like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're not worthy of the name Duan Lingtian. You'll be called Kneeling Ling in the future. Kneeling Ling? As soon as the mountain split sect disciple finished speaking, Linghu Jin Hong's face froze and he frowned. This mountain split sect disciple had gone too far. Even if he was only an outsider, when he heard the mountain split sect disciple's words that contained humiliation, slight rage couldn't help but arise in his heart. He could imagine that, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian, the flames of rage in his heart would surely skyrocket at this moment. Zhang Fan and Ku Zhen, who were sitting beside Linghu Jin Hong, also had somewhat ugly expressions. The mountain split sect master frowned, but didn't say anything in the end. The current 7-star sword sect wasn't the 7-star sword sect of the past any longer. Without outstanding new blood, the 7-star sword sect would sooner or later be surpassed and replaced by the 4 great sects. The trace of fear that had just risen in his heart vanished without a trace. The gazes of the sect leaders and elders of the other 3 great sects descended onto Duan Lingtian with interest. They could feel the tension in the atmosphere. If you want to help me change my name, we'll have to see if you're qualified. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as before, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was almost uncontrollable and could spill out at any time. I'll soon let you know if I'm qualified or not. The mountain split sect disciple grinned complacently and didn't take Duan Lingtian's words seriously in the slightest. As for Duan Lingtian's current composure, it was noticed by him, and he only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying himself. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his body emitted battle intent that shot into the sky fight. Presently, the sect leaders of the 5 great sects had no intention of stopping the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the mountain split sect disciple. Today was the day of the martial competition of the 5 great sections. The content of the martial competition was for the disciples of the 5 great sects to spar with each other and compete with each other. In the end, the 3 people with the strongest strength would be determined and obtain the rewards given out by the 5 great sections. Good. The mountain split sect disciple glanced at the sect leader, and when he noticed the latter nodding to him in encouragement, his gaze once again descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he laughed loudly as his eyes emitted slight viciousness. Suddenly, wham! A grade 7 spirit saber appeared out of thin air in the mountain split sect disciple's hand, and his origin energy raged and suffused out. Instantly, 768 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the mountain split sect disciple. Swoosh! The mountain split sect disciple's figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into a cheetah that pounced towards Duan Lingtian, and the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand seemed to have transformed into the bloody mouth of a cheetah that fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. Wham! The grade 7 spirit saber in the mountain split sect disciple's hand carried along the might to split mountains and split rocks. Everywhere it passed, wind slowly arose, and it seemed as if it wanted to directly slash Duan Lingtian into 2. Humph! When faced with the mountain split sect disciple that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. In an instant, Duan Lingtian moved as well. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that moved to greet the mountain split sect disciple. Of course, he didn't execute wind force. This mountain split sect disciple didn't have the qualifications to make him utilize his greatest trump card, whoosh. At the same time that Duan Lingtian dashed out, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air and dashed out along with him. Fourth level of the nascent soul stage. At practically the instant that Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, a wave of surprised exclamations sounded out in the martial competition courtyard in unison. Bang! The hand of the seven-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, trembled, and the teacup in his hand was crushed by him. But he seemed as if he didn't notice in the slightest, as he stared blankly at the scene before him. Duan Lingtian, fourth level of the nascent soul stage? How could this be possible? If he didn't see it with his own two eyes, it would be difficult for Linghu Jinhong to believe that all this was real. What's going on? When did Duan Lingtian break through to the fourth level of the nascent soul stage? Earlier, before the battle between Duan Lingtian and the mountain split sect disciple, he'd already planned in his heart that if Duan Lingtian wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian, then once Duan Lingtian's life was in danger, he would make a move at the first possible moment to save Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was the future of the seven-star sword sect. Failure was not tolerated. But the scene before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Duan Lingtian was actually a fourth-level nascent soul stage martial artist. It was simply unbelievable. This little fellow really concealed himself deeply. Zhang Fan, who sat beside Linghu Jinhong, shook his head and laughed bitterly. Although he was slightly surprised, he wasn't really shocked. As far as he was concerned, no matter what miracle happened to Duan Lingtian, it wasn't surprising. Duan Lingtian himself was a miracle. This Duan Lingtian is only 22 years old, and his cultivation is at the fourth level of the nascent soul stage. Such natural talent completely surpasses the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Ku Zhen was shocked as well. He was the peak master of the seven-star sword sect Fecta Peak, and had heard of Duan Lingtian since long ago. Since the day Duan Lingtian killed the Fecta Peak disciple, Xiaoying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena, he'd known of Duan Lingtian's existence. Later on, Duan Lingtian's rise along the way caused him to be extremely shocked. Duan Lingtian's rise allowed him to see the dawn of the seven-star sword sect's future. At that time, he firmly believed that so long as Duan Lingtian was present, the seven-star sword sect would surely be able to continue to be brilliant in the future. Now, Duan Lingtian had once again given him a great surprise. I originally thought that this little fellow was only at the second level of the nascent soul stage now, but never had I imagined that he was at the fourth level of the nascent soul stage. Ke Zhen laughed bitterly, and at the same time that he laughed bitterly, he was slightly delighted. No, impossible, impossible. At practically the exact same moment, in the nearby pergola, the pupils of Huang Ji and Meng Qiu constricted and their feelings surged, as they were unwilling to believe that everything before their eyes was real. Junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Zhang Song's pupils constricted as well, and his heart was filled with excitement and joy. His heart that was in his throat finally eased up. He believed that with the ability Duan Lingtian revealed in the past, since he was already a fourth-level nascent soul stage martial artist now, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat another fourth-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Fourth-level nascent soul stage. It wasn't only the group of people from the seven-star sword sect that were surprised. The people from the other 4 great sects, from the sect leaders and elders to the disciples, were all dumbstruck. His natural talent surpasses the 5 great young masters. The Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu, the only female disciple from the 5 great sects present, had an extremely complicated gaze as she looked at Duan Lingtian, a 22-year-old fourth-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In terms of natural talent, it was sufficient to easily crush the 5 great young masters. At this moment, even the saber young master, Long Yin, who'd always sat there with his eyes closed and didn't make the slightest movement, opened his eyes. Within Long Yin's eyes, there seemed to be flames leaping about. Presently, his gaze just happened to descend onto Duan Lingtian, a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at such a young age? Interesting. Long Yin's brows raised as the corners of his mouth curled into a faint arc, and it was difficult to discern what he was feeling now. The reactions of everyone present were practically aroused at the instant Duan Lingtian attacked. Just when all the spectators were extremely shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed, a voice suddenly rang out. Duan Lingtian's opponent, the Mountain Split sect disciple, was dumbstruck as well. He's at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage as well. How could this be possible? Although he wasn't willing to believe it, when he saw Duan Lingtian charging towards him with a speed that wasn't inferior to his own, he didn't dare dally in the slightest, and the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand skyrocketed as it whistled down. This saber strike carried the might to split a mountain, desiring to slash Duan Lingtian into 2, not holding back in the slightest. At this moment, even if he wanted to hold back, he was unable to. Duan Lingtian was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like him, and if he held back, then the one to lose would surely be him. The might of your saber isn't bad, but unfortunately, you haven't mastered this saber skill. An indifferent voice sounded out from Duan Lingtian's mouth, causing the Mountain Split sect disciple's face to go grim, and his eyes emitted an extremely ferocious sheen as the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand fiercely descended. Die! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and he even couldn't be bothered to use a grade 6 spirit sword. So he casually withdrew a grade 7 spirit sword of inferior quality. Sword drawing arts. The sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning. In terms of speed, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was much swifter than the saber in the Mountain Split sect disciple's hand. The sword drawing arts stressed upon extreme speed. Amongst the martial skills in the world, only speed was invincible. Duan Lingtian had always firmly believed this. Whoosh! A sword strike that was swift to the extreme moved to intercept the saber in the Mountain Split sect disciple's hand. At this moment, beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, 168 ancient mammoth silhouettes had been added. Chapter 385. No one knew that all this was intentionally done by Duan Lingtian. He'd only used a grade 7 spirit sword of inferior quality that possessed an amplification similar to the grade 7 spirit saber in the possession of the Mountain Split sect disciple. He didn't want to take advantage of the Mountain Split sect disciple in terms of spirit weapons. He wanted to make the Mountain Split sect disciple accept his defeat wholeheartedly and completely deter him. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian knew very well. Killing a person was easy, but wanting to make a person completely afraid of you and not dare arouse any thoughts of going against you was extremely difficult. Now, what Duan Lingtian wanted to do was the latter. He wanted to make this Mountain Split sect disciple completely afraid of him, and the Mountain Split sect disciple would be terrified when seeing him in the future. Whoosh! The saber strike that carried the might to split a mountain, and the sword strike that was swift like a bolt of lightning directly collided with each other. Colliding head-on, clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding sounded out, accompanied by the collision of 2 vast origin energies. Instantly, the collision of origin energies affected the air, and circle after circle of ripples were formed in the air as they spread out. The dust that covered the ground swept out and suffused into the air. At this moment, besides the few people from the Seven-Star Sword sect. Everyone from the other four great sects, including the sect leaders and elders, couldn't help but hold their breaths. They wanted to know who would win in the end when the two of them collided head-on. In their hearts, they were more biased towards the Mountain Split sect disciple. After all, the martial skills cultivated by the Mountain Split sect disciples were usually biased towards strength. In terms of brute force, the Mountain Split sect disciples were second to none amongst the disciples of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Supposedly, the Mountain Split sect's founding ancestor was in existence at the 3rd Void stage, the Void Interpretation stage, that possessed monstrous strength 1,000 years ago. Relying on his supreme martial strength, he slashed a vast and continuous mountain range into two with a single strike of his saber. The gorge that was forcefully torn open was precisely the current location of the Mountain Split sect. That place was originally a spirit cave that was buried by the vast mountain range, and it was discovered by the Mountain Split sect's founding ancestor and excavated from there. It was precisely because of this that the sect passed down by that Void Interpretation stage expert was called the Mountain Split sect. Clang! The ear-piercing sound seemed to still reverberate by the ears of everyone in the martial competition courtyard. Die, brat! The Mountain Split sect disciple suddenly shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging, and the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand skyrocketed, intending to crush the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. You want me to die? Ask yourself if you have the ability to do so. Facing the raging Mountain Split sect disciple, Duan Lingtian's face was calm, as if he didn't care at all. He was incomparably calm. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold as the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Not good. The evil smile that appeared at the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth was coincidentally seen by the Mountain Split sect disciple. Although he did not know why Duan Lingtian would smile like that at this moment, he subconsciously knew that he should take the initiative to back off. But if he were to retreat like this, then wouldn't others think that he was inferior to the 7-star sword sect disciple? Just as the Mountain Split sect disciples were at a loss as to what to do, tremor force, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand abruptly trembled, and the frequency grew faster and faster. The terrifying tremor force gushed out from the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and gushed into the grade 7 spirit saber in the Mountain Split sect disciple's hand without holding back in the slightest, and it surged forward menacingly. Instantly, the Mountain Split sect disciple's face went gloomy. He could clearly feel the tremor force that came from the sword in the hand of the 7-star sword sect disciple before him. This tremor force caused the web between his thumb and index finger to go numb, and even his internal organs and entire body seemed to tremble along with it. Let go! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian shouted out explosively. Right at this moment, the Mountain Split sect disciple that had his web between his thumb and index finger split open and dripped with fresh blood released the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand in a timely manner. At the instant he let go of the grade 7 spirit saber, he could feel the trembling of his body stop. At this moment he had the pleasure of putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. But before he could carefully savor this pleasure, he felt a strong wind come head-on, and it carried along the shocking might of lightning. No! The Mountain Split sect disciple only had time to shout out explosively. After Duan Lingtian used the tremor energy to make the Mountain Split sect disciple let go of the grade 7 spirit saber, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand abruptly trembled and flashed directly towards the Mountain Split sect disciple. Spare his life. Right at this moment, the voice transmission of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, besides the few people from the 7-star sword sect, there was probably no one that was clear-headed. The others were all dumbstruck from Duan Lingtian's shout of let go earlier. In the eyes of these people, along with the 7-star sword sect disciples shout, the mountain split sect disciple actually really let go of the grade 7 spirit saber in his hand to them. This scene was so bizarre and inconceivable. It was difficult for them to imagine what had happened earlier. Devil. This thought abruptly emerged in the hearts of many disciples of the 5 great sects, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. Shouting out, "Let go," in shock, is able to make his opponent abandon his weapon? What ability is this? It's too strange. Of course, there were also many attentive people that noticed the mountain split sect disciple's palm that was split open and dripping with blood. Whoosh! An ear-piercing howl of the wind seemed to be especially clear in the silent martial competition courtyard. Slap! At the critical moment, the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand turned from the blade to the body of the sword and fiercely slapped onto the mountain split sect disciple's body. The mountain split sect disciple was struck by this enormous force, and at the same time that his internal organs trembled, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before fiercely falling to the ground in the end. Right at this moment, whirlwind, Duan Lingtian moved. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale, and when the mountain split sect disciple's body descended, he arrived at the place the disciple fell to before him. Whoosh! When he saw the mountain split sect disciple descending, Duan Lingtian swept out with his leg. Right at the intersection of the mountain split sect disciple's calf and thigh. Crack! Ah! The clear sound of bones breaking and a miserable shrill cry sounded out at practically the exact same time, and it was incomparably ear-piercing, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Bang! Finally, the mountain split sect disciple emitted shrill cries as he fell to the ground, and he just happened to kneel before Duan Lingtian. His features were warped and hideous, and he was in extreme pain. Presumptuous! Finally, the mountain split sect's leader recovered from his shock, and his face went ghastly pale as he abruptly stood up, desiring to flash towards Duan Lingtian. At practically the exact same moment, sect leader Tung Linghu Jin Hong glanced indifferently at the mountain split sect's leader. I presume you've clearly heard what your mountain split sect disciple said to Duan Lingtian before their battle. Let the juniors deal with the matters of the juniors themselves. How about it? The mountain split sect's leader was dumbstruck. Only now did he recall that before his mountain split sect disciple fought this abnormal 7-star sword sect disciple, his mountain split sect disciple seemed to have wantonly humiliated the 7-star sword sect disciple. Moreover, he even threatened to change the 7-star sword sect disciple's name to Ling Neil, knowing that he was in the wrong. He could only suppress the flames of rage in his heart and sit back down. But the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian still contained traces of frightening cold lights. Mixed within, such a monstrous genius disciple had actually appeared in the 7-star sword sect. A 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at the mere age of 22. Such natural talent was simply even more monstrous than the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even the head of the 5 great young masters, the person with the most monstrous natural talent in the martial Tao in the last 100 years of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, seemed to be far inferior to the 7-star sword sect disciple. As he looked at this 7-star sword sect disciple, he felt envy and jealousy in his heart. Why is my mountain split sect unable to take such a monstrous disciple? What do you think now? Duan Lingtian looked down at the mountain split sect disciple that knelt before him, and his gaze was terrifyingly calm. You're kneeling on the ground now, kneeling before me. Do you still think I'm unworthy of the name Duan Lingtian? Do you still think you have the qualifications to help me change my name? Do you still think you have the qualifications to help me change my name? When Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of everyone in the martial competition courtyard, it caused them to sigh with emotion. Obviously, Duan Lingtian's rage came precisely from what the Mountain Split sect disciple said earlier. The Mountain Split sect disciple was already trying his best to endure the pain of having his bones broken, and he grit his teeth tightly as his body shivered now. When he heard what Duan Lingtian said, he recalled what he'd done earlier and felt ashamed in his heart. For a time, he felt his vital energy and blood surge up, and it was difficult to restrain. Pooh! In the end, the Mountain Split sect disciple's chest rose and fell like a bellows for a while. Then his face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood before forcefully falling down and fainting. Duan Lingtian frowned, as he never imagined that the Mountain Split sect disciple would be so useless. Although returning to the pergola only required a few steps, Duan Lingtian was able to feel numerous gazes that were like rain descending onto him in this few steps. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that you've already broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage and have already caught up to me. Zheng Song invited Duan Lingtian to sit by his side and laughed excitedly, but the depths of his gaze contained slight dimness mixed within. He was 7 years older than Duan Lingtian, yet his cultivation was only comparable to the current Duan Lingtian, and it caused him to feel ashamed from the bottom of his heart, but in next to no time he came to an understanding. This junior brother of his, Duan Lingtian, was simply a freak, and if anyone were to compare him with Duan Lingtian, then that person was simply looking for trouble. Huang Ji's expression was as unsightly could be. Earlier, he'd blindly mocked Duan Lingtian and made Duan Lingtian battle the Mountain Split sect disciple precisely because he wanted the Mountain Split sect disciple to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. This Duan Lingtian has actually broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. However, Huang Ji never imagined that Duan Lingtian, who should only be at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage in his eyes, would actually conceal his strength so deeply, and his cultivation had already stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Meng Qiu sat by Huang Ji's side, and his face flickered between a livid and ashen expression. He knew that from today onwards, he could be considered to have completely walked onto the opposite side of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Huang Ji mocking Duan Lingtian was Huang Ji's own business. Why should he join in the fun? Chapter 386. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd returned to the pergola, became the center of attention as expected. A 22-year-old 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Besides the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect, the sect leaders and elders of the other 4 great sects looked at Duan Lingtian with extremely complicated gazes. In the past, they'd noticed the powerlessness of the 7-star sword sect's younger generation. They originally thought that the 7-star sword sect would fall from grace. But unexpectedly, such a monster had actually appeared in the 7-star sword sect. This 7-star sword sect disciple has stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage at the mere age of 22? Simply abnormal. Such natural talent surpasses any one of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Exactly, even if it's the leader of the 5 great young masters. In terms of natural talent, he's far inferior to the 7-star sword sect disciple. Duan Lingtian, just like his name, he possesses the potential to soar above the heavens. That Mountain Split sect disciple didn't have eyes and offended him. Not only did he have his legs broken, he was angered to the point he fainted. The disciples of the various sects recovered from their shock and were all astounded. The scene before them had completely exceeded their expectations. If they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes, they wouldn't dare believe that all this was true. A martial artist with such monstrous natural talent had actually appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seems to have never been an existence that stepped into the 4th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 22. The Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, sighed. She felt that her natural talent in the martial Tao was extremely high and was only inferior to the 5 great young masters in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the past, only the 5 great young masters were able to make her accept them. But today, after witnessing the strength revealed by this 7-star sword sect disciple at such an age with her own 2 eyes, she realized that there was actually an existence that had natural talent in the martial Tao that surpassed the 5 great young masters hidden within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Such a monstrous disciple has actually appeared in the 7-star sword sect. The eyes of the saber young master, Long Yin, jumped with burning flames as he sized up Duan Lingtian with interest, and he wished for nothing more than to directly charge out and spar with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, right? Aye, Long Yin will remember you. Now, it wasn't just Long Yin who remembered the name Duan Lingtian. The people present might never forget this name for the rest of their lives. A 22-year-old 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Such an achievement meant that this person was destined to be extraordinary. Sitting in the pavilion, Duan Lingtian was unmoved by all the gazes that were directed at him. His face was calm and collected. Such composure caused many people present to secretly praise him. This Duan Lingtian is not only talented in the martial Tao, but also has an extremely tenacious temperament. He's neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing, which is extremely rare. Sect leader Linghu, congratulations on having such a monstrous disciple in your sect. As the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was the first to recover from his shock, and he congratulated the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. The words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader were like a fuse that lit up the atmosphere of the scene. The sect leaders of the other 3 great sects congratulated Linghu Jinhong as well. Congratulations, sect leader Linghu. The 7-star sword sect has a successor. Everyone, you're too kind. Linghu Jinhong lightly smiled as he nodded, and he had the demeanor of a great leader and was extremely appropriate. Zhang Fan and Ku Zhen, the 2 peak masters of the 7-star sword sect, sat by Linghu Jinhong's side, and now they felt extremely honored. It wasn't the first time they'd followed the sect leader to observe the martial competition of the 5 great sections, but it was still the first time they could hold their heads high like this. For a moment, their gazes seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand as they descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their faces were covered in brilliant smiles. They knew clearly in their hearts. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that they were able to enjoy everything they had now. Of course, there were also some people that had extremely unsightly expressions. Huang Ji, who sat in the same pavilion as Duan Lingtian, clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes emitted boundless resentment as far as he was concerned. It was Duan Lingtian who'd seized the thing that should have belonged to him. Presently, Duan Lingtian even had the possibility of becoming the future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. He was unwilling. He was the true personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, an existence that was going to become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. No one can seize my position of sect leader. Duan Lingtian, you're no exception. Huang Ji's gloomy gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it seemed as if it was waiting to swallow him up. The martial competition of the 5 great sects continued. When he saw the unconscious mountain split sect disciple being carried back to the pavilion by his companions, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, the host, abruptly spoke out. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it entered into the ears of everyone present. Besides the same rewards as before, the rewards for the top 3 in the martial competition this time. I'll personally take out a dark nascent pill as the reward for the first in the martial competition this time. Profound nascent pill. As soon as the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader finished speaking, as expected, waves of gasping sounded out within the martial competition courtyard. Profound nascent pill. Grade 6 medicinal pill. It was also known as the most difficult Grade 6 medicinal pill to refine. Even though the profound nascent pill was only a grade 6 medicinal pill, practically no grade 6 alchemist was able to refine it. At least in the history of Cloud Continent, there had never been a grade 6 alchemist that was able to successfully refine the profound nascent pill, even if a grade 5 alchemist were to refine the profound nascent pill. The success rate would be pitifully low, not even 1%. The preciousness of the profound nascent pill could be imagined. Of course, the reason the profound nascent pill was precious wasn't only because of this. The most precious thing about the profound nascent pill was its medicinal strength. Supposedly, the natural talent of a person that consumed the profound nascent pill would increase greatly in the next half a year. During the period the medicinal strength existed, the advancement of one's cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Cultivating for half a year was comparable to cultivating normally for a year. Profound nascent pill. At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression and seemed as if he utterly didn't hear what the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader said, the gazes of the remaining people, including the saber young master, lit up. A profound nascent pill was sufficient to allow them to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Consuming the profound nascent pill to cultivate for half a year was comparable to a year of cultivation in the past. The profound nascent pill was extremely tempting to them. Profound nascent pill. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as flowing lights revolved within his eyes. If I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then perhaps this profound nascent pill would be useful to me. Now, even if I was given 100 profound nascent pills, it would be of no use in the slightest. Because my current natural talent has already reached the limit of a martial artist's natural talent in Cloud Continent. As someone that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian naturally knew what the profound nascent pill was. The profound nascent pill was a grade 6 medicinal pill that had a huge difference between effort and return. It was impossible for a grade 6 alchemist to refine it successfully. Even if a grade 5 alchemist refined it, the success rate wouldn't exceed 1%. Even the Samsara Emperor Wu of all those years ago was only barely confident in being able to refine the profound nascent pill with 100% success rate after he became a royal grade alchemist. The refinement of the profound nascent pill was related to the grade of the pill fire. The higher the grade of the pill fire, the higher the success rate of the refinement of the profound nascent pill. Through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian found out that those high-grade alchemists wouldn't spend a large amount of time, energy, and materials to refine the profound nascent pill that was known as one of the medicinal pills with the lowest success rate in Cloud Continent. Only because refining the profound nascent pill was completely strenuous and thankless. The materials to refine the profound nascent pill once would cost 100,000 gold. 100 times would be 10 million gold. Even if a grade 5 alchemist were to spend 10 million gold in materials, he might not be able to refine the profound nascent pill. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the success rate of the profound nascent pill was so low that it had already reached a shocking level. During the second lifetime of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he'd once seen a stubborn grade 5 alchemist go mad for the sake of refining a profound nascent pill. It wasn't because of anything else, it was only because that grade 5 alchemist had spent 100 million gold in materials, but still wasn't able to refine even a single profound nascent pill. The profound nascent pill, in terms of its foundation, was a type of medicinal pill that had a heaven and earth difference in return. At the very least, Duan Lingtian wasn't the slightest bit interested in refining the profound nascent pill. Perhaps only those alchemists that really don't lack money and have sufficient patience would refine the profound nascent pill. The medicinal strength of the profound nascent pill is indeed shocking. A person that consumes a profound nascent pill doesn't feel anything. but to an alchemist, it's a type of torment and torture. Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of this point. Of course, there's also an exception. Perhaps there's an extremely small number of grade 5 alchemists that have an outburst of luck and only need one try to refine the profound nascent pill. Right when this thought arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, this profound nascent pill in my hand was inadvertently refined by a grade 5 alchemist friend of mine by relying on luck, and he only consumed a single portion of materials. The words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. There's really an alchemist that has an outburst of luck? Duan Lingtian was stunned. After all, even though the success rate of a grade 5 alchemist when refining a profound nascent pill was set at 1%. But if an outburst of luck occurred, then the grade 5 alchemist still had the chance to refine it in one go. If one was unlucky, then even if one refined it 1,000 times, one might not be able to refine a single profound nascent pill. That friend of the demonic Lotus Blade sect undoubtedly belonged to the former. An outburst of luck. So that's how it is. I was wondering why someone would refine a profound nascent pill. Sect Leader Long, the luck of that friend of yours is really heaven-defying. Sect Leader Long, the reason you took out this profound nascent pill as the reward for the first in the martial competition is probably because you intend to bestow it to your demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, your foster son, Long Yun, right? Besides Linghu Jinhong, the sect leaders of the other 3 great sects looked at the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader as they spoke successively. Chapter 387. When the Snow Moon sect's leader heard the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, he only smiled lightly and didn't say anything. He knew his own limitations. Even though the strength of his personal disciple, Lu Yu, wasn't bad, but compared to the foster son of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Saber Young Master, there was still a gap. I was wondering, how could the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader be so kind to actually be willing to take out the profound nascent pill as the reward for the first in the martial competition? So it turns out that he only wanted to bestow it to his foster son, Saber Young Master Long Yin. Zheng Song, who sat by Duan Lingtian's side, frowned and grunted in a low voice. Presently, it wasn't only Zheng Song who had this thought. Most of the people present had similar thoughts as well. How precious was the profound nascent pill? Duan Lingtian didn't care, but it didn't mean that the others didn't. Duan Lingtian possessed natural talent in the martial Dao that could be called the limit of martial artists in Cloud Continent, yet the others didn't. To them, if they were able to obtain the profound nascent pill, then they would be able to save half a year of time in their future cultivation. Even though it was only half a year, it was sufficient to pull open the gap between them and many people of the same generation and make them stand out amongst others. What, senior brother Zheng Song, you're interested in the profound nascent pill? Duan Lingtian smiled as he asked. Of course I'm interested. Zhang Song hurriedly nodded as his eyes emitted a burning sheen. That profound nascent pill is a medicinal pill that's able to help a martial artist swiftly increase their cultivation. If I'm able to consume the profound nascent pill, then perhaps I only need half a year to successfully break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian nodded as an imperceptible bright light suffused his eyes. This was something that Zheng Song didn't notice. But even if he noticed it, he wouldn't be able to discern what Duan Lingtian was thinking about. In next to no time, the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, announced that the martial competition would continue. Instantly, the disciples of the various sects ascended the arena one by one and challenged the disciples of the other sects, spars after spar, like a raging fire. Whoosh! Within the perk that Duan Lingtian was at, Huang Ji's figure flashed out. He fought a battle with a 5th level Origin Convergence sect disciple. The battle between the two was extremely intense. In terms of speed, Huang Ji was on par with him, In terms of strength, the two of them were about the same. In the end, Huang Ji relied on another superb sword skill to condense 7 sword lights that seemed to have transformed into 7 shooting stars that whistled out like bolts of lightning and defeated his opponent in one go. Clean and tidy, this Huang Ji has practiced 2 sets of sword skills. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Huang Ji's 2 sets of sword skills had clearly been cultivated to perfection, especially the sword skill he used to defeat his opponent in one move. It could be said to be superb. Duan Lingtian estimated that if his sword-drawing technique encountered this sword technique, he might not have the upper hand in terms of speed. This set of sword skills completely overpowers over 99% of the mystic class high-tier sword skills. Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Huang Ji. This Huang Ji was petty, but it had to be said that he did have some ability. At the very least, until now, he had never seen anyone stronger than Huang Ji who had taken the stage. At this moment, 7 stars sword formula. Waves of exclamations sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. 7 stars sword formula. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted when he heard these exclamations of exclamations. He'd heard of this sword skill. It was the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill. Of course, it was impossible for the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill to only be a high-grade, profound rank sword skill. The 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill was a high-grade earth rank sword skill. I've long heard that the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, is the one and only high-grade earth rank sword skill in the 7-star sword sect. Moreover, this 7-star sword technique has another basic sword technique called the minor 7-star sword technique. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, this Huang Ji is probably cultivating the minor 7 stars sword technique. The minor 7 stars sword technique originated from the 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, so it was naturally extraordinary. Supposedly, once a person that had cultivated the minor 7 stars sword technique to perfection and broke through to the void prying stage, the person would be able to comprehend elementary sword force in a short period of time. At that time, the high-grade earth rank martial skill, the 7-star sword technique, would step into the initial stage. Sect leader Linghu, this minor 7-star sword technique is the basic section of your 7-star sword sect guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique. According to my knowledge, the 7-star sword sect has a rule that the 7-star sword technique is only passed down to the successor of the 7-star sword sect leader, right? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and asked with a light smile. Exactly. Linghu Jinhong nodded. He was rather happy in his heart when he saw his personal disciple bringing honor to the 7-star sword sect. In this way, sect leader Linghu, you intend to let your disciple take over your position and become the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. The Origin Convergence sect's leader looked at Linghu Jinhong with a spurious smile. Meanwhile, Huang Ji's face revealed slight complacency when he heard what the Origin Convergence sect's leader said. Right, his master passed down the minor 7 stars sword technique to him, undoubtedly with the intention of passing down the sect guarding sword skill, the 7 stars sword technique to him. After all, the minor 7-star sword technique he was cultivating now was the basic section of the 7-star sword technique. For a time, Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a complacent expression, and it was as if he was saying to Duan Lingtian, "Kid, look clearly, I'm the future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect." But he quickly noticed that from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had only glanced at him indifferently, and he didn't have the interest to spare him another glance. This caused Huang Ji's expression to become even gloomier. This Duan Lingtian, damn it. Right at this moment, the Mountain Split Sect's leader laughed heartily and said, "Sect leader Linghu, Looks like you don't plan to pass down the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect to Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, could it be that he doesn't have the qualifications to become the next sect leader of your 7-star sword sect? Sect leader Linghu. Originally, it wasn't good for an outsider like me to interfere in the matters of your 7-star sword sect. But now, you're truly too unfair. As far as I'm concerned, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it wouldn't even take a year for him to surpass this personal disciple of yours. As the Snow Moon sect leader spoke up to hear, he withdrew his gaze from Linghu Jinhong and descended onto Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian is a disciple of my Snow Moon sect, then I'm willing to immediately establish him as the next successor to the position of sect leader of our Snow Moon sect, and pass down the Snow Moon sect guarding sword skill, Snow Moon sword technique, to him, and foster him without holding back. The words of the Snow Moon sect's leader were like a fuse that lit up the atmosphere of the scene. Duan Lingtian, if you feel that staying in the 7-star sword sect is meaningless in the future, then my Origin Convergence sect welcomes you as well. I'm similarly willing to establish you as the next sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect and pass down my Origin Convergence sect guarding martial skill, Origin Convergence palm to you. The Origin Convergence sect's leader wasn't willing to fall behind, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he threw out an olive branch. Duan Lingtian, our Mountain Split sect, is the same as well. Will absolutely not allow you to suffer a loss. The Mountain Split sect's leader made a promise as well. The promise of the Mountain Split sect's leader just happened to be heard by the Mountain Split sect disciple that was angered to the point of fainting by Duan Lingtian and had just woken up. For a time, the face of this Mountain Split sect disciple went grim, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting once more. This caused the other 3 Mountain Split sect disciples to be speechless. "Ha! The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader laughed heartily. Since the 3 sect leaders have made their stand clear, then as the host, I naturally have to make my stand clear as well." As he spoke, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to join my demonic Lotus Blade sect, then I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. Not only that, you can frequently spar with my foster son, Long Yin, to improve. I can make a promise that so long as you're able to surpass my foster son, Long Yin, then I'll let you become the next successor to the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect." The 4 sect leaders had poached a disciple of the 7-star sword sect together. They intended to poach the peerless genius, Duan Lingtian, into their own sect. This scene caused the disciples of the various sects to be stunned. Over at the 7-star sword sect side, junior brother Duan Lingtian. Zhang Song looked at Duan Lingtian with a perturbed expression. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian would be unable to resist the temptation of the 4 great sects and turn to join one of the 4 great sections. Huang Ji's expression was extremely unsightly. He suddenly felt that he was like a clown before Duan Lingtian now, especially the Snow Moon sect's leader. He actually trampled on his dignity and flattered Duan Lingtian, and it angered him to the point his chest felt as if it was about to explode. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Huang Ji's hatred towards Duan Lingtian had practically reached a point where it was difficult to restrain. Meng Qiu had a bitter smile on his face. He realized that the worst decision he'd made in his lifetime was to go against Duan Lingtian, and to go against Duan Lingtian. He took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. If Duan Lingtian didn't turn to one of the other 4 great sects, then after the martial competition this time, he would surely ask Duan Lingtian for punishment and ask Duan Lingtian to forgive his previous actions. The 2 peak masters of the 7-star sword sect present, Zhang Fan and Ku Zhen, had extremely unsightly expressions as well. These 4 great sects are really shameless. They actually poached a disciple of the 7-star sword sect right in front of them and the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Do they really think they don't exist? Finally, the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, made his stance clear. For sect leaders, since all of you know that the 7-star sword technique is the sect-guarding sword skill of our 7-star sword sect, and it's only passed down to the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, then all of you ought to know that the minor 7-star sword technique can't represent the 7-star sword technique. As for the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I have a plan in my heart since long ago. So long as Duan Lingtian is willing, I can abdicate my position and allow him to become the new sect leader of my 7-star sword sect. I'm willing to stand behind him and assist him. Linghu Jinhong spoke slowly. These words were spoken with incomparable sincerity, without the slightest hypocrisy. As for the 7-star sword technique, I'll personally pass it down to him after we return to the 7-star sword sect after the martial competition ends. Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian as he continued. Linghu Jinhong's stance caused the other 4 great sect leaders to be stunned. They never imagined that Linghu Jinhong would actually have such courage. Chapter 388. Sect Leader Linghu, in the past, although my strength has always been inferior to you, I've never submitted to you. But today, I'm convinced that you're able to make such a decision. The Mountain Split sect's leader had a serious expression as he cupped his hands and spoke to Linghu Jinhong. I finally understand now why the 7-star sword sect has always been able to firmly suppress our 4 great sects. It's the courage of the 7-star sword sect's leader. At least, the 4 of us are far from being as courageous as sect leader Linghu. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader shook his head and lightly sighed. The Snow Moon sect's leader and Origin Convergence sect's leader nodded in deep agreement. Linghu Jinhong's courage caused them to be wholeheartedly convinced. They asked themselves, even if Duan Lingtian was really willing to join their sect, they didn't have the courage to directly give up their position like Linghu Jinhong. Whoosh! Within the martial competition courtyard, the disciples of the other 4 great sects recovered from their shock and were astounded. They were shocked by Linghu Jinhong's courage as well, as expected of the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. For the sake of the 7-star sword sect's future, he doesn't care about personal gains and losses in the slightest. Yeah, with a sect leader like this, why should the 7-star sword sect worry about being unable to continue being glorious? The words of the disciples of the other 4 great sects were filled with admiration towards Linghu Jinhong. Meng Qiu recovered from his shock and couldn't help but shudder. Sect leader. He's actually willing to give up his position and pass down the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect to Duan Lingtian? After taking a deep breath, Meng Qiu didn't hesitate any longer and directly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can forgive my various actions towards you earlier. I'll absolutely not go against you in the future. If you become the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I'll surely wholeheartedly assist you. Meng Qiu, the personal disciple of the Fecta Peak's master. With Meng Qiu's natural talent, if nothing unexpected happened, becoming the next master of Fecta Peak was practically a certainty. Meng Qiu's voice transmission caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. When he thought of how Meng Qiu didn't have any deep enmity with him, and he only added fuel to the fire earlier, he nodded to Meng Qiu with a calm expression. Meng Qiu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He knew that he had escaped a calamity. Huang Ji, who had just returned to the pavilion, was slightly stiff. The words of his master, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong, still reverberated within his mind. For sect leaders, since all of you know that the 7-star sword technique is our 7-star sword sect's sect-guarding sword skill, and it's only passed down to the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, then all of you ought to know that the minor 7-star sword technique doesn't represent the 7-star sword technique. As for the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, I have a plan in my heart since long ago. So long as Duan Lingtian is willing, I can abdicate my position and allow him to become the new sect leader of my 7-star sword sect. I am willing to stand behind him and assist him. Huang Ji's expression was terrifyingly dark. No, I can't accept this. Huang Ji sat at the side of the pavilion and lowered his head. His expression had subtly turned ferocious, and his eyes shone with jealousy and viciousness. You want me to worship Duan Lingtian as sect master? I would rather die than submit to him. Huang Ji endlessly roared in his heart. As for the person involved, Duan Lingtian, his mood was slightly agitated because of what the 7-star sword sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, said. Although he had no intention of becoming the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. But Linghu Jinhong's attitude still caused traces of warmth to arise from the bottom of his heart. This was a type of trust, a trust that could be entrusted with everything. After this disturbance, the martial competition of the 5 great sects continued. The disciples of the various sects entered the arena one by one to spar, along with the red glow that filled the sky and the veil of night gradually descending. The martial competition of the 5 great sects gradually approached the end. Presently, besides the Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, and the demonic Lotus Blade sect saber young master, practically all the disciples present had entered the arena without exception. Only Lu Yu and Long Yin hadn't entered the arena, and no one challenged them. The 2 of them were the people with the highest cultivation in the martial competition of the 5 great sects this time. Both of them were existences at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. The strongest amongst the others was only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, and was far from being a match for them. Duan Lingtian, a 5th level nascent soul stage disciple of the Mountain Split sect, called out to challenge Duan Lingtian. For a time, booing sounds rose and fell without end. This caused the Mountain Split sect disciple's face to go slightly red, but he had no choice but to brace himself, only because this was the order that his master, the Mountain Split sect's leader, gave him via voice transmission. Using a cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage to challenge a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist was indeed slightly bullying. Presently, amongst the people present, only the few people from the 7-star sword sect had eyes that emitted a slight sheen of hope. When he was in the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian had repeatedly revealed his ability to defeat the strong with the weak, and he'd even once killed a 1st-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Perhaps Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat this Mountain Split sect disciple. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse being challenged by the Mountain Split sect disciple, and his feet moved a flash into the arena to stand in confrontation with the Mountain Split sect disciple. Duan Lingtian, be careful. The Mountain Split sect disciple didn't waste any time, and with a raise of his hand, a rod appeared in his hand. It was unknown what material it was made from, and flowing lights revolved around the rod. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had seen this Mountain Split sect disciple attack. He knew that the rod in the Mountain Split sect disciple's hand was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Relying on this grade 7 spirit weapon rod, he'd successively defeated a few 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, and he'd only lost to a 5th-level nascent soul stage disciple from the demonic Lotus Blade sect and his 7-star sword sect Huang Ji. The strength of this Mountain Split sect disciple could be considered to be the strongest amongst the 4 Mountain Split sect disciples that were participating in the martial competition this time. Every time the grade 7 spirit rod in his hand smashed out, it seemed as if it had grown eyes, and it was impossible to guard against. Suddenly, whoosh! The Mountain Split sect disciple moved, and he stepped on flowing lights that were carried out by origin energy as he flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, 700 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Whoosh! Origin energy abruptly skyrocketed on the grade 7 spirit rod in his hand, and it smashed down towards Duan Lingtian in a wide open manner, as if it carried the might of 1,000 kilograms, and it was sufficient to smash everything. In the sky, beside the 700 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 198 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The strength contained within this strike was comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. Instantly, the airflow in the air was affected and emitted buzzing sounds. The sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. Bring it on! When he saw the mountain split, sect, disciple being so ferocious and directly going berserk as soon as he attacked, and a true strike of the rod smashed over, Duan Lingtian felt the blood in his entire body boil. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a narrow sword appeared in his hand. When facing a 5th-level nascent soul stage opponent, Duan Lingtian didn't dare be careless. He directly withdrew the best spirit sword in his hand. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind! Instantly, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale as he fearlessly moved to meet the attack. As far as others were concerned, Duan Lingtian seemed to be courting death. As Duan Lingtian dashed out, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him. 4th level of the nascent soul stage. This was also Duan Lingtian's true cultivation. At that time, with the assistance of the 3 nascent break pills, he only spent 2 months of time to break through to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage. Later on, relying on his natural talent that had reached the limit and a nascent nurturing pill with a purity of over 90%, he spent another 3 months of time to successfully step into the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Subsequently, he spent another 4 months of time to successfully step into the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. It was precisely at this time that he'd fallen into a bottleneck in his cultivation and started to shift his attention onto the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind that came with the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Wind WYRM form. Subsequently, he obtained the Jade Origin Fruit bestowed to him by the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. With the assistance of the Jade Origin Fruit, he finally broke through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage and broke through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage in one go. Presently, when his entire strength exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. In other words, when he attacked now, he still held back. He retained the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. He didn't do this because he looked down on this mountain split sect disciple, but because he felt there was utterly no need. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy flashing out of the narrow sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, another 228 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. In other words, presently, the strength Duan Lingtian exerted by relying on the narrow sword in his hand was comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian utilized the narrow sword, the pupils of everyone present couldn't help but constrict. Never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian, a mere 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist, would actually possess a grade 6 spirit sword. With a quick thought, they came to an understanding. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it was sufficient for the 7-star sword sect to bestow a grade 6 spirit sword to him. Presently, only the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and the 2 peak masters by his side were clear that the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand wasn't bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian didn't utilize the sword drawing arts. He held the grade 6 spirit sword tightly in his hand, and it was more like he was swinging a rod before fiercely smashing it towards the grade 7 spirit rod that smashed down at the mountain split sect disciple. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. This Duan Lingtian is actually not using a sword skill. He's smashing the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand like a rod. Instantly, only similar thoughts remained in the hearts of most people. They felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene before them. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? Even if the narrow sword in his hand was a grade 6 spirit sword, his own cultivation was far inferior to the mountain split sect disciple. The strongest strength he exerted by relying on the grade 6 spirit sword was only comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths, whereas the strength of the grade 7 spirit rod in the hand of the mountain split sect disciple was instead comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. Chapter 389. At this moment, besides the few members of the 7-star sword sect, the members of the other 4 great sects, including the sect leaders and elders, felt that there was no suspense in this battle. The difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths was sufficient to cause Duan Lingtian to suffer a crushing defeat, a difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, whereas the few members of the 7-star sword sect had brilliant smiles on their faces instead, according to their knowledge. 1 year ago, when Duan Lingtian killed the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shurge, on a life and death arena on the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, the strength Lu Shurge exerted with his full strength was even stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. But even then, Lu Shurge was still killed by Duan Lingtian. There's no suspense. Zhang Song's heart that was in his throat eased up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. At that time, when Duan Lingtian killed Lu Shurge, he was watching the battle from the side, and amongst the 7-star sword sect members present now, no one was clearer than him about the situation at that time. Duan Lingtian's method of defeating someone stronger as the weak was even able to surmount a difference of the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. Could it be that he would still be afraid of a difference of the strength of a mere 70 ancient mammoths? Satisfying. When he swung the grade 6 spirit sword and fiercely smashed it out, Duan Lingtian felt the surging hot blood and battle intent in his body had a place to vent, and he spat out a mouthful of foul air before abruptly shouting out explosively, "Wham!" The grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand directly used the body of the sword to fiercely smash towards the rod that the mountain split sect disciple smashed down. Whoosh! The grade 7 spirit rod in the mountain split sect disciple's hand smashed down, and it seemed to carry the force of 1,000 caddies. But when he saw Duan Lingtian explosively shout out and greet him as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, for some unknown reason, a trace of coldness actually arose within his heart for no reason or rhyme. But he already had no other choice now, and could only go head on against Duan Lingtian. It's fine, it's surely fine. My strength is stronger than him by the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, and is sufficient to easily crush him. The mountain split sect disciple kept comforting himself. However, when he saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart could not help but waver. Why was this Duan Lingtian so confident? Could it be that he has the confidence to defeat me in a head-on battle? The mountain split sect disciples were truly unwilling to believe it. No, impossible, impossible. He must be deliberately mystifying. He must be. At this critical moment, the mountain split sect disciple's thoughts suddenly changed, and he continued to comfort himself. He watched as the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand smashed down fiercely, and was about to collide with the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that was smashing over. Ah! The mountain split sect disciple shouted, wanting to use this to overcome the fear and uneasiness in his heart. At the same time, the mountain split sect disciple didn't hold back in the slightest, and completely poured into the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand. Whoosh! It was as if the staff was assisted by the gods, and it came crashing down. Awesome! Duan Lingtian swung his grade 6 spirit sword. His arm flashed out like a python swinging its tail, and he met the staff that was descending with a bang. Meanwhile, Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian swung up and smashed out started to intensely tremble, and the frequency grew faster and faster before it collided with the staff that the mountain split sect disciple smashed down fiercely. The quake energy was raised to the limit. Quake energy at the limit. The area of effect was the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, in other words, in a head-on collision, so long as the strength of the opponent that Duan Lingtian faced didn't exceed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Then the quake energy would be able to produce an effect that was as if the gods were assisting him. Yet now, although the staff that the mountain split sect disciple smashed down menacingly, it was only stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. It just happened to be within the area of effect of the quake energy. Whoosh! The mountain split sect disciple's staff smashed down, and it carried along a might that tore through the sky as it fiercely smashed down. Wham! Duan Lingtian swung his grade 6 spirit sword. Then he abandoned the blade of the sword and smashed out with the body of the sword to meet the staff that smashed down with a bang. The strength on the staff was comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. The strength on the sword was comparable to the strength of 828 ancient mammoths. The difference between the two was the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Right at the instant when the staff and sword flashed out and were about to collide, time seemed to have stopped. Duan Lingtian is about to lose. The difference between the strength of the two of them is the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. The outcome is without suspense. Although Duan Lingtian is defeated, it's honorable. It's difficult to imagine that he's only a 22-year-old 7-star sword sect disciple. The group of people from the 4 great sects stared fixedly at the scene before them, and their thoughts spun abruptly. He's won. The 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and the 2 peak masters beside him revealed gratified smiles. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, good job. The smile on Zheng Song's face was extremely brilliant. Meng Qiu's face revealed a smile as well. Duan Lingtian, amazing. Only Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with fierceness and viciousness, and he had an unwilling expression. Duan Lingtian, why is it always you who's in the limelight? Why? Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the staff and sword colliding resounded out in the entire martial competition courtyard. Although the people present were mentally prepared, some of the disciples with comparatively lower cultivations still couldn't help but go pale, and they felt that their eardrums were almost about to be shattered by this ear-piercing sound. Whoosh! At the instant that the grade 6 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian swung out and the grade 7 spirit staff in the mountain split sect disciples' hands smashed onto each other, the 2 origin energies collided with a bang, and the sounds of air exploding rose and fell continuously, and the turbulent airflow in the air formed circle after circle of ripples that spread out. Instantly, a gust of strong wind blew out from the collision between Duan Lingtian and the mountain split sect disciple, and it swept out in all directions. The wind blew to the point the clothes of the spectators fluttered. But not a single one of the spectators paid attention to this, because their gazes were currently on the 2 people that were colliding with each other. They wanted to know what the final outcome would be. Suddenly, let go! A fierce and explosive shout entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, most people noticed to their astonishment. Along with the explosive shout of the 7-star sword sect disciple, Duan Lingtian, the mountain split sect disciple followed in the footsteps of the mountain split sect disciple that was defeated in the battle with Duan Lingtian earlier. The space between his thumb and index finger was split open and dripped with fresh blood, and he directly threw away the weapon in his hand. Clang! The grade 7 spirit staff crashed onto the ground and emitted an ear-piercing sound that shook most people to the point their hearts palpitated. They didn't know what had happened. Now, probably only the person involved, the Mountain Split sect disciple, knew exactly what had happened. He originally thought that his strength was stronger than Duan Lingtian by the strength of 70 ancient mammoths, and he would be able to easily crush Duan Lingtian and defeat Duan Lingtian. Unexpectedly, right at the instant the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand collided with the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, he felt the origin energy on his staff being dispersed by the vibrating energy that stretched out from Duan Lingtian's sword not long after. Not only that, the terrifying vibrating energy even spread out from the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand to his hand. Then it spread throughout his entire body, including his bones and internal organs. When the origin energy in his body was dispersed and the space between his thumb and index finger that held the staff was split open, he realized that if he still didn't let go, it was extremely likely that he would be directly shaken to death. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's explosive shout caused him to not dare hesitate any longer, and he hurriedly let go of the grade 7 spirit staff in his hand. Now, he was able to feel the feelings of his junior brother that was defeated by Duan Lingtian earlier. The vibrating energy that Duan Lingtian exerted was too strange. It was impossible to guard against. Wham! The grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook as he withdrew the vibrating energy. Then the body of the sword slapped out to descend onto the Mountain Split sect disciple that was close by. The Mountain Split sect disciple didn't even have the time to circulate the origin energy in his body that was shaken to the point of being blasted flying by Duan Lingtian's sword, and he flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring before fiercely crashing onto the ground with a bang. Thank you for letting me win. This Mountain Split sect disciple didn't speak rudely to Duan Lingtian, so Duan Lingtian didn't continue to attack and didn't overdo it. You're extremely strong. I wholeheartedly accept my loss. The Mountain Split sect disciple stood up with difficulty. Then he nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian before picking up the grade 7 spirit staff and returning to the pergola the other 3 Mountain Split sect disciples were at. Meanwhile, everyone present recovered from their shock, and their gazes once again descended onto Duan Lingtian as if they'd seen a ghost. A difference of the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Yet this Duan Lingtian actually won. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? The party with a weaker strength actually won in a head-on collision? It's simply like an act. No matter how the people present thought or doubted, Duan Lingtian had won in the end, won fair and square. Presently, only the few people from the 7-star sword sect seemed to not be surprised in the slightest. What exactly happened? The Mountain Split sect's leader even sent a voice transmission to the Mountain Split sect disciple that was defeated by Duan Lingtian, his personal disciple. Your strength is obviously stronger than Duan Lingtian. Why did you lose in the end? Why was the web between your thumb and index finger split open? Why did you throw away the spirit weapon in your hand? There were too many questions in the heart of the Mountain Split sect's leader. The process of his personal disciple being defeated by Duan Lingtian was no different than the disciple that was defeated by Duan Lingtian earlier, if there really had to be a difference. That was the disciple that fought Duan Lingtian earlier, and his strength was equal to Duan Lingtian, whereas this personal disciple of his had instead been defeated by Duan Lingtian by relying on the method of defeating the strong as the weak, under the circumstances that his strength was sufficient to crush Duan Lingtian. He was defeated without anyone, without any preconditions or signs. Everything happened so suddenly. At this moment, the Mountain Split sect's leader's mood was gloomy. He'd asked his personal disciple to challenge Duan Lingtian with the original intention of teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson. After all, Duan Lingtian had broken the legs of his Mountain Split sect disciple, and although that little bit of injury could be healed with a grade 7 gold injury pill, it still caused the Mountain Split sect to lose face unexpectedly. Now, they hadn't gotten back the face they'd lost, and they'd lost face once more. Chapter 390. Master, that Duan Lingtian is too strange. The Mountain Split sect disciple had a bitter smile on his face when he heard his master's voice transmission. At the instant I collided head-on with him, an extremely strange energy suddenly gushed out from his sword, and it dispersed my origin energy. Not only that, that energy was even able to cause my body to tremble along with it. At that time, I had a feeling that if I didn't let go in time, the bones in my entire body might have been shattered by him. As the Mountain Split sect disciple finished speaking, his tone had slight fear. What? The Mountain Split sect's leader's face went grim, and he had an expression of disbelief. Could it be that he used an inscription? It wasn't an inscription. The Mountain Split sect disciple shook his head. If it was an inscription, then not to mention I would be able to discern it. Even Master and the sect leaders and elders of the other sects would surely be able to discern it at the first possible moment. That strange energy of his isn't the energy of an inscription, and it seems to have gushed out from his origin energy, and it's even more like some sort of method of utilizing origin energy. I truly never imagined that not only does the 7-star sword sect disciple possess monstrous natural talent, he actually possesses such a terrifying method of utilizing origin energy. The Mountain Split sect's leader's eyes flickered with bright lights as he spoke in a low voice. He's a person that can only be a friend and not an enemy. The Mountain Split sect disciple had an expression of fear. Presently, it wasn't only the Mountain Split sect's leader and disciple who were extremely shocked. The members of the other 3 great sects were completely shocked as well. After a long time, they recovered from their shock. Sect leader Linghu, your 7-star sword sect has really produced a monster this time. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, the host, looked at Linghu Jinhong and sighed. I can understand now why you're willing to give up your position for him. In the entire history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, such a monstrous genius has never appeared. Exactly. Sect leader Linghu, your 7-star sword sect has really picked up a treasure this time. The Snow Moon sect's leader nodded in deep agreement. Sect leader Linghu, in the past, we still underestimated your 7-star sword sect. Just think about it. With the resources and reserves of the 7-star sword sect, how could a situation of lacking in talent appear? The Origin Convergence sect's leader heaved a long sigh. Sect leaders, I'm flattering me. Linghu Jinhong lightly smiled and said modestly. However, in the depths of Linghu Jinhong's eyes, there was a faint trace of complacency. He can even defeat a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist? The female disciple of the Snow Moon sect, Lu Yu, stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Her face was filled with disbelief. Just now, when Duan Lingtian and the Mountain Split sect disciple clashed, she was the same as most people, and felt that Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly lose. However, the result was out of her expectations. Duan Lingtian had counterattacked with a strength that was weaker than that of the Mountain Split sect disciple, and defeated that Mountain Split sect disciple as the weak defeating the strong. What did he do? The calmness on the face of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yin, vanished without a trace, and what replaced it was traces of fear. Before today, it was hard for him to imagine. A 22-year-old young man could actually make him feel fear. Of course, he felt fear towards Duan Lingtian in his heart, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, as far as he was concerned. Even though this Duan Lingtian's ability was strange, it ought to be insufficient to threaten him. Moreover, he possessed a grade 6 spirit weapon as well. The rod strike that the mountain split sect disciple smashed down contained a strength comparable to the strength of 898 ancient mammoths. Whereas once I exert my full strength, it's comparable to the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. Unless he's able to surmount a gap of almost 300 ancient mammoths. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be a match for me. The saber young master, Long Yin, thought in his heart. Whoosh! Within the pergola that the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple was at, a figure flashed out and stood on the flat ground. Huang Ji, it's our turn. As soon as this demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple appeared, he looked at Huang Ji, who was within the pergola that the 7-star sword sect disciple was at, and his gaze was solemn as if he was looking at his lifelong enemy. Huang Ji's figure flashed out of the pergola to stand in confrontation with the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple. Duan Lingtian looked at the scene before him with a calm gaze. Based on the spars from before, Huang Ji and this demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple ought to be the strongest amongst the disciples of the various sects present, besides the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yin, and the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu. Of course, it didn't include him. Suddenly, Huang Ji and the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple attacked at the same time. Swish, 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 swish. Huang Ji attacked. Sword images that covered the sky swept out horizontally and vertically, and they carried along strands of terrifying baleful qi as they enveloped the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple. Oem, 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 oem. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple wasn't afraid in the slightest. The spirit saber in his hand flashed out, and he was able to perfectly block the sword in Huang Ji's hand every single time. The figures of the two ceaselessly intersected. Saber lights and sword images swept out horizontally and vertically in the sky, causing others to be dazzled. Unlike the 2 times Duan Lingtian had fought head-on and decided the outcome with a single move, the battle between Huang Ji and the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple was instead a battle of equal strength. For a time, they were equally matched and locked in battle. Minor 7-star sword technique. In the end, Huang Ji finally executed his greatest trump card, and it was precisely the basic sword skill of the 7-star sword sect's guarding sword skill, the 7-star sword technique, the minor 7-star sword technique. When the minor 7-star sword technique appeared, 7 sword lights that were like shooting stars flashed out. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple was directly defeated by Huang Ji. The 7-star sword sect's 7-star sword technique really deserves its reputation. The minor 7-star sword technique is only the basic sword technique of the 7-star sword technique, yet its might is already so terrifying. It's difficult to imagine how terrifying the might of the true 7-star sword technique would be if it was utilized. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple had a slight lingering fear in his heart, and as he finished speaking, he heaved a sigh of relief and glanced deeply at Huang Ji before smiling. Huang Ji, it's truly a pity. You probably have no fate with the true 7-star sword technique in the future. Ha! As he finished speaking, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple couldn't help but start laughing loudly. His gaze imperceptibly descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before returning to the pergola that the other demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were at. Huang Ji's body abruptly trembled. The words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple was like sprinkling salt on his wounds, and it caused a hatred in his heart to rise to the limit. Duan Lingtian. Huang Ji returned to the pergola, and his eyes were suffused with gloominess as they swept past Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently back at Huang Ji, and then he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Huang Ji. The secret competition between Huang Ji and Duan Lingtian was noticed by the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and he laughed heartily. Martial nephew Huang Ji's strength is indeed extraordinary. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian today, martial nephew Huang Ji would surely be the third in the martial competition this time. Exactly. With the ability Duan Lingtian used to defeat sect leader Tun's personal disciple earlier, I'm afraid there isn't a fifth-level nascent soul stage martial artist present that's a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian being ranked third in the martial competition this time is what everyone expects. The Origin Convergence sect leader nodded in agreement, as he wished for the world to be in chaos. Of course, if martial nephew Huang Ji isn't convinced of Duan Lingtian, you can issue a challenge to Duan Lingtian and compete for the third in the martial competition. The Mountain Split sect leader joined in as well. There's no need. I'm inferior to him. Huang Ji's slightly low voice revealed traces of coldness. The frowned brows of the seven-star sword sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, eased up slightly when he saw Huang Ji's attitude. He was really worried that Huang Ji would really challenge Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, this personal disciple of his was absolutely not a match for Duan Lingtian. Even if Huang Ji challenged Duan Lingtian, he would only be asking for humiliation, and he would even become the laughingstock of the other sects. The seven-star sword sect couldn't afford to lose face like this. Huang Ji's attitude at the critical moment caused him to be extremely satisfied. As far as he was concerned, no matter if it was Huang Ji being ranked third or Duan Lingtian being ranked third, there was no difference. After all, both of them were disciples of the seven-star sword sect. No matter who seized the third in the martial competition, they would be bringing honor to the seven-star sword sect. Since martial nephew Huang Ji admits that he's inferior to Duan Lingtian, then the third in the martial competition this time is Duan Lingtian. The demonic Lotus Blade sect leader spoke in a timely manner. Huang Ji's body lightly trembled, and his expression was extremely gloomy. In his heart, he hated Duan Lingtian to the limit. Suddenly, Huang Ji heard a voice transmission, and he shuddered before raising his head to look towards the distance. That place was precisely where the Origin Convergence sect leader was. Huang Ji frowned, and his expression was savage as he struggled for a moment, then nodded to the Origin Convergence sect leader in the end, and the gloominess on his face dispersed greatly. Duan Lingtian, there will be a day when I trample you beneath my feet. Huang Ji looked at Duan Lingtian, and traces of a ruthless sheen were emitted from his eyes. Third, Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader, and he said indifferently, Sect leader Long, isn't it slightly rash for you to make me the third in the martial competition this time so quickly? Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't loud, yet it still clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. It reverberated like thunder in their ears. What does Duan Lingtian mean by this? Could it be that he wants to challenge the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu and the demonic Lotus Blade sect's Saber Young Master Long Yin? Does this Duan Lingtian really think that he can challenge a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist just because he defeated a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist by relying on a grade 6 spirit sword? If it's really like this, then he's too arrogant, young and arrogant. The disciples of the various sects discussed animatedly. The brows of the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader raised when he saw his words being questioned by Duan Lingtian, and he glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian. What? Could it be that you want to fight the personal disciple of sect leader Shui, Lu Yu, and seize the second in the martial competition? Sect leader Shui was precisely the sect leader of the Snow Moon sect. Presently, the words of the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader had obviously made his foster son, the Saber Young Master, Long Yin, the first in the martial competition. Perhaps, in his heart, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian had the courage to challenge Long Yin. No, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Second in the martial competition, he wasn't interested. Chapter 391. No, Duan Lingtian's reply caused the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader to be unable to refrain from being stunned, and he frowned. Then what do you mean? My target is the first in the martial competition. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, and he seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone to death. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the scene went deathly silent. In the next moment, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. This Duan Lingtian is mad. He's really mad. He wants to compete for the first in the martial competition. Does he really think that Saber Young Master is dead? Too arrogant. In my entire life, it's still the first time I've seen such an arrogant person. Moreover, it's not an ordinary arrogance. It's simply boundlessly arrogance. For a time, the entire martial competition courtyard was completely in an uproar because of what Duan Lingtian said. Presently, not only the disciples of the four great sects, even the elders of the four great sects couldn't help but shake their heads, as they felt that Duan Lingtian was too young and arrogant and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although in their eyes, Duan Lingtian's method of defeating someone stronger as the weak could be said to be strange. But Duan Lingtian being able to defeat a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist had already caused them to be extremely shocked. Now, Duan Lingtian actually still wanted to challenge a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist? Arrogant. Too arrogant. This Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. Duan Lingtian, don't act rashly. Duan Lingtian, the third in the martial competition, is already not bad. In the next martial competition of the 5 great sects 3 years from now, you'll surely be able to obtain the glory of the first in the martial competition. Duan Lingtian, in another 3 years, it'll be extremely easy for you to obtain the first in the martial competition without the slightest suspense. 3 voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at almost the exact same time. Duan Lingtian was able to discern it. The 3 voice transmissions were precisely sent to his ears by the 7-star Sword sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, and the other 2 peak masters. Obviously, Linghu Jinhong's group of 3 didn't think he would be able to obtain first place in the martial competition of the 5 great sects today. Sect Master, Peak Master Zhengfan, Peak Master Kuzhen, don't worry, I'm confident. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission transmitted into the ears of Linghu Jinhong and the others. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. At this moment, they could clearly feel the strong confidence contained in Duan Lingtian's words. However, where did Duan Lingtian get his confidence from? The 3 of them looked at each other. In the end, they reached a consensus and chose to believe in Duan Lingtian. The rise of Duan Lingtian in the 7-star Sword sect was a legend, a miracle. Subconsciously, they also hoped that Duan Lingtian could create another miracle this time. Zhang Song had similar thoughts as them. Junior brother Duan Lingtian isn't the type of person that talks big. Since he announced that he wants to seize first place in the martial competition, I presume he has some confidence. Zhang Song thought to himself. The additional reward for the first place in the martial competition is a profound, nascent pill. If it's really obtained by junior brother Duan Lingtian, then the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood, right? When he thought up to here, Zhang Song couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This Duan Lingtian wants to seize first place in the martial competition? Huang Ji coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. Let me see how you lose face. Ha ha! The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words earlier, and now that he'd recovered from his shock, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Duan Lingtian, looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. However, confidence is a good thing, but if you're too confident, then it's arrogance. Don't worry, sect leader Long. Although I, Duan Lingtian, am untalented, I'm still able to distinguish between confidence and arrogance. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently with a carefree expression on his face. He didn't take the questioning of the members of the various sects to heart in the slightest, because he knew Now, even if he spoke extravagantly, it was useless. Only facts would be able to make these people shut their mouths and make these people stop questioning him. I'm afraid those closely involved can't see clearly. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Who do you intend to challenge?" Duan Lingtian's gaze first descended onto the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu. Then he looked at the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yin, and said indifferently, "I'll challenge whoever is stronger between the two of them. As for the other person, I'm not interested in challenging him." Duan Lingtian started closing his eyes to rest after he finished speaking. His meaning was extremely clear. Let Lu Yu and Long Yin fight first, and he'll challenge whoever wins. The person that loses didn't have the qualifications for him to issue a challenge. Arrogant. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people couldn't help but grin and curse. Sect leader Linghu, looks like this disciple of your 7-star sword sect is extremely confident of his strength. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and his tone contained slight ridicule mixed within. I wonder what sect leader Linghu thinks of the actions of this disciple of your 7-star sword sect? Do you think he really possesses strength, or is he deliberately mystifying himself? Linghu Jinhong said indifferently, I believe him. I believe him. A short sentence was sufficient to display Linghu Jinhong's unconditional trust towards Duan Lingtian. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader's face froze when he heard this. Never had he imagined that Linghu Jinhong would actually trust a kid so much. Duan Lingtian, I admit that your natural talent is extremely strong, but if you want to defeat me with a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, then don't even think about it. At the same time that the Snow Moon sect's Lu Yu spoke indifferently, her figure flashed out of the pergola as if transforming into a gust of wind to stand on the spacious flat ground. Saber Young Master. Lu Yu's gaze descended onto the Saber Young Master, Long Yin. You and I will battle first, and the person that wins will properly teach this Duan Lingtian that doesn't know his limits a good lesson. How about it? At this moment, Lu Yu's expression became serious. She could look down on Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao was strong, he hadn't matured after all. So she wasn't afraid, but this Saber Young Master, Long Yin, was a great enemy of hers. It's not up to others to tell me how to do things. Saber Young Master spoke indifferently and was incomparably overbearing. When Lu Yu's expression went grim, Saber Young Master's figure flashed out to stand in confrontation with Lu Yu. Saber Young Master's hands were still crossed before his chest from the beginning until the end, and he held the spirit saber in his sheath. Saber Young Master glanced at Lu Yu with a calm expression as he said indifferently, You aren't a match for me. I'll surely defeat you within the time of 3 breaths. Otherwise, I admit defeat. Within the time of 3 breaths? As soon as Saber Young Master finished speaking, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it successfully drew the gazes of everyone present besides Duan Lingtian. Only Duan Lingtian alone sat upright within the pergola with his eyes closed as he rested his mind. It was as if he didn't have the slightest interest towards the battle that was about to occur. Lu Yu's face went grim when she heard Saber Young Master, and she shouted out in a light voice, Saber Young Master, both of us are at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that you're not afraid of the wind cutting your tongue when you speak such arrogant words? At that time, if you're unable to do it, then you'll really be a laughingstock. You don't have to worry about this. Since I dared speak these words, I naturally have confidence. Saber Young Master's tone was still flat, and from the beginning until the end, he didn't take Lu Yu seriously. Needless to say, the current Saber Young Master was extremely arrogant. However, as far as the group of people in the martial competition courtyard were concerned, Saber Young Master's arrogance was different from Duan Lingtian's arrogance. Saber Young Master's arrogance was the arrogance of confidence, and it caused others to believe in him. Duan Lingtian's arrogance was the arrogance of youth, and it wasn't worth mentioning. "You're as arrogant as Duan Lingtian," Lu Yu shouted out in a delicate voice, and her entire body flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Saber Young Master. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, condensing into 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out along with her. OM! At the same time that she dashed out, a crescent moon-shaped narrow saber appeared out of thin air in Lu Yu's hand, and origin energy suffused the saber as it leaped about. Instantly, another 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. Grade 6 Spirit Saber! Many people exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yu, the #1 disciple in the Snow Moon sect's younger generation, relied on the Grade 6 Spirit Saber to possess an offensive strength comparable to the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. Whoosh! 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 On the way she dashed out, the crescent moon-shaped narrow saber in Lu Yu's hand flashed out to transform into saber silhouettes that covered the sky, forming a saber net that flickered with frightening cold lights as it enveloped down towards Saber Young Master like a shadow. At this moment, this saber net seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net, and it wanted to trap Saber Young Master within it. Thousand Shadow Saber Technique. Many people recognized the martial skill Lu Yu executed and exclaimed in surprise. The Thousand Shadow Saber Technique was an extremely renowned, high-grade, profound, rank martial skill in the Snow Moon sect. It stressed upon combining origin energy with the spirit saber to transform into saber silhouettes that covered the sky and formed a saber net that was like a heaven-encompassing net, causing one's opponent to have nowhere to escape and be directly annihilated. You only have this little ability. Right at the instant Lu Yu dashed out and executed the Thousand Shadow Saber Technique, the voice of Saber Young Master, Long Yun, sounded out, and within his calm voice was slight disdain. He seemed as if he didn't take the ability Lu Yu executed seriously in the slightest. You only have this little ability. This little ability is sufficient to kill you. Lu Yu flew into a rage from embarrassment as she shouted out explosively, and the saber silhouettes that covered the sky transformed into a heaven-encompassing net as they struck out in rage towards Saber Young Master. Is that so? Saber Young Master's calm voice appeared once more, and at the same time, he stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Clang! The sheathed spirit saber in Saber Young Master's embrace was instantly unsheathed, and his origin energy raged as it skyrocketed. Wham! The saber light flashed out and pulled out a string of narrow and long afterimages as it moved to intercept the saber net formed by Lu Yu's saber silhouettes that covered the sky that approached menacingly. Instantly, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Saber Young Master. The spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand is a grade 6 spirit saber as well. Many spectators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Subsequently, the people present noticed that when the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand moved to intercept the saber silhouettes that covered the sky executed by Lu Yu, the saber actually had an additional strange aura. Right at this instant. Whoosh! Chapter 392. Subsequently, in the sky above Saber Young Master, another 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes actually appeared at the side of the 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. These 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes would sometimes become over 50, sometimes become over 60, and even over 70. They seemed to be extremely unstable. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled as the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form constantly fluctuated and were extremely unstable. Saber Force Seed. Instantly, Some of the elders of the various sects couldn't help but exclaim in shock, right when most of the people in the martial competition courtyard were astounded. Saber Force Seed? Duan Lingtian, who'd always been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian noticed that when the grade 6 spirit saber in Long Yen's hand flashed out, there was a strand of strange aura suffused within it, and it swept towards the saber net that was formed from the saber silhouettes that covered the sky that Lu Yu executed. The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand seemed as if it had eyes as it flashed directly towards the side of the saber net. It seemed as if it was able to see through the location of Lu Yu's true saber strike. In the next moment, clang! The sound of iron colliding sounded out, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Two vast origin energies collided, causing the airflow to flow in reverse as shapeless ripples spread out. And it seemed as if a gale that swept out in all directions had been raised in the martial competition courtyard. Bang! The energy contained within the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand completely crushed the energy contained within the grade 6 spirit saber in Lu Yu's hand, and it crushed Lu Yu. The grade 6 spirit saber in Lu Yu's hand was directly swept flying. Clang! The sound of the grade 6 spirit saber falling to the ground was clearly audible. It really is a saber force seed. Duan Lingtian looked at the extremely unstable few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Saber Young Master, and he had a surprised expression. The strength Saber Young Master's saber force seed had always fluctuated between the strength of over 50 ancient mammoths to the strength of over 80 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian was able to discern. This was indeed the seed of force. Just like the wind force seed he had comprehended after his epiphany. If it wasn't for the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, that came along with the fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the wind WIRM form, it would be impossible for the wind force seed Duan Lingtian comprehended to transform into a true wind force. According to the iron law of Cloud Continent, normally speaking, only void-prying stage martial artists that had overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation were able to comprehend force. The Nine Dragons War Sovereign art was created by Samsara Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes, breaking this iron law. It allowed Duan Lingtian to comprehend wind force by relying on whirlwind when he was at the nascent soul stage, of course. Only Duan Lingtian, who had cultivated the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, could do this. If he only gave the high-grade earth rank movement technique, whirlwind, to other nascent soul stage martial artists to cultivate, it would be impossible for them to comprehend wind force. Only because the other nascent soul stage martial artists didn't cultivate the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique and were unable to display the true profundity of whirlwind to other nascent soul stage martial artists, whirlwind was no different from other earth rank martial skills. Only when they truly stepped into the void prying stage would they be able to cultivate whirlwind and comprehend force. Just like this Saber Young Master, although his saber force seed can still grow, its limit is only comparable to the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths. At that time, it would be unable to increase any further. Only when he truly breaks through to the void prying stage would he be able to transform his saber force seed into a true saber force. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear of this. The other martial artists were different from him, after all. He was a person that had cultivated the super cultivation method that could be said to be heaven-defying, the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, whereas the other martial artists didn't have the same accumulation as him. So, it was impossible for the other martial artists to comprehend true force at the nascent soul stage. However, this Saber Young Master was able to comprehend a saber force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. His comprehension ability is indeed shocking. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, Saber Young Master had already swept out a leg without hesitation, kicking Luyu, who didn't have a grade 6 spirit saber to rely on flying, and he didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. Perhaps, in the eyes of Saber young master who was infatuated with the martial Tao, there wasn't much of a difference between men and women. Bang! Luyu fiercely collided with the pillar of a pergola, and her body shook as she repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her countenance was ghastly pale, and the eyes she looked at Saber young master with revealed shock. Saber 4 seed. This Saber young master had actually comprehended a Saber 4 seed. A person that was able to comprehend a 4 seed at the nascent soul stage was undoubtedly someone with extraordinary comprehension ability in the martial Tao. Once such an existence stepped into the void prying stage, it was even to the extent that he would be able to comprehend true force in a short period of time. I've lost. Luyu had a face full of disappointment. Sect leader Long, this foster son of yours is really extraordinary. He actually comprehended a Saber 4 seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. His future accomplishments are limitless. The Origin Convergence Sect's leader was moved, and he looked at the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader with a face full of envy. Saber young master's comprehension ability is shocking. He was able to comprehend a Saber 4 seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and before he steps into the void prying stage, he'll surely be able to allow the Saber 4 seed to grow to the limit. In the future, once Saber young master steps into the void prying stage, he'll surely be able to comprehend elementary Saber force in a short period of time. The Mountain Split Sect's leader's eyes contained envy mixed within, and he sighed with emotion at the luck of the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader. Why was he unable to take in a foster son like this? This Saber young master has actually comprehended a Saber 4 seed. The 7-star Sword Sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, was originally rather confident towards Duan Lingtian, but now that he'd witnessed Saber young master's ability, his heart couldn't help but rise to his throat. Luyu, Saber young master has already comprehended a Saber 4 seed. It's not shameful for you to lose at his hands. The Snow Moon Sect's leader looked at Luyu, who had a disappointed expression, and her voice was cold as she guided her patiently. Yes, master. Luyu took a deep breath and nodded, and the disappointment on her face gradually dispersed. Humph. Right at this moment, Saber young master, Long Yin, coldly swept Luyu with his gaze and said indifferently, Luyu, in my eyes, the threat you pose to me is far inferior to the threat Duan Lingtian poses to me. What I want to tell you is, don't look down on anyone. No one had expected that Saber young master would suddenly speak such words. His words had the bearing of elevating Duan Lingtian and belittling Luyu. Luyu's face sank. Saber young master, I wholeheartedly accept my loss at your hands, but if you say a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist is stronger than me now, I won't believe it no matter what. Luyu's words obtained the approval of most people, although Duan Lingtian's ability was strange, and was even able to defeat a stronger opponent as the weak. However, Duan Lingtian was only a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist after all, and being able to defeat a 5th level nascent soul stage martial artist was already shocking. If it was said that Duan Lingtian was able to surmount 2 levels to defeat a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, then they would not believe it no matter what. Yun actually thinks so highly of Duan Lingtian. The demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader's tiger-like brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. According to his understanding of this foster son of his, if it wasn't a person that was truly taken seriously by this foster son of his, then the person would absolutely not be thought highly of by this foster son of his. Duan Lingtian, the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader's gaze imperceptibly descended onto Duan Lingtian. In next to no time he noticed, from the beginning until the end, this Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Even if it was the praise of his foster son, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. The saber young master, Long Yin, this Duan Lingtian, seemed to not take him seriously. Could it be that I've misjudged? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader thought in his heart. He was able to obtain a conclusion from Duan Lingtian's current expression. There were only 2 possibilities for this Duan Lingtian being able to be so composed. Firstly, he was deliberately mystifying himself. Secondly, he really disdained the praise of his foster son. He hoped it was the former. Otherwise, this Duan Lingtian was truly too terrifying. Terrifying to the point it caused him to feel apprehensive. You don't believe me? Saber young master grunted coldly, then glanced indifferently at Lu Yu. Then wipe your eyes clean and look carefully. In next to no time, Saber young master's gaze left Lu Yu and lightly swept out to descend onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, a victor has already been decided between me and Lu Yu. Now, do I, Long Yin, have the qualifications for you to issue a challenge? Duan Lingtian didn't reply, and his figure flashed out to flash into the arena to stand in confrontation with Saber young master. He used his actions to reply to Saber young master. Instantly, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. Saber young master seems to think extremely highly of this Duan Lingtian. Could it be that Saber young master has noticed something? Saber young master surely thinks so highly of Duan Lingtian because of Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao. I think so as well. Saber young master's natural talent is indeed inferior to Duan Lingtian. In another few years, Saber young master might really not be a match for Duan Lingtian. As for now, Duan Lingtian is far inferior to Saber young master. Exactly. Saber young master is a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist that has comprehended a Saber Force seed. Saber young master's Saber Force seed contains the strength of over 50 ancient mammoths. Saber young master's strength can be said to be invincible beneath the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The disciples of the various sects didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian, and all of them had reverence when they spoke of Saber young master. Saber young master was the idol and model in the eyes of their generation. He was an existence that was far beyond their reach. Junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Zhang Song clenched his fists tightly and was slightly worried. Since Saber young master executed the Saber Force seed, his trust towards Duan Lingtian couldn't help but waver slightly. Influence to him was too far away. Normally speaking, it was an existence that only void stage experts were able to come into contact with. Duan Lingtian, let me see. How a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like you goes against Saber young master who has comprehended a Saber Force seed. Huang Ji had an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being defeated by Saber young master. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can create another miracle. Chapter 393. Presently, Meng Qiu had discarded his prejudice towards Duan Lingtian, so he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Saber young master and bring honor to the 7-star sword sect. It was imaginable. Today, once Duan Lingtian was victorious in the battle between Saber young master and Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian would surely become a legend of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. A 7-star sword sect disciple that was only 22 years old would defeat one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, Saber young master. How inconceivable and shocking would this be? As he thought up to here, Meng Qiu had an expression of anticipation, anticipating that Duan Lingtian would be able to create another miracle. As far as he was concerned, presently, Duan Lingtian was already bound together with the 7-star sword sect, and they shared glory together. If Duan Lingtian won, as a 7-star sword sect disciple, he would be able to bask in the glory. Duan Lingtian, When Saber Young Master confronted Duan Lingtian, he had a serious expression, as if he'd taken Duan Lingtian to be his greatest enemy. After all, even when Saber Young Master faced the Snow Moon Sex Luyu earlier, he wasn't so serious. From the beginning until the end of the battle between him and Luyu, he utterly didn't take Luyu seriously. When he said he'd defeat Luyu within 3 breaths of time, it didn't exceed 3 breaths of time, clean and efficient. Saber Young Master, I've heard a lot about you. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to Saber Young Master, and he had a carefree expression. Although Saber Young Master's reputation spread far and wide, it didn't bring any pressure to him. The martial competition courtyard was deathly silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian and Saber Young Master, and they stared fixedly at them, deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. Duan Lingtian, let me see exactly what ability you have to actually make Saber Young Master think so highly of you, and actually say you're stronger than me. The Snow Moon Sect's female disciple, Luyu, returned to the pergola. Her injuries had recovered greatly after consuming a medicinal pill, and her eyes focused as she stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I hope you use your full strength in battle with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Saber Young Master reminded him. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. This Saber Young Master is rather interesting. Although he's arrogant, he doesn't seem to be a brainless person. The Saber Young Master nodded. With a grave expression, he chose to gain the initiative by striking first. Whoosh! As a Saber Young seemed to want Duan Lingtian Tian's, and he seemed to want to suppress Lingtian before Master was to be to suppress to Duan Tian before Master's Lingtian could Lingtian could react. Master. In Master Duan Tian's, in Lingtian to, and to Master to. Everywhere the Saber Young Master passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously, and it was incomparably ear-piercing. Whoosh! When Saber Young Master flashed over to meet him head-on, Duan Lingtian felt as if a piercingly cold strong wind was sweeping towards him. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. In the next moment, bang! Instantly, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's legs skyrocketed, and 611 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the sky above him. The strength of 611 ancient mammoths. Obviously, Duan Lingtian had exploded out with all the strength in his body. But this little bit of strength was too inferior when compared to Saber Young Master. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. In the next moment, strands of strange aura suddenly leaped about within the origin energy on his legs. In the sky, the strength of another 200 ancient mammoths appeared beside the 611 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian moved. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale, and at the instant the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand left its sheath, he moved aside. In terms of speed, it was even faster than Saber Young Master. The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand had just left its sheath and hadn't even had the time to attack when he noticed Duan Lingtian had vanished before his eyes, and his face instantly went grim as he passed by Duan Lingtian and changed positions. He turned around and continued to confront Duan Lingtian, who flashed behind him. Duan Lingtian, that's? Saber Young Master looked at the origin energy that raged on Duan Lingtian's legs, and he was able to perceive that it contained strands of strange aura. He was extremely familiar with this aura. Force. Not only that, he was able to perceive that Duan Lingtian's force was far stronger than his saber force seed. When Duan Lingtian dodged Saber Young Master's head-on attack earlier, he seemed to have utilized the strength of over 800 ancient mammoths. Could it be that he's a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist as well? Impossible. He's only 22 years old. How could a 22-year-old 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist be possible? The disciples of the various sects looked at Duan Lingtian with dumbstruck expressions. The terrifying speed that Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was actually even above Saber Young Master, and it caused them to feel their scalps go numb. What sort of freak was this Duan Lingtian? Bang, 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 bang. Right at this moment, a wave of sounds of teacups being crushed abruptly sounded out. It was the sect leaders and elders of the 5 great sects that were present, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with astonishment, and the hands that held the teacups unconsciously exerted strength and directly crushed the teacups. Wind force seed? No, that isn't a wind force seed. That's wind force, true force, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and adding on 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes is elementary wind force. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending elementary wind force? Is it possible? No matter if it's possible or not. What this Duan Lingtian executed is indeed elementary wind force, although I'm not willing to believe it as well. However, he has indeed broken common sense. The sect leaders and elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Snow Moon sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Mountain Split sect all went grim as they discussed animatedly. A nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending true force, it had completely exceeded their imagination. Elementary wind force. Duan Lingtian actually comprehended elementary wind force? He seems to be only a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist. In the pergola that the 7-star sword sex leader and the 2 peak masters were at, the Fecta Peak's peak master, Kujen, had an astonished expression, and he stared blankly as he felt the strange aura contained within the raging origin energy on Duan Lingtian's leg. That was the wind force, the true force. It wasn't a force seed. This little fellow really scares me to death. The Mizar Peak's peak master, Zheng Fan, was absent-minded for a moment before recovering from his shock, and he shook his head with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he'd realized since long ago that Duan Lingtian was extraordinary, but he'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend elementary wind force at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. It completely broke common sense. According to common sense, only martial artists at the void prying stage or above were able to comprehend true force. Although nascent soul stage martial artists with good comprehension ability were able to come into contact with force, but it was only a force seed and not true force. Earlier, the Saber Young Master Long Yin and the Snow Moon Sect's Lu Yu had already caused them to feel shocked when they executed the Saber Force seed, comprehending a Saber Force seed at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. His future was limitless. Yet now, Duan Lingtian had directly exerted his true force. Most importantly, he was only a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist. 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist comprehending true force? The 7-star sword sex leader, Linghu Jinhong, was usually steady, but at this moment his body imperceptibly trembled, and his eyes contained waves of excitement mixed within. Duan Lingtian had really given him a pleasant surprise. This pleasant surprise was too great. Great to the point he felt as if he was dreaming. But everything before his eyes told him that he wasn't dreaming, and all of this was real. The heavens bless my 7-star sword sect. The heavens bless my 7-star sword sect. Linghu Jinhong's mood completely surged, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The real force. As expected, the discussions of the higher-ups of the 5 great sects entered into the ears of the disciples of the various sections. For a time, swoosh, 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 the gazes of the disciples of the various sects descended onto Duan Lingtian at the same time. This Duan Lingtian has comprehended true force? Moreover, it's wind force? Wind force is the force of nature, and it's different from weapon force like sword force, saber force, and rod force. The latter can only be used to attack. The former can be used to attack and increase speed, and it can be said to possess both attack and speed. The force of nature is much more difficult to comprehend than weapon force. Even if this Duan Lingtian has only comprehended a wind force seed, it's sufficient to cause shock. But he directly comprehended true wind force. Although it's only elementary wind force, it's still comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Isn't true force something that only martial artists at the void prying stage and above are able to comprehend? This Duan Lingtian is only a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist. How could he possibly comprehend true force? This Duan Lingtian can't be deduced using common sense. In my opinion, he's a freak, a super freak. The disciples of the various sects discussed animatedly. The saying that Duan Lingtian was a super freak obtained the approval of everyone. Duan Lingtian naturally heard these discussions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a bitter smile. It was true that no matter where he went, he was unable to escape the title of freak. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, I knew you would surely not lose. A brilliant smile hung on Zhang Song's face. He was well aware of what Duan Lingtian executing elementary wind force meant. It meant that Duan Lingtian's speed was already not inferior to the Saber Young Master, Long Yin, although the Saber Young Master had comprehended a Saber Force seed. Saber Force didn't aid in speed. Now, Duan Lingtian relied on elementary wind force to execute his movement technique, and his speed steadily surpassed Zhang Song's, and it could be said that he was in an invincible position. Unbelievable. Duan Lingtian is only at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, yet he comprehended wind force. Meng Qiu's eyes shone, and he had a pleasantly surprised expression. Damn it! Unlike the thoughts of Zhang Song and Meng Qiu, Huang Ji's expression was as unsightly as it could be. This Duan Lingtian has actually comprehended true force. Moreover, it's wind force that possesses both attack and speed. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? This utterly doesn't conform to common sense. I'm dreaming, I'm surely dreaming. Huang Ji shook his head as he extended his hand to pinch his thigh. The pain that came from his thigh caused him to feel as if he was struck by lightning. Only now did he realize he wasn't dreaming. Chapter 394. Wind Force. The Snow Moon Sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, stared blankly at Duan Lingtian and was slightly absent-minded. Earlier, when the Saber Young Master, Long Yin, said she was inferior to Duan Lingtian, she was unconvinced and thought it was impossible for a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist to compare to her. But now, the wind force that Duan Lingtian executed was like fiercely slapping her on the face. How could this be possible? A 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist has comprehended true force? Lu Yu felt her head become slightly dizzy, and she ceaselessly shook her head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. So what if he's comprehended wind force? He's only a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist, and his speed isn't much faster than a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Moreover, the strength of this wind force can't be amplified by a spirit weapon. In next to no time, Lu Yu, who'd thought this through, shuddered and returned to her senses, and the gaze she shot at Duan Lingtian contained slight unwillingness mixed within. In the arena, elementary wind force? Interesting. A wisp of a smile appeared on the face of the Saber Young Master, and origin energy flickered and raged on the grade 6 spirit saber in his hand in the sky. 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, accumulating strength and waiting to be deployed. Saber Young Master's eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if he was a hunter that had locked onto his prey. He was prepared to make a move at any moment. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's face was still carefree, and with a shake of his hand, a narrow sword appeared in his hand. It was precisely the grade 6 spirit sword that Zhang Shouyong gave him that day. Along with the origin energy on the grade 6 spirit sword skyrocketing, 800-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. This was the strongest strength that Duan Lingtian's strength could display through the amplification of the Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Saber Young Master's figure moved. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew over, and the Grade 6 Spirit Saber that was enveloped by origin energy transformed into a saber light that was swift to the extreme as it whistled over. Duan Lingtian moved. Like a shadow, on Duan Lingtian's legs, Yuan power surged, and a strange aura once again pervaded the air. In an instant, Duan Lingtian barely avoided Saber Young Master's slash. The saber in Saber Young Master's hand flashed out like a falling meteor, and the dazzling saber light condensed from origin energy whistled out. After Duan Lingtian dodged it, the saber didn't lose momentum as it flashed towards the enormous rock at the side of the martial competition courtyard. In an instant, Pucci, the saber light cut through the boulder as if it was cutting tofu. In the next moment, the huge rock shook and broke into two pieces with a paw sound, rolling away. After Duan Lingtian dodged Saber Young Master's saber strike that contained the strength of over 1,100 ancient mammoths, he swiftly turned around, and his figure shook as he shot straight toward Saber Young Master. Wang. Within the essence energy on the Grade 6 Spirit Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, traces of a strange aura jumped about. Wind force. In an instant, 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 800-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, sword-drawing arts. The sword struck out like a bolt of lightning, directly pointing towards Saber Young Master and following him like a shadow. This sword strike contained the strength of over 1,000 ancient mammoths, less than 1,100. After all, Duan Lingtian's wind force couldn't be amplified by Grade 6 Spirit Sword. A Grade 6 Spirit Sword was only able to amplify Duan Lingtian's basic strength, which was the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. However, the speed of this sword strike of Duan Lingtian's was much swifter than the Grade 6 Spirit Saber in Saber Young Master's hand. After all, this was a sword strike that contained elementary wind force. Wind, in the first place, focused on speed. Coupled with the speed of the sword-drawing arts, there was probably no one below the 7th level of the nascent soul stage that could attack faster than Duan Lingtian. The speed of his movement technique was swift, and the speed of his attack was swift. This was Duan Lingtian's current advantage. Whoosh! Saber Young Master's face sank when his saber strike missed, and he executed a profound movement technique to flash towards the distance, not daring to stop. At the instant he moved, Duan Lingtian hadn't even struck out. Whoosh! The sword strike in Duan Lingtian's hand that was swift to the extreme carried along swift wind force as it flashed out, and the airflow in the air trembled as it emitted a wave of light sword howls as it pointed towards Saber Young Master. Amongst the people present, only the higher-ups of the 5 great sects were able to see through Duan Lingtian's sword strike. None of the disciples of the 5 great sects were able to clearly see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's sword strike, too swift. Although the spectating disciples of the 5 great sects were staring fixedly at the scene before them, they were utterly unable to catch sight of the Grade 6 Spirit Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that flashed out. Swish! A clear sound abruptly sounded out. Although Saber Young Master had dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike that was swift to the extreme in time, a tuft of his long hair was still cut off by Duan Lingtian's sword strike, and it fluttered about before fluttering to the ground. What a swift sword strike! The eyes of the Mountain Split sect's leader lit up as he spoke with extreme surprise. Duan Lingtian, take this strike of mine. On the battlefield, after Saber Young Master dodged Duan Lingtian's swift sword strike as if he'd predicted the future, his legs shook as he borrowed the force of the strike to turn around. Swoosh! He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. On the Grade 6 Spirit Saber in his hand, There was an additional strange aura within the origin energy that raged on it. At the same time, another 70-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,100 mammoth silhouettes above Saber Young Master, Saber Force Seed. Wham! 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 The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand was swift to the limit, and his origin energy raged as numerous saber lights condensed into form before finally converging into a demonic lotus. This demonic lotus was formed from the combination of 99 saber lights. It hadn't even approached Duan Lingtian when the demonic lotus had already whistled out and enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body within it. Little demonic lotus saber technique. The basic sword technique of the demonic lotus blade sect guarding saber technique. Demonic lotus blade technique. It was a saber martial skill of the same level as the minor 7-star sword technique. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious when facing the saber martial skill executed by Saber Young Master. He was able to clearly sense it. The speed of the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand became even swifter, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the speed of his sword when he relied on the sword-drawing arts. Not only that, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force noticed danger at the first possible moment. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate. His legs shook as the strength in his entire body exploded out, and wind force suffused out as he flashed towards the distance. He intended to dodge the demonic lotus that was formed from the combination of saber lights executed by Saber Young Master. This demonic lotus was extremely dangerous. However, even though Duan Lingtian had temporarily dodged this demonic lotus seemed as if it had eyes and didn't know exhaustion as it followed closely behind him like a shadow. Not only that, Duan Lingtian even noticed that the speed of this demonic lotus was becoming swifter and swifter. I can't continue like this. With its gradually increasing speed, it won't be long before it can catch up to me. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Saber Young Master still had such a formidable trump card. This saber martial skill was truly strange. It was actually like a gangrene attached to the bone that followed him. The demonic lotus blade technique isn't so easy to dodge. In the distant pergola, the corners of the demonic lotus blade sect's leader's mouth curled into a smile when he saw the scene before him. At the same time, he looked at the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader Linghu, your 7-star sword sect's Duan Lingtian, comprehending wine force with a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, is truly shocking. But he's only a 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist, after all. Today, I'm afraid he'll lose at the hands of my foster son. Sect leader Long, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Linghu Jinhong had a calm expression that didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotion as he spoke indifferently. What? Sect leader Linghu? You wouldn't be thinking that this Duan Lingtian has the ability to break through my demonic lotus blade sect's little demonic lotus blade technique, right? The demonic lotus blade sect's leader grunted indifferently, and his gaze once again descended onto the battlefield. With just a glance, the complacent smile that had just appeared on his face completely froze. He saw that the speed Duan Lingtian dashed out had increased slightly, and he'd pulled far away from the demonic lotus. How could this be possible? The demonic lotus blade sect's leader noticed that when Duan Lingtian suddenly sped up to dodge, the 811 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above him actually didn't change in the slightest. Instantly, he had an expression of disbelief. How could this Duan Lingtian's strength possibly not change? His speed had obviously increased by an entire level in a short period of time. How could the demonic lotus blade sect's leader know that besides his strength and wind force, Duan Lingtian was also able to utilize the unfathomable quake energy? Presently, Duan Lingtian's feet were stepping on the quake energy to the limit, and it was equivalent to having the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, pushing him to execute his movement technique. Whirlwind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't hold back any longer and utilized all his abilities, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that left the area enveloped by the demonic lotus. Looks like I still have to use Quake energy if I want to defeat this Saber young master. At the same time that Duan Lingtian pulled open the distance between himself and the demonic lotus, he thought in his heart, and his gaze descended onto Saber young master. Whirlwind. Instantly, wind arose beneath Duan Lingtian's feet as his origin energy raged, and wind force and quake energy moved along with it. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot straight towards Saber young master. Saber young master's face went grim when he saw this scene. He didn't dare dally and hurriedly put away the grade 6 spirit saber that had fused into the demonic lotus. At the same time that the grade 6 spirit saber was put away, the demonic lotus dispersed along with it. Sword drawing arts. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian arrived nearby Saber young master, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand followed him like a shadow, seeming to have transformed into a venomous snake that fiercely bit towards Saber young master. Whoosh! This time, Saber young master dodged as if he'd foreseen it, and he repeated the same move. How can this Duan Lingtian's speed possibly be so swift? At the same time that Saber young master dodged, his expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Lingtian's speed seemed to have instantly increased by a level. Most bizarre of all was that the ancient mammoth silhouette above Duan Lingtian actually didn't change in the slightest. In other words, Duan Lingtian didn't increase his strength. But since he didn't increase his strength, then why was his speed able to suddenly increase by so much? Saber young master naturally wouldn't know the profundity of Duan Lingtian's quake energy. The scope of effect of Duan Lingtian's quake energy was within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Chapter 395. Still want to dodge a second time. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth unnoticeably curled into a wisp of an evil smile when he saw Saber young master dodge once again, and the grade 6 spirit sword that flashed out in his hand spun and adjusted its direction. Whirlwind. Instantly, wind blew beneath Duan Lingtian's feet as he executed all his abilities. Strength of the fleshly body, origin energy, wind force, quake energy, whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure was swift like the wind, swift like lightning, and he vanished before the eyes of the disciples of the various sects in practically an instant. So fast! The Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, stared blankly at the scene before her. Presently, amongst the spectating disciples of the various sects, her cultivation was the most profound. Amongst the disciples of the various sects present, only she was able to faintly catch a trace of the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's figure flashing. But it was only a trace. The speed of this Duan Lingtian is absolutely not spurred on by the strength of 800+ ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist would only be able to possess such a swift speed by spurring on the strength of almost 1,000 ancient mammoths. The Snow Moon sect leader turned pale with fright as he looked at the scene before him with disbelief. Where the heck did this Duan Lingtian come from? The expression of the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader was slightly unsightly, and traces of a bad premonition arose within his heart. In terms of speed, his adopted son, Saber young master Long Yin, was far inferior to this Duan Lingtian. In terms of strength, even though his adopted son was superior, the speed of this Duan Lingtian firmly suppressed his adopted son. Most importantly, he recalled something, an extremely terrifying thing. During the battle between this Duan Lingtian and the personal disciple of the Mountain Split sect leader earlier, he'd once defeated the personal disciple with a strength that was weaker than the personal disciple by 70 ancient mammoths. He remembered it clearly. At that time, Duan Lingtian didn't utilize wind force. Otherwise, no matter if it was strength or speed, the personal disciple of the mountain split sex master would be completely crushed by Duan Lingtian, without the slightest ability to retaliate. But even if Duan Lingtian didn't use wind force, that mountain split sex sect master's personal disciple was still defeated. There was no suspense. Duan Lingtian. Unlike the shock of the higher-ups of the 4 great sects, the faces of the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect bloomed with brilliant smiles. Duan Lingtian had given them a huge surprise. Their original intention was to allow Duan Lingtian to seize first place in the martial competition 3 years from now and bring honor to the 7-star sword sect. However, they had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's current abilities, there was no need to wait for 3 years before he could claim first place in today's martial competition. On the field, whoosh! Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that followed behind the Saber Young Master, Long Yin like a shadow. In terms of speed, Saber Young Master was unable to catch up to him. Saber Young Master decide the outcome with a single move. As Duan Lingtian pursued, he spoke indifferently, and his voice wasn't loud, yet it spread to every corner of the martial competition courtyard. Saber Young Master dashed ahead, and Duan Lingtian's speed caused coldness to arise from the bottom of his heart. He knew clearly in his heart. Duan Lingtian's speed completely surpassed his, and was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Looks like my intuition wasn't wrong. This Duan Lingtian is indeed extremely strong. Saber Young Master's thoughts spun abruptly. Early on, when Duan Lingtian defeated the personal disciple of the mountain split sex sect leader as the weak, he had a sudden intuition. Duan Lingtian wasn't simple. It was precisely because of this that he'd placed Duan Lingtian at the same height as himself, and even said that the Snow Moon Sect's Lu Yu, who was similarly at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, was inferior to Duan Lingtian. Now it would seem that his intuition wasn't wrong in the slightest. All right. Saber Young Master, who was dashing and dodging, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian. He knew clearly in his heart that if Duan Lingtian didn't give him a chance, it would be extremely difficult for him to have another chance to execute the minor demonic lotus blade technique. Duan Lingtian was chasing too closely. He didn't doubt in the slightest that once he turned around now, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand would have already arrived before him before he could execute the minor demonic lotus blade technique. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the 2 figures that seemed to have transformed into bolts of lightning, they firmly stood in the arena and stood in confrontation with each other. Because of their swift movements, the dust that was stirred up suffused the air before gradually descending to return to the ground. Some of the flowers and plants that were dancing in the martial competition courtyard had stopped swaying as well. A single move to decide the outcome. The gazes of everyone in the martial competition courtyard descended onto the 2 people that stood in confrontation. The outcome of this battle was about to be revealed. Duan Lingtian, watch out! When the spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand struck out, he didn't forget to warn Duan Lingtian. Instantly, piercingly cold saber lights that covered the sky, a total of 99 saber lights, formed into an extremely strange lotus that carried along a murderous and evil aura as it whistled out and enveloped Duan Lingtian within it. It seemed as if it wanted to directly strangle Duan Lingtian to death. Minor demonic lotus blade technique. Saber Young Master had once again executed his strongest saber technique, martial skill. This saber strike had a myriad of variations, and it was impossible to guard against. When Saber Young Master attacked, he was able to warn Duan Lingtian, and it was sufficient to show that Saber Young Master's character wasn't bad, causing Duan Lingtian to have a good impression of him. But when faced with the saber martial skill executed by Saber Young Master now, Duan Lingtian's expression still became serious, as the little demonic lotus saber technique executed by Saber Young Master gave him too great of a pressure. Although if he used all his abilities he could execute whirlwind to dodge, but he didn't intend to do that. Since he'd said to decide the outcome with a single move, then he wouldn't go back on his word. If he went back on his word, then he wouldn't be Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Origin energy revolved on the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, and wind force suffused it. Instantly, the origin energy that contained wind force on the grade 6 spirit sword started to lightly tremble, and the frequency became faster and faster, swift to the limit, quake energy at the limit. Saber Young Master was the first person today that was able to make Duan Lingtian attack with his full strength. Instantly, 1,043 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian amongst them. Duan Lingtian's basic strength was comparable to the strength of 611 ancient mammoths. When he attacked with a grade 6 spirit sword, it amplified the strength of 232 ancient mammoths. Elementary wind force was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian didn't hold back in the slightest in this sword strike. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel the blood in his entire body boil. This feeling caused him to feel as if he'd returned to that period of time in his previous life where he was covered in blood. How hot-blooded, how surging with passion. It's been a long time. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he spoke, silently. Whoosh! The grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand flashed out, and the demonic lotus that was formed carried the might to annihilate everything as it swept towards Duan Lingtian, and its speed grew faster and faster. In the sky above Saber Young Master, the energy of heaven and earth roiled as the ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form constantly rose and fell between 1,150 over and 1,180 over, and it was extremely unstable. It was even to the extent that there would occasionally be a moment when Saber Young Master's Saber Force seed would be temporarily annihilated, and it wouldn't provide any strength to Saber Young Master. At that moment, Saber Young Master's strength was fixed at the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. I only have the confidence to defeat Saber Young Master in one go at the instant the Saber Force seed on the saber in Saber Young Master's hand is annihilated. Otherwise, even if I use the quake energy to the limit, it would be useless. When he saw the grade 6 spirit saber in Saber Young Master's hand striking out and the demonic lotus formed from 99 saber lights was close at hand, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. Now, even if he used all his ability, the strength contained within the grade 6 spirit sword was only comparable to the strength of 1,043 ancient mammoths, whereas Saber Young Master, so long as the Saber Force seed appeared on the grade 6 spirit saber, then no matter how small the fluctuation was, it would still be comparable to the strength of 50-plus ancient mammoths. When combined with the strength of the other 1,100 ancient mammoths, it exceeded the strength of 1,150 ancient mammoths. In this way, Saber Young Master would escape the greatest range of effect of Duan Lingtian's quake energy. After all, even if Duan Lingtian's quake energy was pushed to the limit, its range of effect would only be within the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, so if Duan Lingtian wanted to suppress Saber Young Master, then he could only seize the moment the Saber Force seed on Saber Young Master's grade 6 spirit saber was annihilated. The Saber Force seed wasn't a true Saber Force. Even the owner of the Saber Force seed, Saber Young Master, was unable to control the fluctuation of the Saber Force seed. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then his acute spiritual force stretched out to fuse into the demonic lotus that was right in front of him, and he monitored the changes in the Saber Force seed on the demonic lotus. Bang! The demonic lotus descended from the sky, and the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously as it pressed down towards Duan Lingtian. When he saw the demonic lotus was right before his eyes, yet the Saber Force seed still didn't have any intention of being annihilated, Duan Lingtian's feet blew with wind as he abruptly flashed backwards. As expected, this action of Duan Lingtian's caused a wave of booing in the martial competition courtyard. This Duan Lingtian proposed to decide the outcome with a single move, yet he retreated at the critical moment. He's truly slapping his own face. The disciples of the various sects couldn't help but ridicule. But in the next moment, the ridiculing smiles on their faces froze. My chance has come. At the same time that Duan Lingtian flashed backwards, his spiritual force had always been monitoring the changes in the saber force seed on the demonic lotus. At the instant he retreated, he noticed that the saber force seed had instantly been annihilated. Yet right at this moment he moved. Whirlwind. Sword-drawing arts. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian had only just retreated when he fiercely attacked. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale as he moved to greet the demonic lotus that enveloped and descended swish. His sword was like a bolt of lightning that flashed before vanishing, and it seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it fiercely bit towards the demonic lotus. Before the saber force seed that was annihilated on the demonic lotus had the time to rise once more, the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was sent into the demonic lotus, and it suddenly trembled. Instantly, the extreme tremor energy strangled out. Amongst the 99 saber lights on the demonic lotus, 98 were instantly dispersed, and the remaining saber light was precisely the grade 6 spirit saber of the saber young master. Whoosh! Along with the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand sweeping out, the grade 6 spirit saber of the saber young master fell to the ground. Whirlwind. Having succeeded with a single strike, Duan Lingtian seized the opportunity to pursue and attack, and his body transformed into a gale as he flashed directly towards the saber young master, who had an astounded and disbelieving expression. She swung the grade 6 spirit sword and slapped the body of the sword onto the saber young master's chest. Bang! Chapter 396. Saber young master flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before staggering to the ground and almost falling down. Although he didn't fall to the ground, saber young master's face was still ghastly pale. I've lost. Saber young master took a deep breath, then withdrew a medicinal pill and consumed it. Then his origin energy coiled around his body as he digested the medicinal strength. After he recovered slightly, saber young master looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. I'll look for you again. Once I step into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, I'll personally come to the 7-star sword sect to defeat you and wash away the humiliation I suffered today. As soon as he finished speaking, saber young master flew out and picked up his grade 6 spirit saber. Then he seemed to have transformed into the wind and vanished from the martial competition courtyard. Although saber young master had lost, he wasn't discouraged. He threatened that he would defeat Duan Lingtian in the future and wash away the humiliation he suffered. This saber young master is much more pleasing to the eye than that zither young master. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Saber young master had obtained his respect. Duan Lingtian sighed slightly when he recalled the scene from before. If it wasn't for him having the assistance of his acute spiritual force, it would be difficult for him to seize the instant when the saber force seed on saber young master's spirit saber was annihilated. If it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for him to defeat saber young master in a head-on collision. Along with saber young master leaving, the group of people in the martial competition courtyard finally recovered from their shock. The first to recover from their shock were the sect leaders and elders of the various sects. The sect leaders and elders of the Snow Moon sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Mountain Split sect had all chosen to remain silent. But their gazes seemed as if they'd discussed it beforehand, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's brows frowned slightly. At the same time, his eardrums vibrated as he'd received 3 voice transmissions. Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to join my Snow Moon sect, I can similarly step down and assist you to become the new sect leader of the Snow Moon sect. Duan Lingtian could tell that this was the voice of the sect leader of the Snow Moon sect. Duan Lingtian, so long as you join my Origin Convergence sect, I'm willing to give up my position and allow you to become the new sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Moreover, I'm willing to allow the strongest guardian elder in the sect to take you as his personal disciple so that you'll be able to grow better. This was the voice of the Gui Yuan sect leader. Duan Lingtian, switch over to my Mountain Split sect. As long as it's something you want, as long as it's within the scope of my Mountain Split sect's ability, my Mountain Split sect can give it to you, including the position of sect master, including the cultivation environment, including. This was the voice of the Mountain Split sect's sect master. At the same time, the three sect leaders extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. He could not help but admit that the conditions offered by the three sect leaders were quite attractive, especially when the Mountain Split sect's sect master said that he could satisfy all his conditions within the scope of the Mountain Split sect's power. This also meant that once he switched over to the Mountain Split sect, he would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. Sect leaders, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian used the same voice transmission to send it into the ears of the three sect leaders. This caused the three sect leaders to be stunned, and they glanced at each other as they never imagined that the other party would have the same thoughts as them. Duan Lingtian. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader returned to his senses, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze. This Duan Lingtian had actually defeated his foster son, Long Yin, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, the Saber Young Master. If Duan Lingtian was a 7-star sword sect disciple that was older than Long Yin, then it would be fine. But this Duan Lingtian was only 22 years old, defeating the 26-year-old Saber Young Master, Long Yin, at the age of 22. He didn't doubt in the slightest that once this matter was spread out, it would surely cause an extremely great stir in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. My target is the first in the martial competition. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader couldn't help but recall what Duan Lingtian said earlier. At that time, he didn't take Duan Lingtian's words seriously, and only thought that Duan Lingtian was young and arrogant. But now, Duan Lingtian had used facts to prove it. He had the strength to seize the first in the martial competition, and he'd really seized the first in the martial competition. This Duan Lingtian seized the first in the martial competition? The elders of the 4 great sects were all dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian, defeating the 26-year-old Saber Young Master at the age of 22. Today's battle is sufficient to make him renowned throughout the world. Defeating a figure amongst the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation at the mere age of 22. This Duan Lingtian will surely surpass the 5 great young masters in the future. With his natural talent and ability, it'll be sufficient to sweep through the 5 great young masters in a few years. He'll only be 25 or 26 in a few years. Freak! The disciples of the various sects returned to their senses, one by one, and discussed animatedly. The gazes they looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. As they spoke, they didn't dare underestimate Duan Lingtian any longer. At this moment, they seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian sweeping through the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom a few years from now. This young man that was filled with miracles from head to toe caused them to be wholeheartedly convinced. He actually defeated Saber Young Master head-on. The Snow Moon sect's female disciple, Luyu, had a dumbstruck expression as she stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Presently, this young man that she'd looked down upon in the slightest earlier seemed to have transformed into a lofty and enormous mountain in her eyes, a lofty and enormous mountain that was difficult to surmount. It caused a feeling of powerlessness to arise from the bottom of her heart. In terms of strength, I'm inferior to Saber Young Master. In terms of insight, I'm far inferior. When she recalled what Saber Young Master said earlier and recalled her disdain and unwillingness towards Duan Lingtian, Li felt ashamed and wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, well done! Zhang Song laughed heartily with an excited expression. Junior brother Duan Lingtian had succeeded. He defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, and seized the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. This junior brother that had always created miracles time and time again had created another miracle. Duan Lingtian. Mang Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes contained slight rejoicing mixed within. He suddenly realized how correct it was for him to bury the hatchet with Duan Lingtian in time. A monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian could only be a friend and not an enemy. No. Impossible. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Huang Ji's face was ghastly pale. His body lightly trembled, and his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. How could this Duan Lingtian possibly defeat Saber Young Master? He's only 22 years old. He's only 22 years old. He recalled that when he was 22 years old, he was only at the 4th level of the Origin core stage. Huang Ji's heart instantly seemed to have sunk into a bottomless abyss. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, compared to Duan Lingtian, he was indeed trash. So long as Duan Lingtian is in the 7-star sword sect, then there won't be a day where I, Huang Ji, can make a name for myself. No, I'm unwilling. I'm unwilling. I'm the true personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader. I'm the true future sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Huang Ji's heart was ceaselessly warping to the limit. Since there was a jade, why was there a jade? This was the portrayal of Huang Ji's heart at this moment. Ha ha ha! The 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, lost his composure and laughed loudly. It was heartfelt laughter that came from the bottom of his heart, and he felt proud and elated. In these past few years, it was the first time he was so happy. Zhang Fan and Kujin laughed as well. The gazes of the 3 converged onto the distant young figure that didn't move like a mountain. It was precisely this young man that had obtained the glory of first place in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian. As they looked at the young man before them, they seemed to have seen the boundless dawn of the 7-star sword sect's future. With him present, why would the 7-star sword sect worry about not being able to continue being glorious? Duan Lingtian, who'd become the center of attention, now looked at Linghu Jinhong and lightly nodded with a smile, then said via voice transmission, "Sect leader, the jade origin fruit you gave me wasn't wasted in the end." Duan Lingtian, thank you. Linghu Jinhong's voice transmission was filled with sincerity. He was sincerely grateful to Duan Lingtian. Today, at the same time that Duan Lingtian had obtained the first place in the martial competition, and at the same time that he'd seized the glory that the 7-star sword sect hadn't obtained for a long time, he'd also announced to the various sects the 7-star sword sect's unique position in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The 7-star sword sect would forever be the #1 sect. Subsequently, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, who was the host, distributed the rewards for the top 3. The rewards for the top 3 were none other than some nascent nurturing pills and a small amount of grade 6 great recovery pills. Although the value of the nascent nurturing pills was extraordinary, it was useless to the current Duan Lingtian. The purity of these nascent nurturing pills was too low. It was far inferior to the nascent nurturing pills that he refined himself that had a purity of over 90%. Grade 6 great recovery pills aren't bad. Duan Lingtian counted the 10 grade 6 great recovery pills he obtained from obtaining the first place in the martial competition, and he nodded with satisfaction. In the end, he withdrew a medicinal pill that flickered with azure energy and emitted a strand of profound aura from the spatial ring the demonic lotus blade sex leader gave him. Instantly. Profound nascent pill. The disciples of the various sects in the martial competition courtyard stared fixedly at the pill in Duan Lingtian's hand, and all of them had burning expressions. This is the legendary profound nascent pill. It should be, as expected of a medicinal pill of legend. It doesn't look like an ordinary grade 6 medicinal pill at all. The demonic lotus blade sex leader is really suffering in silence this time. He originally intended to leave this profound nascent pill for his foster son, Saber Young Master, but who knew that a Duan Lingtian would appear out of nowhere and seize it away by Duan Lingtian. The discussions of the disciples of the various sects entered into the ears of the demonic lotus blade sex leader, and it caused his body to tremble imperceptibly, but he still maintained a composed smile on his face. As the host, he couldn't lose his bearing. Even if his heart was bleeding, if he knew earlier that this would be the outcome, he would absolutely not put on an act and take out the profound nascent pill as the reward for the first place in the martial competition. This profound nascent pill was a medicinal pill he'd obtained for his foster son. If this Duan Lingtian consumes the profound nascent pill, then perhaps he'll be able to directly break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage half a year later. Chapter 397. Right when the attention of everyone had descended onto the profound nascent pill in Duan Lingtian's hand. Senior brother Zheng Song. Duan Lingtian suddenly turned around to look at Zheng Song, who was by his side. This caused Zheng Song to be shocked. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, what's the matter? Senior brother Zheng Song, didn't you want this profound nascent pill? Now that I've obtained it, I'll give it to you. Duan Lingtian passed the profound nascent pill in his hand to Zheng Song and lightly smiled. It was as if what he gave wasn't the legendary profound nascent pill, but an extremely ordinary medicinal pill. Ah! Zheng Song was shocked and was unable to react for a moment. Duan Lingtian wants to give the profound nascent pill away. Has he gone mad? This profound nascent pill is a miraculous medicinal pill that's able to increase a martial artist's natural talent within half a year and allow a martial artist's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. It can only be chanced upon by luck. He actually wants to give it away? Madman. This Duan Lingtian is really a madman. With his natural talent, he'll surely be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage after consuming this profound nascent pill. The world of a madman isn't something we can understand. For a time, the disciples of the various sects shook their heads and sighed. Duan Lingtian's current actions were truly unbelievable. The profound nascent pill was a medicinal pill of legend that had a price but no market and could only be chanced upon by luck. Now, Duan Lingtian actually wanted to give it away? Presently, even the higher-ups of the 5 great sects had dumbstruck expressions, especially the demonic lotus blade sect's leader. The corners of his mouth twitched. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't be intentionally provoking him, right? Junior brother Duan Lingtian, this profound nascent pill is too precious. I can't accept it. Although the gaze Zheng Song shot at the profound nascent pill in Duan Lingtian's hand was filled with burning desire, he still shook his head and refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. In his opinion, in Duan Lingtian's hands, the effect of this nascent soul pellet would be far greater than the effect it would have in his hands. If Duan Lingtian were to consume this profound nascent pill, he would surely be able to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage within half a year. At that time, Duan Lingtian would become even stronger. Senior brother Zheng Song, if you don't accept it, then I'll throw it away. Duan Lingtian frowned. This profound nascent pill could be considered as a precious treasure to an ordinary martial artist. But to him, it was no different from a lowly blade of grass. His talent had reached its limit after consuming enough 10,000-year stalactite milk. Even if a person with extreme talent were to consume this nascent soul pill, it would not be of any help. The profound nascent pill was only useful for martial artists whose talent had not reached the limit. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. The three higher-ups of the seven-star sword sect were anxious, and felt that Duan Lingtian was recklessly wasting God's given gifts. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian being a meritorious servant of the seven-star sword sect and the future of the seven-star sword sect, they would have the heart to strangle Duan Lingtian to death. That was a profound, nascent pill, a medicinal pill that could be called a precious treasure to a nascent soul stage martial artist. Its degree of preciousness was not the slightest bit inferior to a spirit fruit. This Duan Lingtian actually wanted to throw it away. Besides the three higher-ups of the seven-star sword sect, most of the people wished for nothing more than to strangle Duan Lingtian to death. Is this Duan Lingtian intentionally infuriating us? He actually said he wants to throw away the profound nascent pill. Too infuriating. The disciples of the various sects gnashed their teeth. Meng Qiu, who sat in the same pergola, looked at Zheng Song with an envious expression. If Zheng Song were to consume the profound nascent pill, then his cultivation would surpass him in half a year. Right when the attention of everyone had descended onto the profound, nascent pill in Duan Lingtian's hand. Senior brother Zheng Song. Duan Lingtian abruptly shouted out explosively, and it was extremely sudden. Ah! Zheng Song shuddered when he heard Duan Lingtian's explosive shout, and he unconsciously opened his mouth to reply. Right at this instant, whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the profound nascent pill transformed into a flowing light that directly shot into Zheng Song's mouth. Zheng Song closed his mouth, and the medicinal strength of the profound nascent pill instantly dissolved in his mouth and fused into his body. Zheng Song was dumbstruck. He ate the profound nascent pill? All of this came too suddenly, and it was slightly unexpected to him. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, Zheng Song had a bitter smile on his face, as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would suddenly launch a sneak attack and forcefully throw the profound, nascent pill into his mouth. The martial competition courtyard was deathly silent. Duan Lingtian's actions shocked the other people present as well. Duan Lingtian really gave the profound, nascent pill away. This seven-star sword sect disciple's luck is too good, right? If Duan Lingtian threw that profound, nascent pill into my mouth, how good would that be? Stop dreaming. This seven-star sword sect disciple surely has an extremely good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't give the profound, nascent pill to him. Numerous gazes of envy and jealousy descended onto Zheng Song in unison, causing Zheng Song to have a bitter smile on his face, and he was slightly restless in his seat. The three higher-ups of the seven-star sword sect frowned, and at almost the exact same time, they sent voice transmissions into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, you're too rash. That profound nascent pill is sufficient to allow you to step into the fifth level of the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. How can you just give it away like this? Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. Duan Lingtian, what do you want me to say to you? That kid's natural talent is limited. Even if he consumed the profound nascent pill, his improvement would surely not be as great as yours. What a reckless waste of God's given gifts! This was the voice of the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Song's father, Zheng Fan. Duan Lingtian, you're muddle-headed. If you consumed that profound nascent pill, it wouldn't be long before you'd be able to break through to the fifth level of the nascent soul stage. In another year, the 2-year agreement between you and Zither Young Master will arrive. Why don't you make more plans for yourself? This was the voice of the Fekta Peak's master, Kuzhen, and his tone contained slight sighs and helplessness mixed within. The 3 voice transmissions caused Duan Lingtian's heart to feel warm. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that the 3 of them were concerned about him. and he hurriedly replied via voice transmission. Sect leader, peak masters, all of you only saw the use of the profound, nascent pill. Then do all of you know that the higher the natural talent of a martial artist, the less effective the profound, nascent pill would be when consumed? All of you have seen my natural talent. This profound, nascent pill is of no use to me. Since it's like this, I might as well fulfill Senior Brother Zhengsong's wish. Duan Lingtian's words caused the 3 higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect to come to a sudden understanding. This was something they hadn't thought of earlier. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. You gave the profound, nascent pill to that kid. It's too wasteful. Zhang Fan laughed bitterly via voice transmission. Peak Master Zhang Fan, is Senior Brother Zhengsong your biological son or not? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he couldn't help but ask. Zhang Fan never imagined that Duan Lingtian would suddenly ask such a question, and he was instantly infuriated. Junior Brother Duan Lingtian, it's too wasteful for you to give the profound, nascent pill to me to consume. Right at this moment, Zhang Song, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, laughed bitterly. Senior Brother Zhang Song, Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he said in a clear voice, Do you know why I want to seize the first in the martial competition today? Isn't it for the sake of the sect? Zhang Song asked. This is only one of the reasons. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Song and lightly smiled. Earlier, when the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader Long took out the profound nascent pill and announced that the profound nascent pill would be the additional reward for the first in the martial competition this time. Didn't I ask you if you're interested in the profound nascent pill? Yes. Zhang Song nodded, as he naturally remembered. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, it wasn't only him that was interested in the profound nascent pill. Besides Duan Lingtian, who was an anomaly, there was probably no one amongst the disciples of the various sects present that wasn't interested in the profound nascent pill. Since that time, I've already decided that I must seize the first in the martial competition. Besides seizing this honor for the 7-star sword sect, I must repay the sect leader's kindness of recognizing my worth. At the same time, I want to obtain the profound nascent pill and give it to you as a reward for the many times you and Peak Master Zheng Fan assisted me in the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in a single breath. At this moment, everyone present came to a sudden understanding when they heard Duan Lingtian. So it turned out that everything Duan Lingtian did was for the sake of repaying a debt of gratitude. For a time, many people had a good impression of Duan Lingtian in their hearts. This was a person that knew how to repay a debt of gratitude. Respectable. For the sake of repaying a debt of gratitude, he even gave away the profound, nascent pill that was of extraordinary value. This Duan Lingtian has shocking courage. A Snow Moon sect disciple couldn't help but sigh. His words caused everyone to nod in agreement. Presently, Duan Lingtian had obtained the approval of most of the people present. Zhang Song's body lightly trembled when he heard this. Then he sighed and laughed bitterly. Junior Brother Duan Lingtian, why are you like this? What my father and I owe you is much more than what you owe us. Today, you giving the profound nascent pill to me has instead caused me to owe you even more. In the distance, Zhang Fan sighed as well. It was exactly as his son Zhang Song had said. What they, father and son, owed Duan Lingtian was truly too much, and they were unable to repay it. The martial competition of the 5 great sects had come to an end. The 7-star sword sect disciple Duan Lingtian had seized the honor of first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Seizing the honor of first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects at the age of 22, Duan Lingtian has created an unprecedented record. I'm afraid it will be difficult for future generations to break this record. The Snow Moon sect's leader sighed, and his gaze that contained a sheen of envy and jealousy descended onto the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong. Now he realized as well. It was practically impossible to poach Duan Lingtian from the Seven-Star Sword Sect and make Duan Lingtian join the Snow Moon Sect. Earlier, what Duan Lingtian said to Zheng Song undoubtedly indicated that Duan Lingtian was a person that knew how to repay kindness. A person like this would absolutely not be ungrateful and betray the sect. This was something the Snow Moon Sect's leader was sure of. Through the reminder of the Snow Moon Sect's leader, the people present all came to their senses. Yeah, Duan Lingtian has created a shocking record. Participating in the martial competition of the 5 great sects at the age of 22 and seizing the honor of first in the martial competition. It can be said to be unprecedented. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. Numerous gazes that were filled with reverence converged over from all directions and descended onto him. Chapter 398. The curtains to the martial competition of the 5 great sects that was held once every 3 years had come to an end. Sect leader Long, farewell. The higher-ups of the 4 great sects, including the 7-Star Sword Sect, bid their farewells to the host, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. Subsequently, the higher-ups of the 4 great sects brought along their disciples to leave the martial competition courtyard and the inner gorge of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. After a short moment, whoosh, an enormous flying beast descended from the sky. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian heard the ear-piercing howls of the wind coming from the horizon and thought that Elder Peng had arrived. Only when he raised his head to look over did he notice that it was a white crane that was the size of a small mountain that had descended from the sky. The white crane was completely snow-white, and its eyes revolved with bright lights. Obviously, it was a formidable demon beast. Although the speed of the white crane was inferior to the 7-Star Sword Sect's rock, Elder Peng, it wasn't much slower. In the blink of an eye, it descended onto the ground and descended before the group of Snow Moon Sect members. Farewell, sect leaders. The Snow Moon Sect's leader led the Snow Moon Sect's elders and disciples to ascend the back of the white crane, then cupped his hands and bid farewell to Linghu Jinhong and the other 2 sect leaders. Sect leader Shui, take care. Linghu Jinhong lightly nodded and lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian noticed. From the beginning until the end, the gaze of the Snow Moon Sect's female disciple, Lu Yu, didn't leave his side on the white crane, causing him to feel a wave of disgust. He thought in his heart and thought smugly in his heart. This woman wouldn't have taken a fancy to me, right? I'm not interested in her. Duan Lingtian, once I break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, I'll look for you to battle. Suddenly, a wave of voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Lu Yu's voice. I'm happy to accompany you. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently and didn't take Lu Yu's words to heart. Wait until Lu Yu breaks through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. At that time, he'd probably have already broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense it. Lu Yu had only broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage not long ago. With Lu Yu's natural talent, it would at least require 1 or 2 years of time to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. At that time, the gap between him and Lu Yu would only grow bigger and bigger. It was impossible for Lu Yu to catch up to him. Whoosh! Soon after, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred, and he only felt a wave of white light flash past. The demon beast, White Crane, had already carried the group of people from Snow Moon Sect up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds and mist. Sect leader, could it be that the White Crane from before is the same as Elder Peng and is a sect guardian revered elder of the Snow Moon Sect? Duan Lingtian curiously asked Linghu Jinhong. Linghu Jinhong nodded. More or less. However, that's not an ordinary White Crane. It's a demon beast, the Ascendant Cloud Crane. It's the Snow Moon Sect's mountain guardian demon beast. In terms of strength, he isn't much weaker than Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a loud sound came from the horizon, and a black streak of light swept across the horizon, heading straight for the ground. A gigantic black eagle appeared. This enormous eagle was completely pitch black. Its wings flickered with a sheen that was like ink. Its pair of sharp claws grabbed onto the ground and were steady like Mount Tai, and its pair of incomparably sharp eyes flickered with a fierce light. When Duan Lingtian had just looked at the enormous eagle, he noticed that the enormous eagle had noticed his gaze at the first possible moment, and its sharp eyes were suffused with a cold light as they met his gaze. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt his back go cold, and he hurriedly withdrew his gaze, not daring to meet the enormous eagle's gaze again. After a short moment, the group of people from the Mountain Split sect ascended the back of the enormous eagle under the lead of the Mountain Split sect leader. Duan Lingtian, if you're free in the future, you can come to my Mountain Split sect as a guest. My Mountain Split sect will surely treat you as an honored guest. The Mountain Split sect leader looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face bloomed with a brilliant smile. Of course! Duan Lingtian was able to feel that the words of the Mountain Split sect leader came from the bottom of his heart and didn't have the slightest hypocrisy. Duan Lingtian felt admiration from the bottom of his heart towards the Mountain Split sect leader's bearing. After all, in the martial competition of the 5 great sects today, he'd successively defeated 2 Mountain Split sect disciples, and one of them even had his legs broken by him. Sect leader Linghu, sect leader Lu, farewell. The Mountain Split sect leader looked at Linghu Jinhong and the Origin Convergence sect leader. Take care, sect leader Tung. Linghu Jinhong and the Origin Convergence sect leader replied. Whoosh! The enormous black eagle's figure moved, carrying the group of people from the Mountain Split sect as it charged into the sky, transforming into a black bolt of lightning that entered into the horizon and vanished. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He noticed that the speed of this enormous black eagle was even slightly faster than the Snow Moon sect's Cloudsoar crane. That's the Mountain Split sect guarding demon beast, lightning eagle, and its strength isn't inferior to Elder Peng. Linghu Jinhong's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it contained slight seriousness mixed within. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he searched the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he would be able to find some records related to lightning eagles. The lightning eagle was an extremely terrifying demon beast that possessed both attack and speed. Supposedly, some lightning eagles with extraordinary natural talent even had the chance to break through to the void interpretation stage when they matured to the limit. Of course, a lightning eagle like this was extremely rare. Right at this moment, whoosh, whoosh, 2 ear-piercing howls of the wind whistled down from the horizon, and their speed was so swift that Duan Lingtian wasn't able to catch a glimpse of them in the slightest. When he raised his head, he hadn't even seen anything when he felt 2 strong winds sweep over, enveloping the members of the 7-star sword sect and Origin Convergence sect that were present, and it caused the clothes on everyone to flutter. Bang! Bang! Meanwhile, 2 enormous figures descended onto the ground, one after the other. The figure that descended first was enormous, like a small mountain, and it descended nearby Duan Lingtian's group. Elder Peng! Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up. The figure that appeared before him now was precisely the 7-star sword sect's revered elder, the Grand Rock. On the side of the Origin Convergence sect's group, an enormous figure descended as well, and its speed was slightly slower than Elder Peng. This was a vulture that was completely green in color. It had a ferocious and ugly appearance. At this moment, it was glaring at old Peng with a pair of eyes that refused to admit defeat, and it was continuously waving its ferocious and terrifying head. It seemed to be expressing something. When faced with the vulture's provocation, Elder Peng only glanced indifferently at it and didn't pay any further attention to it, and he had the bearing of an expert. This caused the vulture to be slightly enraged from embarrassment, yet it seemed to be extremely afraid of Elder Peng and didn't dare flare up. That's the Origin Convergence sect guarding Demon Beast, the Azure Feather Vulture. It was taught a lesson by Elder Peng many years ago, and it has always held a grudge in its heart. But after so many years, its strength is still firmly suppressed by Elder Peng. Linghu Jinhong's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to come to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. No wonder when this vulture saw Elder Peng, it was as if it saw its life and death enemy. So it turns out that there was such a past between them. Let's go! Under Linghu Jinhong's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others ascended the back of the rock that was as wide as the ground. Duan Lingtian followed at the back. When he ascended the rock, he instead noticed that Linghu Jinhong's personal disciple, Huang Ji, was still standing on the spot without any movement. Not only that, Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that under the lead of the Origin Convergence sect leader, the group of people from the Origin Convergence sect walked over. What's going on? While Duan Lingtian was still puzzled, the group of people from the Origin Convergence sect had already converged with Huang Ji. Sect leader Lu, what's going on? Meanwhile, Linghu Jinhong and the others noticed that something was wrong. Linghu Jinhong looked at the Origin Convergence sect leader and frowned. Speak. The Origin Convergence sect leader didn't reply to Linghu Jinhong, and instead looked at Huang Ji, who was by his side as he spoke indifferently. Linghu Jinhong's brows knit together even more when he saw this scene. In the next moment, a scene that exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations occurred. Thump! Huang Ji knelt on the ground before Linghu Jinhong. Then he lowered his head and took a deep breath before saying with a deep voice, "Master, forgive this disciple for being unable to follow by your side in the future. Master, please forgive me." Huang Ji's words contained an exceedingly firm resolution mixed within. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. This Huang Ji wants to break away from the relationship of master and disciple with the sect leader and betray the sect? The expressions of Linghu Jinhong and the other members of the 7-star sword sect went grim. Even the sharp eyes of the rock beneath their feet were suffused with cold lights as it stared at Huang Ji, and a terrifying aura swept out to envelop Huang Ji, pressuring him to the point his face flushed red and his body trembled as he shivered. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a formidable aura stretched out from the body of the Origin Convergence sect leader, and it rivaled the aura of the rock. This caused Huang Ji's expression to recover slightly. Huang Ji! The expression of Kuzhen, who stood by Linghu Jinhong's side, was exceedingly gloomy, and the gaze he stared at Huang Ji was filled with coldness. Don't forget who gave you all this in these past few years. Where did your cultivation come from? Now, you actually want to betray the sect leader? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? As he finished speaking, Kuzhen's tone contained dense killing intent mixed within, and it seemed as if it was about to swallow Huang Ji. Huang Ji's body trembled, yet he didn't speak. Peak Master Kuzhen's words are wrong. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Since Huang Ji doesn't want to continue staying by sect leader Linghu's side and doesn't want to continue staying in the 7-star sword sect, then he naturally has his own thoughts. One of the Origin Convergence sect elders looked at Kuzhen and shook his head. Humph! Kuzhen grunted coldly, and his voice contained dense coldness mixed within. You make it sound so easy. Let me ask you, if a personal disciple that you fostered by yourself wanted to join our 7-star sword sect now, what would you do? Could it be that you'd be willing to send him to our 7-star sword sect? So long as he can have a better future by going to the 7-star sword sect, I won't stop him. The Origin Convergence sect elder wasn't willing to show weakness, and he spoke frankly. What a better future! Finally, Linghu Jinhong spoke out, and his voice was clear and contained frightening rage mixed within. Huang Ji, have you thought it through? Linghu Jinhong's gaze descended onto Huang Ji, who knelt on the ground, and his calm gaze contained coldness and indifference as he said with a low voice, I'll give you a chance. If you've really decided to betray me, your master, and betray the 7-Star Sword Sect. Chapter 399. Outside the inner gorge of the demonic Lotus Flower Gorge, the atmosphere had completely frozen. Suddenly, bang, 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 Huang Ji bent down and kowtowed 3 times on the ground. After he kowtowed 3 times, Huang Ji looked at Linghu Jinhong and said in a low voice, Sect leader Linghu, these 3 kowtows can be considered as me repaying your kindness of fostering me all these years. From today onwards, I, Huang Ji, have nothing to do with you and the 7-Star Sword Sect. They had nothing to do with each other. Huang Ji's voice caused the atmosphere to become even stranger. Duan Lingtan looked at Huang Ji calmly, his eyes cold. Huang Ji's betrayal was beyond his expectations. Although Huang Ji's betrayal did not have much to do with him, he still held Huang Ji's actions in contempt. In his opinion, every little bit of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. The kindness that the 7-Star Sword Sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, gave to Huang Ji was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Yet it was abandoned by Huang Ji with a few words. This Huang Ji was simply a complete and utter ingrate. As soon as Huang Ji finished speaking, other than Linghu Jinhong, who hadn't declared his position for the time being, the expressions of Zheng Fan, his son, Kuzhen, and his master and disciple all changed greatly. Zhang Song and Meng Qiu looked at Huang Ji, their eyes filled with disgust. They'd been in the 7-Star Sword Sect longer than Duan Lingtian, so they naturally knew how much the sect leader usually took care of this personal disciple. Huang Ji wanted to betray the sect leader, betray the 7-Star Sword Sect. The sect leader fostered you into a talent. The 7-Star Sword Sect fostered you into a talent. This is how you repay the sect leader and the 7-Star Sword Sect? Zhang Fan's face was gloomy like water, and the pair of eyes he looked at Huang Ji flickered with terrifying anger. There was a trace of killing intent in his anger. Duan Lingtian frowned. It wasn't the first day he'd met the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, but it was still the first time he'd seen Zheng Fan get angry. His anger could set the prairie ablaze. Everything you have was given to you by the sect leader, by the 7-Star Sword Sect. You can betray the sect leader and the 7-Star Sword Sect if you want. But the origin energy on Kuzhen's body raged and roared, causing his robes to flutter. Above the void, 2 huge illusory figures gradually condensed and took shape. They wriggled downwards, ready to strike at any moment. 2 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, the symbol of a first-level void initiation stage martial artist. This cultivation of yours that came from the sect leader and the 7-Star Sword Sect can be taken away no matter what. Kuzhen bellowed. In an instant, the aura of a void initiation stage expert wreaked havoc in the air, causing one to shudder. Suddenly, Kuzhen took a step forward and a terrifying aura swept out. Together with Elder Peng's aura, they shattered the Gui Yuan clan patriarch's aura and enveloped Huang Ji. Huang Ji's face instantly turned pale. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Master, save me. Duan Lingtian noticed that when Huang Ji looked at the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect for help, he actually addressed the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect as master. It was obvious that he had already reached an agreement with the Gui Yuan sect leader and intended to join the Gui Yuan sect. Humph! A Gui Yuan sect elder grunted coldly and took a step forward to cooperate with the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect to block Elder Peng and Kuzhen's aura. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Elder." Huang Ji hurriedly thanked the two of them, then stood up at the same time and retreated behind the sect leader to seek protection, as he was deeply afraid the seven-star sword sect higher-ups would make a move against him. Very good, very good. Finally, Linghu Jinhong made a move and glanced indifferently at Huang Ji, and his tone didn't contain the slightest emotion after that. He looked at the rock beneath his feet. "Elder Peng, let's go." The rock was stunned and was obviously slightly puzzled by Linghu Jinhong's reaction. Sect leader. The two peak masters of the seven-star sword sect, Zhang Fan and Kuzhen, looked at Linghu Jinhong with a puzzled expression as well. "Sect leader, if it wasn't for you vigorously fostering him, how could this Huang Ji possess his current cultivation? In my opinion, he can betray you, betray the seven-star sword sect, and join the Gui Yuan sect. But his cultivation must remain." Kuzhen gnashed his teeth. All those years ago, when Linghu Jinhong wasn't the sect leader, he wasn't the peak master of Fekta Peak. At that time, he'd formed a deep friendship with Linghu Jinhong. Today, when he saw Linghu Jinhong's personal disciple doing such a disgraceful thing, he felt the same way and was enraged to the limit. "Forget it. Just take it as I was blind." Linghu Jinhong shook his head and seemed to be unwilling to mention this matter again. Then he looked at the rock. "Elder Peng, let's go. From today onwards, I, Linghu Jinhong, will take it as I've never taken this disciple." The rock nodded, then spread out his wings and intended to soar into the sky. Although Linghu Jinhong spoke extremely calmly, Duan Lingtian was still able to detect traces of desolation and rage from his calm tone. Just think about it. The personal disciple that he'd fostered himself, the only personal disciple, had betrayed him just like this. No one was able to accept such a blow. The sect leader's composure is admirable. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He asked himself, if it was him standing in Linghu Jinhong's position today, he would not hesitate to kill Huang, an ungrateful wretch that couldn't be raised properly deserved to be killed. Whoosh! The rock spread its wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky, and dust filled the air on the ground. Just as the rock rose into the sky, Duan Lingtian indifferently swept a glance at Huang Ji. Then his gaze landed on the sect leader of the Origin returning sect, and he spoke loudly. "Sect leader Liu, I feel that I need to remind you. Some people, if they can betray once, they can betray a second time." Just as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the rock had already transformed into a ray of light, rose into the sky, and disappeared into the clouds. This Duan Lingtian. Damn it. Huang Ji's face was ashen. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would still make things difficult for him before leaving. At this very moment, he could notice that the two elders of the Origin returning sect, as well as the other 4 disciples, were looking at him with strange gazes. "Master, I swear that I'll absolutely not betray the Origin returning sect in my entire lifetime." Huang Ji panicked, and he looked at the Origin returning sect's leader as he tried to salvage the situation. The Origin returning sect's leader glanced indifferently at Huang Ji. "Huang Ji, not to mention, I don't believe these empty words. Even you yourself probably wouldn't believe them. Today, if it wasn't for me saying that I'd take you as my personal disciple and make you the next sect leader of the Origin returning sect, would you betray Linghu Jinhong, betray the 7-star sword sect, and join my Origin returning sect?" Huang Ji laughed embarrassedly. Right, the reason he chose to betray was precisely because of the promise the Origin returning sect's leader made in the martial competition courtyard earlier. At that time, when he saw Duan Lingtian rising in strength, his master had even declared that he wanted to make Duan Lingtian the next 7-star sword sect's leader. He was unwilling to accept this in his heart. The promise of the origin returning sect's leader allowed him to once again see the light of hope. Duan Lingtian, it was you who forced me. One day, I'll let you know that I'm not inferior to that Duan Lingtian. Huang Ji's eyes emitted traces of ruthlessness as he looked at the direction the rock left towards. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian stood on the back of the rock and saw the outline of the seven-star sword sect's 7 great sword peaks from afar. We've returned. Zhang Song stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and he was slightly excited as he looked at the direction the 7 great sword peaks were at. To Zhang Song, the 7-star sword sect was his home. It was difficult to give up. Yeah, we've returned. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. All along the way, the atmosphere was slightly heavy, and it caused Duan Lingtian to have an extremely oppressive feeling. And all this originated from Huang Ji's betrayal. When they were about to enter the area of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian suddenly lowered his head to look at the rock beneath his feet, and he sent a voice transmission to Huang Ji. The rock nodded. Of course. Besides Duan Lingtian, no one else saw this scene. Whoosh! Suddenly, the rock that carried Duan Lingtian's group turned around abruptly, and it didn't head up Dubhe Peak, but instead swooped down and flashed towards the foot of Dubhe Peak. Elder Peng. The actions of the rock caused Linghu Jinhong, who'd been silent all along, to be shocked. Zhang Fan and Kuzhen seemed as if they were facing a great enemy. They only thought that the rock had noticed something. Zhang Song and Meng Qiu's expressions became serious as well. What are all of you doing? I only asked Elder Peng to bring me to see a friend. Duan Lingtian was completely speechless when he saw this scene. Their reactions were too big, right? Duan Lingtian's words caused them to heave a sigh of relief. Ku Zhen laughed bitterly. Duan Lingtian, who has such great face to make you go see him as soon as you return. Linghu Jinhong and the others looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. All of you will know in a moment. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, keeping them in suspense. Right at this moment, the rock swooped down and alarmed the few 7-star sword sect disciples that were guarding the entrance to the 7-star sword sect. What fierce beast is that? It doesn't look like a fierce beast. It looks like a demon beast. Look, there's someone standing on it. Isn't that the sect leader? There's also Peak Master Zhang Fan, Peak Master Kuzhen, and Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Under the reverent gazes of the few 7-star sword sect disciples, the rock descended and descended into the horse pen at the side of the entrance. The empty space at the center of the horse pen couldn't be considered to be spacious, and now that the rock had descended, it caused the horse pen to become even narrower. The descent of the rock alarmed the few 7-star sword sect disciples that acted as coachmen in the horse pen. What's that? The few 7-star sword sect disciples walked over with curious expressions. Sect leader. A 7-star sword sect disciple with sharp eyes recognized Linghu Jinhong and exclaimed with a humble and respectful expression. The remaining few people recovered from their shock and bowed respectfully. Linghu Jinhong, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, normally made an appearance. However, 1 year ago, because of the death of the Migra's Peak's master, Wu Dao, Linghu Jinhong had appeared on the peak of Dubhe Peak, and he'd appeared before the eyes of the numerous 7-star sword sect disciples. The 7-star sword sect disciple that recognized Linghu Jinhong was present at that time. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, he recognized Duan Lingtian and bowed respectfully. Senior brother Duan Lingtian? Meanwhile, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded out from within the horse pen. Duan Lingtian was able to see it. Chapter 400. MOU Long Time No See. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the person that came over. The 7-star sword sect disciple before him that was of similar age to him was precisely the MOU that helped him take care of the Fergana horse that day. After MOU greeted Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck when he saw the rock. When had he ever seen such an enormous flying beast? He could imagine that once this flying beast spread its wings, it was simply comparable to the clouds that hung down from the sky, and it was extremely shocking. Duan Lingtian, he's the friend you're looking for. Meanwhile, Linghu Jin Hong, who stood on the back of the rock, sized MOU up with interest as he asked, "You are?" MOU looked at Linghu Jin Hong with a bewildered expression, as he obviously didn't recognize Linghu Jin Hong. Duan Lingtian was just about to introduce him. "Senior brother MOU, this is the sect leader." A 7-star sword sect disciple couldn't help but speak to MOU in a low voice. "Sect leader." MOU was stunned. Then he reacted to the situation with a terrified expression as he said, respectfully, MOU greets the sect leader." Linghu Jin Hong shook his head and smiled when he saw MOU's terrified appearance, and the haze on his face dispersed greatly. Duan Lingtian's gaze had always been on MOU. When his acute spiritual force stretched out, combined with the lifetime experience of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he clearly sensed MOU's current cultivation at the first possible moment, 6th level of the origin core stage. MOU, you've broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked. MOU's improvement is too great, right? He remembered that 2 years ago, before he left the 7-star sword sect and headed to Solitary Peak, MOU was only at the 1st level of the origin core stage when he saw him for the first time. 1 year ago, when he returned from Solitary Peak, MOU breaking through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage caused him to be shocked. Now, another year had passed, and MOU had actually directly broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. MOU rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment when he saw Duan Lingtian discern his cultivation. 6th level of the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian's words attracted Linghu Jin Hong's attention. For a moment, he also seriously sized up MOU. This 7-star sword sect disciple that looks to be around the same age as Duan Lingtian is a 6th level origin core stage martial artist? He remembered. Even that Huang Ji that betrayed him and the 7-star sword sect was only at the 4th level of the origin core stage when he was 22 years old. In other words, a 7-star sword sect disciple that was similar in age to Duan Lingtian had natural talent that far surpassed Huang Ji, another monster. Zhang Song and Meng Qiu looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. "You're really at the 6th level of the origin core stage." Zhang Fan looked at MOU and could not help but ask, a 6th level origin core stage martial artist at the age of 22, even he was shocked. Duan Lingtian was a freak who couldn't be judged by common sense. After all, there were very few of them 6th level of the origin core stage at the age of 22. Purely in terms of natural talent, he can be compared with 1 or 2 of the 5 great young masters. Ku Zhen stared at MOU with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see through MOU. MOU, exert your strength and let the sect leader and the 2 peak masters take a look. Duan Lingtian discerned the doubt in Zheng Fan and Ku Zhen's words, and he looked at MOU and smiled encouragingly. MOU nodded. He obeyed Duan Lingtian. In an instant, whoosh! In the sky above MOU, the energy of heaven and earth roiled as 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and revealed MOU's cultivation. He's really at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Zheng Fan was greatly shocked. Such natural talent amongst the current younger generation of the 7-star sword sect. He's probably only beneath Duan Lingtian. Zheng Fan, you're wrong. Linghu Jin Hong shook his head and said slowly, the personal disciple of the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang, Ke, and the personal disciple of the Alcade Peak's elder, Bai Lifei. The former's age is similar to Duan Lingtian, whereas the latter is 2 years older than Duan Lingtian, and are both nascent soul stage martial artists already. Linghu Jinhong's words caused Zheng Fan to be completely stunned. Ku Zhen's pupils constricted as he said in astonishment, "I heard long ago that peak Master Qin Xiang had taken a disciple with extraordinary natural talent. But I never imagined that, the mere age of 22, he'd already broken through to the nascent soul stage. In the entire 7-star sword sect. No, even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, such natural talent is only beneath Duan Lingtian." The two juniors, Zheng Song and Meng Qiu, were slightly moved as well. They weren't unfamiliar with Duan Lingtian, but they weren't familiar with those two female disciples. "I never imagined that the two of us would be inferior to two female disciples." Meng Qiu laughed bitterly. Zheng Song nodded and deeply agreed. Duan Lingtian had already found out about the matter of Kerr, and Li Fei having already broken through to the nascent soul stage 1 month ago before they left for the demonic Lotus Blade sect. The natural talent of the two young women wasn't inferior to his. Moreover, they'd even cultivated top cultivation methods that could be said to be top in Cloud Continent. So it wasn't surprising that their cultivation advanced swiftly. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was MOU's cultivation. "MOU, how did your cultivation advance so quickly?" MOU rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said with slight embarrassment, "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, didn't you give me 1 million silver earlier? I went to buy an origin strengthening pill, and after consuming the origin strengthening pill to cultivate, my cultivation became even faster." Duan Lingtian was instantly petrified when he heard MOU. "You, could it be that you didn't use an origin strengthening pill to cultivate in the past?" MOU had a dim expression. "I'm of lowly birth, and things like medicinal pills that assist in cultivation are extremely distant to me. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, perhaps it's difficult for you to imagine, but when I was at the core formation stage, I'd only consumed no more than 30 origin strengthening pills. Later on, when I arrived at the 7-star sword sect, I found this job of rearing horses and acted as a coachman. Although I had an extra salary, I was barely able to buy some origin strengthening pills. 1 year ago, the reason I was able to break through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage was precisely because I consumed an origin strengthening pill." As he spoke up to hear, MOU grinned. "Now that my cultivation has broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, I'm already able to slightly go deep into the primeval forest and hunt some formidable fierce beasts. The inner cores, fur, and scattered parts of those fierce beasts are sufficient to support the origin strengthening pill that I require to cultivate now." The origin strengthening pill was a medicinal pill that origin core stage martial artists consumed when cultivating, and it was able to increase one's cultivation speed to a certain extent. To Duan Lingtian, and even Linghu Jinhong and the others, the origin strengthening pill was only a basic medicinal pill and wasn't worth mentioning. This type of medicinal pill was nothing in their eyes. But in MOU's eyes, or perhaps in the past MOU's eyes, it was extremely precious. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, if it wasn't for you giving me 1 million silver 1 year ago, it would be impossible for me to break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage now, and it would be impossible for me to be self-sufficient." MOU looked at Duan Lingtian with a grateful expression. Meanwhile, a nearby 7-star sword sect disciple couldn't help but say to Duan Lingtian, "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, senior brother MOU, is already at the 6th level of the origin core stage now, and there's utterly no need for him to do the job of rearing horses. But he still comes every few days just to take care of senior's sister, Li Fei's Fergana horse." Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. He never imagined that the 1 million silver he casually tossed to MOU that day would actually help MOU so much. Even more unexpected was that because of this small favor, even though MOU had made a name for himself now, he still didn't forget to help him take care of the Fergana horse. MOU's character could be seen from this. Duan Lingtian raised his hand to descend onto Mo's shoulder, then lightly patted him and sighed. I never imagined that you had such a past. Looks like this, your cultivation ought to have been burdened and buried greatly by your past. Otherwise, with your natural talent, your accomplishments would be even higher. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're too kind. Mo rubbed his nose in embarrassment and had a modest expression. At this moment, the few people, including Linghu Jinhong, were in a petrified state. According to what Mo said, he practically didn't consume any medicinal pills to cultivate in the past. If what he said is true, once he's given the same conditions as me, wouldn't he be able to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage now, or even higher? Zhang Song recovered from his shock and had an astounded expression. As for Linghu Jinhong and the other 3 7-star sword sect higher-ups, and Meng Qiu, they all had similar thoughts. They never imagined there was actually such a dazzling piece of gold buried in the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, you asked Elder Peng to descend here because you want me to see him, right? Linghu Jinhong's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian with interest, and within his gaze was a trace of imperceptible gratitude. Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Sect leader, what do you think? The scene before him caused Mo to be dumbstruck. It was senior brother Duan Lingtian that asked the sect leader to see him? See him for what? He was puzzled in his heart. Thank you. Linghu Jinhong caught his breath and looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke sincerely. Even if it was half a month ago, when Duan Lingtian obtained the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Linghu Jinhong had only sent a voice transmission to express his thanks. Now he personally thanked Duan Lingtian in front of so many people. The 7-star sword sect leader personally thanked Duan Lingtian, and it could be said to be heavy like Mount Tai at this moment. Zheng Fan and Ke looked at each other and couldn't help but be moved. Of course, they were able to feel the joy contained within the sect leader's tone. It was heartfelt gratitude. Duan Lingtian, what riddle are you playing with the sect leader? Meng Qiu asked with a bewildered expression. Zhang Song had a curious expression as well, and was unable to react for a time. Slap! Ku Zhen raised his hand and slapped the back of Meng Qiu's head, then scolded with a smile. Kid, you didn't even notice? Duan Lingtian is looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. This little fellow isn't bad. If what he said earlier is true, then his natural talent is absolutely not inferior to any one of the 5 great young masters. Even if all that isn't true, his natural talent and character far surpass Huang Ji. Zhang Fan nodded in deep agreement. Now Meng Qiu and Zhang Song could be considered to have completely understood. As for Mou, he was muddled since long ago. Duan Lingtian is looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. Duan Lingtian is looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. Ke words ceaselessly reverberated within his mind. Looking for a personal disciple for the sect leader. Chapter 401. I originally thought that his natural talent ought to be on par with Huang Ji, so I had such a thought. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Mou as he spoke. I never imagined that he had such a past. In this way, his natural talent isn't just on par with Huang Ji, it simply completely surpasses Huang Ji and leaves Huang Ji far behind. Today, after finding out about Mou's past, at the same time that Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart, he couldn't help but be shocked. Mou, who grew up in such a difficult environment, was actually able to pass the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test and enter the 7-star sword sect to become a disciple of the 7-star sword sect. The height of Mou's natural talent in the martial Tao could be seen. If I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk, my natural talent would probably be inferior to Mou. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. All along the way, He'd mainly relied on the lifetime worth of memories and methods of Samsara Emperor Wu, although his natural talent wasn't bad. But if it wasn't for everything that Samsara Emperor Wu left behind for him, it would be impossible for him to grow so quickly. MOU's natural talent was real natural talent. A person that didn't have any medicinal pills to assist in his cultivation was able to enter the 7-Star Sword Sect and become a member of the 7-Star Sword Sect in terms of natural talent. Although it couldn't compare to the current him, it could still be considered to be extremely high. Perhaps it was just as the peak master of Fekta Peak Kajan had said earlier, MOU's natural talent wasn't inferior to any one of the 5 great young masters. Suddenly, Linghu Jin Hong's gaze burned as he looked at MOU and slowly asked, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" A wisp of a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw this scene. Although Linghu Jin Hong had intentionally suppressed his emotions when he spoke calmly, but relying on his acute spiritual force, he was still able to sense the excitement in Linghu Jin Hong's heart at the first possible moment. Obviously, Linghu Jin Hong was extremely satisfied with MOU. As soon as Linghu Jin Hong finished speaking, the 7-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples that were in charge of looking after the stables looked at MOU with envious expressions. They knew clearly in their hearts, after today, this senior brother MOU, who was even younger than them, would soar into the sky. However, the person in question was completely dumbstruck. It was as if he didn't dare believe all this was real. MOU. Duan Lingtian kicked MOU. Only then did MOU come back to his senses. He looked at Linghu Jinghong and replied excitedly, "Yes, I'm willing." To MOU, all of this had happened too suddenly. It gave him the feeling of a pie falling from the sky. Good, good. I, Linghu Jinghong, didn't think that I, Linghu Jinghong, had just lost a direct disciple, and now the heavens have bestowed another one to me. From today onwards, you, MOU, are my Linghu Jinghong's direct disciple and also my last disciple. I will do my best to nurture you. Linghu Jinghong laughed heartily and was incomparably candid. The haze that arose on his face because of Huang Ji's betrayal completely vanished. Congratulations, sect leader. Duan Lingtian was the first to congratulate Linghu Jinhong. Congratulations, sect leader. Zhang Fan and his son, as well as Kuzhan and his master, all 4 of them also congratulated Linghu Jinhong. The few 7-Star Sword Sect disciples that were in charge of looking after the stable hurriedly congratulated Linghu Jinhong and MOU. Presently, when they looked at MOU, their faces were filled with humility. They knew clearly in their hearts. From today onwards, this senior brother MOU was like a pheasant that had transformed into a phoenix and soared into the sky. Presently, even the rock nodded to Linghu Jinhong. "Thank you, Elder Peng." Linghu Jinhong nodded and smiled to the rock, and his words contained slight respect mixed within. Obviously, the rock was congratulating Linghu Jinhong earlier. MOU, this is Elder Peng, the guardian revered elder of our 7-Star Sword Sect. When he saw MOU looking at the rock and seeming to be slightly fearful, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Greet Elder Peng." Elder Peng. MOU hurriedly bowed respectfully to the rock. The rock nodded, and his pair of sharp eyes were suffused with a wisp of a sheen of satisfaction. Then he glanced at Linghu Jinhong. He seemed to be saying to Linghu Jinhong, "This personal disciple you've taken now is much better than that ingrate from before." Whoosh! Whoosh! Along with the rock's wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky flapping, Duan Lingtian's group soared into the sky. Presently, there was another person in Duan Lingtian's group. MOU. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, thank you. At that time, Duan Lingtian had given MOU 1,000,000 silver, and had already caused him to be extremely grateful to Duan Lingtian. Now, under the matchmaking of Duan Lingtian, he was able to take the 7-Star Sword Sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, as his master, and to him, it was undoubtedly an enormous fortune. The gratitude he felt towards Duan Lingtian in his heart had reached an extent that it couldn't be any greater. This great favor was something he was unable to repay. Work hard and cultivate. Only then will you be able to succeed the sect leader and become the next sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Mou and lightly smiled as he spoke. He looked favorably upon Mou. Duan Lingtian's words shocked Mou, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, even if someone has to succeed master in the future, it would be you. In my eyes, there's no one in the Seven-Star Sword sect that's more qualified than you to succeed master and become the next sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Linghu Jinhong and the others looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and their thoughts were more or less the same as Mou. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was the best candidate for the next sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian shook his head and shrugged when he saw himself instantly becoming the center of attention, and his gaze shot towards the distance. After a long time, he slowly said, "The position of sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect isn't suitable for me. My aspirations aren't in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. My aspirations aren't in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." Duan Lingtian's final words had undoubtedly displayed his attitude. He would sooner or later leave the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and go to an even vaster world. Linghu Jinhong and the others went silent when they heard Duan Lingtian. Only now did they recall that with Duan Lingtian's cultivation, if he continued to stay in the Seven-Star Sword sect and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it would indeed be burying him. The reason that Huang Ji betrayed the sect leader and betrayed our Seven-Star Sword sect is most probably because the sect leader revealed those words of wanting junior brother Duan Lingtian to become the next sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect during the martial competition of the 5 great sections. Zhang Song grunted coldly, and when he mentioned the traitor, Huang Ji, a strand of cold light flashed within his eyes as he said in a low voice, "If he knew that junior brother Duan Lingtian utterly didn't have the intention of encroaching on the position of sect leader, I wonder what expression he would have. If he knew, he'd probably be angered to the point of spitting blood." Meng Qiu couldn't help but laugh. "A traitor? There's nothing to discuss." Zhang Fan and Ku Zhen glared at Zhang Song and Meng Qiu. Then they glanced meaningfully at Linghu Jinhong. Obviously, they were warning them not to expose the sect leader's scars. The two of them laughed embarrassedly and didn't dare say anything further. "It's fine, I've gotten over it." Linghu Jinhong noticed the small actions of Zhang Fan and Meng Qiu, and he shook his head and smiled. "I feel fortunate now. Fortunately, Huang Ji left the Seven-Star Sword sect. Otherwise, it's difficult for me to imagine what the Seven-Star Sword sect would become if it fell into his hands. This time, I can be considered to have profited from misfortune and taken you as my personal disciple." As he finished speaking, Linghu Jinhong looked at Mou, and he was pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. In terms of character and natural talent, Mou far surpassed Huang Ji. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian possessed exceptional insight. Otherwise, this disciple of yours would be covered in dust for who knows how long. Zhang Fan lightly smiled. "Indeed." Ku Zhen expressed deep agreement. "Yeah, it's all thanks to Duan Lingtian this time. Duan Lingtian, I, Linghu Jinhong, will remember this favor of yours." Linghu Jinhong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke sincerely. "Sect leader, you're joking. This is only a small matter to me. I only moved my lips." Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't have the slightest intention of taking credit. "It's a small matter to you, but it's a big matter to me. Taking you as my personal disciple allowed me to think things through. Perhaps I was wrong from the beginning for a person like Huang Ji, and I utterly shouldn't have taken the effort to foster him." Linghu Jinhong sighed, and as he finished speaking, he was slightly unable to take it to heart. The personal disciple he'd wholeheartedly fostered for many years had become an ingrate in the end and had turned to another sect. Although he'd gotten over it, there was still a thorn in his heart in the end. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time but not his heart. Sect leader, you don't have to blame yourself. Duan Lingtian consoled. Linghu Jinhong nodded and didn't say anything further, and his eyes were suffused with cold lights as he looked towards the east. That direction was precisely the direction of the Origin Convergence sect. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Mo had looked over, and his eyes contained traces of question mixed within, as if Mo wanted to ask him something, yet didn't speak for a long time, as if Mo was afraid of violating some taboo. Mo was only at the 6th level of the Origin core stage now, and was unable to condense his origin energy into voice. Duan Lingtian used a voice transmission to tell Mo the sequence of events that had occurred. When Mo found out about everything related to Huangji, his face was filled with rage, and his eyes emitted killing intent as he looked at Linghu Jinhong and said solemnly, "Master, there'll come a day when I'll personally kill Huangji and clean up the sect." Linghu Jinhong nodded, and his face revealed a heartfelt smile. "Master believes that you're able to accomplish it." After a short moment, the Grand Rock descended onto the empty space outside Dubhe Peak's Dubhe Hall. Duan Lingtian's group left the back of the Grand Rock that was spacious like flat ground. "Elder Peng, sorry for the trouble." Linghu Jinhong lightly bowed to the Grand Rock. The Grand Rock had been in the 7-star sword sect for even longer than the 2 guardian elders, and although it was a demon beast, it was taken as a senior by Linghu Jin. The Grand Rock nodded, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Before leaving, its pair of fierce and deep eyes glanced at Duan Lingtian before fleeing into the clouds and mist and vanishing. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to the sect leader and the others before directly leaving. He went to Alcade Hall. Duan Lingtian. Within Alcade Hall, the peak master of Alcade Peak. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up when she saw Duan Lingtian, and she asked with slight curiosity, what were the results of the martial competition this time? Did the sect leader's personal disciple, Huangji, seize the top 3 of the martial competition? Chapter 402. Huangji. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard Qin Xiang mention Huangji, and his expression was slightly unsightly. "What's wrong?" Qin Xiang asked, puzzled. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he slowly recounted the sequence of events that had transpired. Duan Lingtian had just finished speaking when Qin Xiang's expression completely changed. Whoosh! A powerful aura rose up from Qin Xiang's body, and it seemed to have transformed into a flood or a ferocious beast that swept out in all directions. Although it didn't cause any pressure to Duan Lingtian, it still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly moved. He was able to clearly sense it. At this moment, the aura that rose up from Qin Xiang's body was actually much stronger than Kezhan's aura. It wasn't weaker than Elder Peng. Huangji. Qin Xiang slowly spoke, and her voice contained a trace of terrifying coldness mixed within. Kerr should be cultivating in her room. Go in and wait for her to wake up. After speaking to Duan Lingtian, Qin Xiang's figure flashed out, transforming into a flowing light that vanished from Alcade Hall, vanishing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian understood that Qin Xiang had surely gone to look for the sect leader. It wasn't the first time that Duan Lingtian had come to Alcade Hall, and he quickly found Kerr's room and walked in. After entering, he was able to see Kerr sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating. "This little girl is really hard-working." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Kerr, who was completely immersed in cultivation. Right at this moment, swoosh! Duan Lingtian only heard a whistling sound out by his ear, and in the next moment, his shoulder slightly sank down. Squeak, squeak! Subsequently, A wave of hurried cries sounded out by his ear. The cries were slightly light, and it was obviously being intentionally suppressed, as if it was deeply afraid that it would disturb Kerr, who was immersed in cultivation. "Little Gold, what's wrong?" Duan Lingtian noticed that something was wrong and turned around to leave the room. Then he grabbed the little gold mouse on his shoulder and asked curiously, "Creak, creak!" The little gold mouse's green eyes flickered as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Her small head continuously nodded as if she was expressing something. Duan Lingtian frowned. In the end, his spiritual energy couldn't help but go invisible and descend onto the little gold mouse. When Duan Lingtian sensed the changes in the origin energy within the little gold mouse's body, his face couldn't help but go grim. You've broken through to the void prying stage?" The little gold mouse nodded, and her jade green eyes contained slight anxiousness mixed within. "You sensed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation." Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something. His eyes narrowed as he asked in astonishment. The little gold mouse nodded again. "Go." Duan Lingtian didn't dare dally, and he grabbed onto the little gold mouse as he flashed out of Alcade Hall and descended onto the flat ground outside Alcade Hall. "This won't do. You can't overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation here. Once the 6-9 heavenly tribulation descends here, not only will Alcade Hall be destroyed, even the spirit point will be destroyed. We're going to the primeval forest." Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse in his hand and asked, "Can you fly now?" The little gold mouse nodded. Then it left Duan Lingtian's hand and floated in midair as it waved its 4 limbs like a human as it pointed towards the east, then pointed towards the west. It was as if it was an idiot for directions. "No wonder I was wondering why you didn't directly leave to overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. So it turns out that you don't know the way at all." Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he saw this scene. "You can't compare to Little Black and Little White in this aspect," Duan Lingtian said. Squeak, squeak! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the little gold mouse became restless. Obviously, it was extremely dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's words, and it shook its little head to vent the dissatisfaction in its heart. "You're still unconvinced, little fellow." Duan Lingtian was amused. Squeak, squeak! When he saw the little gold mouse crying out in panic again, Duan Lingtian didn't continue teasing it. "How about this? You take me to fly, and I'll help you show the way." As Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he glanced at the little gold mouse's body that was the size of an infant's fist, and he had an expression of disdain. "But can this small body of yours take me to fly?" Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded. Under Duan Lingtian's astounded gaze, the little gold mouse's body trembled and actually started to swell up. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a 3-meter tall hill, a hairy hill. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian was surprised for a moment, then without hesitation his body and mind flashed onto the little gold mouse's back, and he felt a stretch of softness where his feet landed. Duan Lingtian directly sat down. "Comfortable. It's much better than the sofas of my previous life." Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse's voice became even more anxious. "All right, let's go. Over there." Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and pointed towards the primeval forest as he spoke. Instantly, the little gold mouse moved. Whoosh! A golden light flashed past and vanished outside Alcade Hall. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head as he sat on the little gold mouse's back and was brought along to fly out by the little gold mouse. Everyone said that he was as timid as a mouse, and it really wasn't false in the slightest. Even the descendant of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse like the little gold mouse wasn't an exception. If it was any other void, prying stage demon beast, then after it sensed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would probably look for a place to overcome the tribulation at the first possible moment. This little gold mouse, however, didn't dare wander about by itself, as if it was worried that it would get lost or encounter some sort of danger. "It's that forest." In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze passed through the clouds and mist to see the vast and boundless forest in the distance. It was precisely the primeval forest. Although he'd long since known that the primeval forest occupied a vast and boundless area, when Duan Lingtian really looked down from the sky, he still couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Too large. No wonder he was able to spend such a long time circling around a place near the inner area that day. Bang! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as he heard a clap of thunder enter his ears. Instantly, his face went ghastly pale as he shouted in a low voice, "Little Gold, go down! Quickly go down!" Right when the little gold mouse swooped down, Duan Lingtian raised his head and was able to clearly see it. The clouds and mist in the horizon roiled and instantly formed circle after circle of ripple-like ripples before twisting into a vortex. Subsequently, all the clouds and mist were reversed by the vortex and gathered together, forming a dense mass of dark clouds that ceaselessly surged. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp and was able to clearly see it. At the center of the vortex, within the dark clouds, a strand of violet lightning was leaping about. The appearance of the violet lightning and the leaping frequency became faster and faster, causing one to be alarmed. "Quick, quick!" Duan Lingtian urged the little gold mouse. As someone who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian naturally knew what was going to happen next. 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation. In Cloud Continent, no matter if it was a human or a beast, once they broke through to the void prying stage, they would draw down the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation within a short period of time. The 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation could be said to be a test the heavens gave to new void stage martial artists and demon beasts. Normally, there wouldn't be any danger. Of course, this was only towards first level void prying stage martial artists or demon beasts that were about to overcome the tribulation. When one was overcoming the tribulation, no one was allowed to be present within a radius of 100 meters. Otherwise, 2 bolts of tribulation lightning would descend at the same time. One was aimed at the person undergoing the tribulation, and the other was aimed at another person. The other person was like Duan Lingtian now. The 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation would take him as a person that wanted to help Little Gold overcome the tribulation with the intention of challenging the might of the heavens. Whoosh! The little gold mouse swooped down with an exceedingly swift speed, and Duan Lingtian was able to see the ground ceaselessly approaching. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Duan Lingtian looked at the ground. So long as the height was suitable, he would jump down at the first possible moment. To him, the current little gold mouse was no different than a god of plague, and if he continued to stay within a radius of 100 meters of the little gold mouse, then he would absolutely be courting death. The little gold mouse wasn't afraid of the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation, but to him, it was an existence that was difficult to go against. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, even if it was the first bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation, the weakest bolt of tribulation lightning, it was still sufficient to compare to the full force strike of a half-step void stage martial artist. A half-step void stage martial artist was an existence that surpassed the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. The strength of a half-step void stage martial artist was comparable to the strength of 1,500 ancient mammoths. It was far from something Duan Lingtian was able to go against now. Rumble. Waves of oppressive sounds of thunder sounded out from the horizon, and every time it entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, it would cause Duan Lingtian's face to go grim, and he ceaselessly urged the little gold mouse. "Little Gold, quickly, quickly." Once the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation descended, he would still be within a radius of 100 meters of the little gold mouse. 2 bolts of tribulation lightning would descend from the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation. One of them was aimed at the little gold mouse, and the other was aimed at him. Even if the little gold mouse was able to help him with the first bolt, when the second bolt descended, he would surely not be able to be 100 meters away from the little gold mouse in time. The second bolt of tribulation lightning was something even the little gold mouse had to treat seriously, and it was impossible for the little gold mouse to divert her attention to take care of him. So he had to quickly leave the little gold mouse, this god of plague, before the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Soon. When he heard the sounds of thunder exploding by his ears becoming more and more frequent, Duan Lingtian's heart burned with anxiety. Although the ground beneath his feet was ceaselessly approaching, his heart was still completely in suspense. He knew clearly in his heart that the first bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Rumble! The vortex in the horizon ceaselessly warped and revolved within the ball of dark clouds. Violet lightning crisscrossed and flickered, emitting numerous terrifying auras that carried along a force that seemed to be able to destroy everything. This was the might of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, the strength of nature, the strength of the heavens. Swoosh! The little gold mouse plunged down at full speed, and her speed was so swift that she seemed to have transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. Little gold, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation is only a formality to you. I'll watch you from afar. Duan Lingtian saw the ground gradually approaching, and he hurriedly spoke to the little gold mouse. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse replied, and her voice contained traces of excitement mixed within. Obviously, she wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. As expected of the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, his gaze locked onto the ground that wasn't far from him. When he saw the ground was right before his eyes, Duan Lingtian exerted strength with his feet. His origin energy skyrocketed, and a gust of wind arose as he left the little gold mouse's back. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he exploded out with all his strength and flashed straight to the ground. Chapter 403. Bang! Duan Lingtian finally landed on the ground, and he used his origin energy, wind force, and quake energy to offset most of the force. But even then, he still felt a wave of intense pain come from his leg, and the bones in his legs showed signs of breaking. So painful! Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to take out and swallow a grade 6 great recovery pill. Then he circulated his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength and recover his injuries. At the same time, he exerted strength with his legs once again, and his origin energy skyrocketed as he flashed out. Whirlwind! His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance, and he tried his best to avoid the little gold mouse that was a god of calamity. Rumble! The sound of thunder that sounded out from the horizon was extremely ear-piercing, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was facing a great enemy. If it was at any other time, Duan Lingtian would only need a short moment to flash out a distance of 100 meters. But now, it's close. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart burned with anxiety because he knew that he was racing against time now, seizing every second. Bang! Instantly, a dazzling light enveloped the earth, and it caused Duan Lingtian's entire body to stop on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. It's still too late. A bitter smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, and he sighed as he raised his head to look at the lightning tribulation that had split into two in the horizon. The so-called lightning tribulation was actually a bolt of lightning. But this bolt of lightning wasn't an ordinary bolt of lightning. Just like the first bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it was a bolt of lightning that was as thick as an infant's arm, and it carried along the terrifying might of nature, causing it to be extremely shocking. Swoosh! Swoosh! One bolt of lightning that split into two flashed towards the little gold mouse, and the other flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse's anxious cry entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed the little gold mouse looking at him, seeming to intend to come over and help him. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he said in panic, "Little gold, don't come over, I can deal with it." What a joke! If the little gold mouse were to come over, then even though it would be able to withstand 2 bolts of tribulation lightning by itself, this was only the first bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, and it was also the weakest bolt, and its speed was also the slowest. The first lightning tribulation was more like a test. To existences at the void prying stage and above, it was no different from scratching an itch. The most troublesome part was the second lightning tribulation. That was the truly terrifying lightning tribulation. If the little gold mouse were to come over now, then even if it was able to help Duan Lingtian resist the first bolt of lightning, it would undoubtedly shorten the distance between it and Duan Lingtian. At that time, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to be 100 meters away from the little gold mouse again before the appearance of the second bolt of tribulation lightning. Once the second lightning tribulation descended, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. As for now, when he saw the little gold mouse not taking any action, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Whirlwind! When he saw the first bolt of tribulation lightning right before his eyes, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, as if transforming into a gale that flashed towards the distance. He'd finally left the area 100 meters away from where the little gold mouse was. Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to heave a sigh of relief. The bolt of lightning that was thick like an infant's arm that descended from the horizon had already blasted straight towards Duan Lingtian, and it illuminated half the heavens and the earth, causing Duan Lingtian to be dazzled. This sort of feeling was as if he was directly struck by a flash from his previous life. Bang! The bolt of lightning that was thick like an infant's arm whistled down, and it seemed to have transformed into a terrifying demon beast that opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Duan Lingtian into its stomach. Duan Lingtian moved. His origin energy flashed to fuse into the spatial ring in his hand, and it lightly trembled. Blaze inscription! In practically an instant, a strand of crimson-red flowing light suddenly gushed out from the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it emitted an extremely scorching aura. Swish! The crimson-red flowing light tore through the sky as if it had transformed into a crimson-red bolt of lightning, and after it flashed out, it expanded. Instantly, it transformed into a condensed flame that was thick like an infant's arm, and it moved to greet the bolt of lightning that was thick like an infant's arm. Bang! The flame and lightning collided with a bang, causing the air to shake and the airflow to move rhythmically, and it transformed into circle after circle of ripples that swept out. The strong wind that was formed from the pressure of the terrifying airflow directly pushed Duan Lingtian flying far away. The ground that Duan Lingtian was at earlier was covered in a scene of desolation, and it was extremely dilapidated. Even though Duan Lingtian was in a slightly sorry state, his face revealed the joy of surviving a calamity. "I have succeeded." He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that after the flame and lightning collided in the sky, both of them had vanished at the same time. Early on, when he hadn't descended to the ground, he'd already prepared for the worst. He received the first bolt of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Of course, he didn't use his own strength to receive it, but used the strength of an inscription to receive it. Whereas the inscription that was capable of receiving this bolt of lightning was precisely the strongest inscription in Duan Lingtian's possession, the Blaze inscription, and it was said to be able to annihilate a half-step void stage expert. I never imagined that the Blaze inscription would be of use here. At the same time that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he felt slight pity. After all, the Blaze inscription was a trump card in his possession, a trump card that was capable of annihilating a half-step void stage expert. Never mind, I can be considered to have escaped death today. If I didn't have the Blaze inscription, I'd die for sure. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian got over it. Little gold! His gaze then descended onto the little gold mouse in the distance. Presently, the first bolt of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation had descended onto the little gold mouse as well. To the little gold mouse, this first bolt of lightning was no different than scratching an itch, and she easily received it. Bang! Right when this bolt of lightning was blocked by the little gold mouse, another bolt of lightning condensed within the ball of dark clouds in the vortex in the horizon, and it was as thick as an adult's forearm. The second bolt of lightning, swoosh! This bolt of tribulation lightning quickly tore through the sky, and it was like an enormous meteor that charged down towards the little gold mouse. Its speed and strength were absolutely not something the first bolt of lightning could compare to. Squeak! The little gold mouse emitted a sharp cry when faced with this bolt of lightning, and the origin energy on her body roiled and raged. In the sky, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form suddenly. Swoosh! The little gold mouse moved. Duan Lingtian only saw a golden light that was coiled with origin energy flashing past, and it directly flashed towards the second bolt of lightning with menacing force. In the next moment, bang! The bolt of lightning shattered, leaving behind only a golden figure that floated in the sky. The little gold mouse was completely unharmed. Bang! Subsequently, the third bolt of lightning arrived. The little gold mouse still didn't feel any pressure. Bang! The fourth bolt of lightning still didn't feel any pressure. Bang! The fifth bolt of lightning descended and directly smashed the little gold mouse into the ground. When the little gold mouse crawled out, she was covered in dirt and was in an extremely sorry state. Squeak, squeak! However, the little gold mouse wasn't injured in the end, and she raised her head to look at the ball of dark clouds that flickered with violet-colored lightning at the center of the vortex in the horizon. A pair of lively eyes flickered with a sheen of provocation. Duan Lingtian saw it. The little gold mouse had turned her body around now, but was facing the sky as she shook her but towards the sixth bolt of lightning that was still brewing, which was also the final bolt of lightning. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to burst into laughter. This little gold mouse is really a clown. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Finally, the final bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation condensed into form, and it transformed into a bolt of lightning that was as thick as an adult's arm that descended with a bang. Swoosh! The speed of the lightning was so swift that it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to catch sight of it. He only saw that at the instant the lightning descended, the little gold mouse had soared up into the sky along with it and moved to meet it head-on. Subsequently, the scene that occurred before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be completely dumbstruck. The little gold mouse stood in midair and opened her mouth. The little gold mouse was like a 3-meter tall hill now, and although her mouth couldn't be considered to be a bloody mouth, it wasn't small either. Little gold! It wouldn't be thinking of swallowing this final bolt of lightning, right? A crazy thought arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. The final bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, that bolt of lightning that was as thick as an adult's arm, fiercely blasted into Little Gold's open mouth. Little Gold! Duan Lingtian's heart rose to his throat. Only when he saw the bolt of lightning vanish into Little Gold's mouth and Little Gold stood in midair and burped did Duan Lingtian heave a sigh of relief. Everyone says I'm a freak, a freak. Compared to this little fellow, I'm utterly nothing. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Squeak, squeak. Right at this moment, Little Gold's body gradually shrunk and transformed into a golden light that flashed over and descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Duan Lingtian grabbed Little Gold and sized it up. He could see. Now, there weren't any obvious changes on the body of this infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse, but its jade green eyes had a trace of change. If it wasn't for him carefully sizing it up, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have noticed it. In the depths of Little Gold's jade green eyes, there seemed to be a trace of violet lightning that was difficult to notice mixed within. Duan Lingtian was sure. The past Little Gold was absolutely not like this, Could it be that it's because Little Gold swallowed that bolt of lightning? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scene from before, and he felt a wave of fear. Opening its mouth and swallowing the strongest bolt of lightning in the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Probably only this little fellow was capable of doing something like this. Little Gold, how did you swallow that lightning tribulation? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and asked curiously. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse only cared about crying out as it ceaselessly shook its little head. Duan Lingtian was utterly unable to discern the meaning it wanted to express, and he laughed bitterly. But unfortunately, in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there isn't much information about jade-eyed heavenly mice. I only know that jade-eyed heavenly mice are existences capable of becoming demon emperors. Suddenly, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze, only because a light voice transmission sounded out in his ears. Bad, bad person, bad, bad. The voice belonged to a woman, and it was slightly immature, as if a little girl was learning to speak. Who? Duan Lingtian looked around as a spiritual force swept out, yet he didn't notice anyone nearby. Bad, bad person. You're a bad person. The voice sounded out once more. Chapter 404. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, amongst the demon beasts, existences at the first void prying stage possessed intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans. Existences at the second void initiation stage were able to condense their origin energy into sound and communicate with humans. Existences at the third void transformation stage were able to speak the human language and directly communicate with humans. Existences at the fourth void transformation stage were able to take the form of a human. Demon beasts that cultivated to this level had already broken away from the category of beasts and were called demons. Besides their essence, demons were no different from humans in other aspects. If there was really a difference, that was that demons were far stronger than most humans. After all, existences that were able to be called demons were existences at the fourth void transformation stage or above. What sort of concept was the void transformation stage? After all, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, there wasn't an existence at the void transformation stage or above. Little Gold, aren't you a void prying stage demon beast? How could you? Duan Lingtian quickly confirmed that it was indeed the little gold mouse that was speaking to him via sound transmission, causing him to be astounded. Logically speaking, only demon beasts at the void initiation stage or above were able to use sound transmission to communicate with humans. For example, Elder Peng. The little gold mouse was only a demon beast that had just stepped into the void prying stage. It's me. Bad guy. Bad guy. The pleasing voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more, and it sounded immature like the voice of a little girl. Bad guy? Duan Lingtian heard it clearly this time, and he was speechless. When did I become a bad guy? Could it be that in the little gold mouse's eyes I'm a bad guy? Little Gold, I'm not a bad guy. Duan Lingtian nodded the little gold mouse's little head as he spoke in all seriousness. But the little gold mouse paid no attention to him and continued to speak via sound transmission. Bad guy. You're a bad guy. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Can't we have a proper conversation? Duan Lingtian held the little gold mouse as his gaze descended into the distance. The place the little gold mouse overcame the tribulation earlier was covered in desolation, and not a single intact place could be seen. This was the periphery of the primeval forest. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. He faintly sensed that there were a few people approaching. They should have discovered the commotion here. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flickered, plunging into the depths of the primeval forest, evading those people. He wasn't afraid of those people, as they were only origin core stage martial artists and were probably 7-star sword sect disciples. He didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. Bad guy, bad guy. the little gold mouse's voice transmissions continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, and it became more and more skilled. "Shout, Jean! How many times have I told you I'm not a bad person?" Duan Lingtian glared at him and said, "If you call me a bad guy again, I'll leave you here and abandon you." "He," the little gold mouse's pleasing voice sounded out. "Bad guy, if you dare to abandon me, then Big Sister Kerr will be unhappy." Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. "Up to you. Call me whatever you like." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's words contained slight helplessness. "Let's go in and take a look." Duan Lingtian glanced at the inner area of the primeval forest, and under the urging of his curiosity, he brought along the little gold mouse to find his way over. They encountered many fierce beasts on the way, and all of them were directly killed by the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was a first-level void prying stage demon beast now, and those demon beasts below the void prying stage didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before it. Squeak, squeak! Accompanying the little gold mouse's complacent cry was its voice transmission that sounded out into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Bad guy, I'm formidable, right?" "Not bad, but you ought to not be as formidable as Little Black and Little White." Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke slowly. Unexpectedly, Duan Lingtian's words caused the little gold mouse to completely explode. "Who said that? How could the two of them be more formidable than me? Humph! At that time, the two of them weren't a match for me, even when they attacked together. Now that I've already evolved into a demon beast, they're even less of a match for me." Duan Lingtian disapproved when he heard the little gold mouse. Little Black and Little White had their own fortuitous encounters. This was different from Little Gold. Moreover, the mysterious young woman that Little Black and Little White, followed by Honshu and I, was obviously not an ordinary person, and they presumably would be able to obtain many benefits by following her. Now, they'd probably already evolved into demon beasts. Humph, humph. Once they return, I'll surely beat them to the ground. I'm surely stronger than them, as I'm their big sister. The little gold mouse's voice transmission that sounded out into Duan Lingtian's ears was filled with confidence. "Big sister?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he stretched out his hand to tap the little gold mouse's head. "Who taught you that?" "When I went to Alcade Peak with Big Sister Kerr, I heard someone say this," the little gold mouse said. Duan Lingtian was speechless. "Looks like the little gold mouse has been led astray by that group of female hoodlums from Alcade Peak." As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, that group of Alcade Peak female disciples that were like wolves and tigers were no different than female hoodlums. He couldn't have peace every time he went there. Fortunately, he'd learned to be smart now, and when he went to look for Li Fei, he'd always use his movement technique to travel at full speed, causing the group of Alcade Peak disciples to be utterly unable to notice him. Even if they noticed him, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and continued deeper into the primeval forest. The fierce beasts they encountered became stronger and stronger. There was no lack of half-step void stage fierce beasts amongst them. However, even half-step void stage fierce beasts were nothing before the little gold mouse. "Bad guy, refine a spirit weapon for me." Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled slightly as he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission. Instantly, Duan Lingtian had a strange expression. "You want a spirit weapon? What spirit weapon do you want?" Let me think." The little gold mouse shook her cute little head and pondered. After a short moment, she said excitedly, "Refine a spirit sword for me. I see that Big Sister Kerr frequently practices the sword. It's rather beautiful." Spirit sword. Duan Lingtian was stunned. A strange scene couldn't help but appear in his mind. In the scene, the little gold mouse's limbs were locked onto the spirit sword. Then she dragged the spirit sword and swung it out, directly killing a fierce beast. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and shivered. If this mischievous little fellow was given a spirit sword, then wouldn't it be even more lawless? However, Duan Lingtian didn't refuse the little gold mouse's request. What kind of spirit sword do you want? Do you want the same as the one we use? Or should I refine a small one that's suitable for you? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and asked, "The smaller, the better." The little gold mouse's eyes lit up, and she sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears as she muttered, "I don't like to become bigger. I'm too fat, so ugly. It's still better now, slender, beautiful, and cute. Those big sisters on Alcade Peak all praise me when they see me. If I were to become bigger, it would surely frighten them." Duan Lingtian was baffled by the little gold mouse's words. However, he didn't mind. After all, the little gold mouse had just learned how to condense her origin energy into sound, and it was already very good that she was able to communicate normally with him. However, he roughly understood the little gold mouse's words. It was none other than the little gold mouse feeling that a spirit sword that was too big, and she had to enlarge her body to be able to use it. Moreover, she didn't like to enlarge her body. This little fellow is so smug. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then he looked at the fluffy and chubby little gold mouse in his hand and said to himself, "I really can't tell how it's slender." Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't dare say these words out loud. This little fellow was a void-prying stage demon beast now. If it were to really fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly enlarge itself, then wouldn't he be directly slapped into mush with a single slap? All right, then I'll specially refine a spirit sword for you. Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed. The little gold mouse's eyes lit up, and she ceaselessly slapped her front limbs together as she said excitedly via voice transmission, "Good, good. Batty, you're really good. I'll start refining right now. Stand on guard for me. If there's a fierce beast that approaches within a 100-meter radius of me, directly kill it." Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse nodded like a chick pecking for rice when she heard this. The little gold mouse's figure flashed to flash onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and her jade green eyes flickered with a fierce light as she sized up the surroundings. "I'll surely slap anyone that dares disturb Batty from helping me refine a spirit sword into mush." The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and her tender voice that was like a little girl's had traces of ferocity mixed within. This caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Is this really a little female mouse? Duan Lingtian shook his head and discarded all distracting thoughts. Then he withdrew a pile of materials and started to refine the weapon. Hiss! A strand of green-colored flames lit up at the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. Grade 6 weapon flame. After Duan Lingtian broke through to the nascent soul stage, he was able to directly condense a grade 6 weapon flame with his origin energy by relying on the lifetime worth of experience and ability of Samsara Emperor Wu. It could be said that he was an experienced grade 6 weapons craftsman now. A grade 6 spirit weapon was easily within his grasp. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, I've been busy improving my cultivation and comprehending wind force, so I haven't had the time to refine a grade 6 spirit sword for myself, Kerr and little Faye. I'll refine a grade 6 spirit sword for this little fellow first. After I return, I'll refine another 3 grade 6 spirit swords. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and made a decision. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian calmed down and officially started to refine the weapon. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The profound method of weapon refinement was easily accomplished in Duan Lingtian's hands. Combined with the various weapon refinement materials, they fused into the grade 6 weapon flame and transformed into puddles of liquid. Duan Lingtian's gaze was extremely concentrated. He turned a deaf ear to the things in the outside world. At this moment, only the weapon flame and a pile of materials for weapon refinement remained in his world. Although the materials couldn't be considered to be much, Duan Lingtian still needed to purify them over and over again. The grade 6 spirit sword refined for the little gold mouse was many times more difficult to refine than an ordinary grade 6 spirit sword. The smaller the spirit sword, the more energy it required to refine it. When Duan Lingtian was concentrating on refining the grade 6 spirit sword, the little gold mouse had left Duan Lingtian's shoulder many times and flashed out, whereas in an area of 100 meters around Duan Lingtian, many fierce beast corpses quickly lay on the ground. Chapter 405. The little gold mouse was originally the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and her bloodline was pure. Now that she'd evolved into a demon beast, she seemed to have the bearing of suppressing an ordinary first-level, void, prying stage demon beast. 2 hours of time quickly passed. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his mind that was immersed in weapon refinement, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene 100 meters away from him. 100 meters away, blood flowed into a river. The corpses of fierce beasts were piled up into a mountain. Batty, is my spirit sword finished refining? The little gold mouse lay lazily on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she muttered via voice transmission. So boring. There aren't any fierce beasts that have come over since half an hour ago, and I can't leave you to go look for them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard the little gold mouse. Even if a fierce beast approached, so long as it wasn't a brainless beast, then when it saw so many corpses of its own kind, it would probably be terrified to the point of running away. Deliver itself to you to be killed? This little gold mouse was simply a violent person. Take it. Duan Lingtian passed a grade 6 spirit sword that was the length of a pinky finger to the little gold mouse. This grade 6 spirit sword's outer appearance was no different than an ordinary spirit sword, and its greatest characteristic was that it was small. Using the words of his previous life, this was a pocket-sized spirit sword. The little gold mouse's jade green eyes were suffused with a bright light as she pounced over, and her chubby little claws grabbed onto the grade 6 spirit sword, and she was extremely excited. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the little gold mouse dashed out and headed towards the primeval forest. Batty, come quickly! The little gold mouse's excited voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and he knew that the little gold mouse had surely gone to look for other fierce beasts and demon beasts to test her sword. The fierce beasts and demon beasts that are targeted by her are going to suffer misfortune. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he executed Whirlwind to follow up to the little gold mouse, and he silently mourned in his heart for the fierce beasts and demon beasts that were about to die at the hands of the little gold mouse. It was also because the little gold mouse had intentionally slowed down. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's speed, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. The little gold mouse stood in midair and stopped her figure that was flying out. Her claws held the grade 6 spirit sword, and her jade green eyes flickered with an excited sheen as she stared ahead. At this time, Duan Lingtian also caught up. Duan Lingtian looked ahead. There was a ferocious beast that was glaring at the little gold mouse with its bloody mouth wide open, and it emitted waves of fishy smell. Half-step virtual realm. Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual power and immediately sensed the strength of this great beast. Half-step void stage, not to mention a little gold mouse that possessed a grade 6 spirit sword. Even a little gold mouse that didn't possess a grade 6 spirit sword was sufficient to annihilate it. Roar! The half-step illusory realm ferocious beast let out 2 roars. It seemed to have realized that little metal wasn't simple, and a trace of fear appeared in its sharp eyes. Then, flee! Duan Lingtian saw this half-step void stage ferocious beast actually turn around and flee, like a mouse that had encountered a cat. But how could it possibly flee before the brutal little gold mouse? Whoosh! The little gold mouse transformed into a golden light that flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, It had arrived before the half-step void stage ferocious beast. Roar! Right when the half-step void stage ferocious beast roared. Squeak! The little gold mouse wasn't willing to fall behind, and its sharp voice suppressed the ferocious beast. At the same time, origin energy raged on the pocket-sized grade 6 spirit sword in its hand, and it flickered with a terrifying sheen. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse cried out excitedly as the grade 6 spirit sword in its hand swung out, and it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the half-step void stage ferocious beast. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth shook in the sky. Above the little gold mouse, 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out along with the little gold mouse. Whoosh! Swish! The little gold mouse's figure flashed out, and the howling of the wind and the howling of the sword sounded out at almost the exact same time. Duan Lingtian only felt a flash before his eyes, and the half-step void stage ferocious beast was killed by the little gold mouse with a single strike of its sword. It crashed onto the ground, and its dazzling and resplendent blood dyed the ground red. The grade 6 spirit sword Duan Lingtian, refined for the little gold mouse, was able to provide an entire 40% amplification of strength. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse returned to Duan Lingtian's side, and its jade green eyes were mixed with excitement. Amazing! Amazing! The little gold mouse's excited voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Now, when he heard this slightly immature voice, traces of coldness arose in Duan Lingtian's heart instead. This little gold mouse was simply a violent maniac. Continue, continue. Duan Lingtian had just put away the remains and inner core of the half-step void stage demon beast when he heard the little gold mouse's voice again. The little gold mouse led the way ahead and continued deeper into the primeval forest. This little fellow has really gotten addicted to playing. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and when he followed up, his expression became slightly serious, because he knew that if he continued walking deeper in, he might be able to encounter a demon beast. The weakest demon beast was at the first level of the void prying stage, and its strength was similar to the little gold mouse. However, the little gold mouse now had a grade 6 spirit sword to rely on, so long as she didn't encounter a demon beast at the second level of the void prying stage or above. She ought to not have too much pressure. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse encountered a first-level void prying stage demon beast. It was exactly as Duan Lingtian had thought. The first-level void prying stage demon beast was utterly unable to block a single strike of the little gold mouse's sword. "All right, little gold, don't go deeper in." When he saw the little gold mouse kill a few first-level void prying stage demon beasts and still want to head deeper into the primeval forest, Duan Lingtian secretly wiped off his cold sweat. This little fellow is really like a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. Perhaps she'd heard the seriousness in Duan Lingtian's tone, but although the little gold mouse was unwilling, she still obediently stopped moving, then flashed out to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. "Scoundrel, this spirit sword is really useful." The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Can you not call me a scoundrel?" Duan Lingtian was slightly helpless, as the little gold mouse's way of addressing him was awkward no matter how he heard it. "No." The little gold mouse's voice was resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. "If you call me a scoundrel again, then I won't help you improve the grade of the spirit sword in your hand in the future." Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the little gold mouse. His eyes flickered with a crafty sheen, and he had an appearance of "I'll surely eat you up." What benefits are there from improving the grade of a spirit sword? The little gold mouse's words caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless, as it felt that this little fellow utterly didn't know the difference between the various grades of spirit weapons. Along with Duan Lingtian's patient explanation, The little gold mouse came to a sudden understanding, and her jade-green eyes were suffused with a pitiful sheen. "But you're obviously a scoundrel. Why don't you let me shout?" "How am I scoundrel?" Duan Lingtian was speechless. "Humph." The little gold mouse stared at Duan Lingtian as she slowly said via voice transmission, "In the past, you even helped those two little snakes bully me. You still dare say you're not a scoundrel?" Duan Lingtian was astounded. Only now did he recall that there seemed to be such a thing. At that time, he'd just bought the little gold mouse at the auction in Black Wind City. However, he'd seen people that held grudges, but he'd really never seen one that held grudges like this. Duan Lingtian had never imagined that a small matter from that time would be remembered by the little gold mouse for so long. "Then I won't help them bully you in the future, all right?" Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse as he silently said in his heart, "Perhaps when Little Black and Little White return, they'll be able to beat Little Gold to the ground without my help. Then what should I call you?" When he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew that it had compromised, and he said with a light smile, "Since you call Kerr Big Sister Kerr, then call me Big Brother Lingtian. How about it? Big Brother Lingtian." Although the little gold mouse was mischievous, it still had the heart of a child after all. After it witnessed the might of the spirit sword, it was filled with reliance towards the spirit sword. Under the temptation of the high-grade spirit sword promised by Duan Lingtian, it didn't have the slightest ability to resist and chose to compromise. "All right, we should return. Your big sister, Kerr, should now—" Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when his face went pale. His acute spiritual force that he stretched out faintly noticed a terrifying aura. That was the aura of a second-level, void, prying stage demon beast. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. Wind blew beneath his feet as he executed whirlwind with all his ability, and it was as if he'd transformed into a gale that flashed out. His target was the outer area of the primeval forest. Whoosh! Right when Duan Lingtian dashed out, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out, and an enormous figure forcefully blocked Duan Lingtian's path. "Big Brother Lingtian, it's here." The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but lower his head and roll his eyes at the little gold mouse. "I see it. Awu." Presently, what stood before Duan Lingtian was an enormous wolf. This enormous wolf was an entire 3 meters tall, and its bloody mouth was large enough to stuff a few Duan Lingtian in. Most importantly, this was a second-level void prying stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart, and he glared angrily at the little gold mouse. "Little Gold, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you wanting to go deep into here, we wouldn't have encountered this fellow. Now it's great. We're probably going to die here." Even though the little gold mouse utilized a grade 6 spirit sword and was capable of exerting the strength of 2,800 ancient mammoths, however, when the strength of this second-level void prying stage demon beast exploded out, it was comparable to the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. Even if the little gold mouse possessed a grade 6 spirit sword, she wasn't a match for it. "Kill it! Kill it!" Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as the little gold mouse's excited voice transmission sounded out. "Kill it? You go?" Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse and spoke angrily. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his arm lighten, and he was able to hear a wave of howls of the wind flashing out to sweep towards the second-level, void, prying stage enormous wolf demon beast. "Little Gold!" Duan Lingtian's face went grim, as he never imagined that the little gold mouse would be so ferocious and directly charge over. Right when Duan Lingtian had a worried expression and was burning with impatience, the scene that occurred before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be completely dumbstruck. When the little gold mouse dashed out, sword howls sounded out, and 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. Chapter 406. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse provoked the second-level void prying stage enormous wolf as she raised the grade 6 spirit sword. At this moment, origin energy suffused and raged on the grade 6 spirit sword. If one looked carefully, one would be able to notice that within the raging origin energy, strands of violet-colored lightning that was difficult to notice seemed to be mixed within. The violet-colored lightning coiled around the origin energy and emitted strands of strange aura. Suddenly, squeak! The little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as her figure shook, seeming to have transformed into an arrow that left the bow as it flashed towards the enormous wolf. Aoo! The enormous wolf was instantly enraged from being provoked by a tiny thing, and it roared furiously as it pounced towards the little gold mouse. The origin energy on its sharp claws skyrocketed and flickered with frightening cold lights as it enveloped the little gold mouse. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above the enormous wolf, and they dashed out with a vast impetus. Watch out! Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw this scene, and he couldn't help but warn the little gold mouse. Right at this moment, bang! A muffled sound of thunder suddenly exploded out. In the next moment, the airflow in the air flashed, and it was the little gold mouse that had barely avoided the enormous wolf's attack and dodged to the side. Within the origin energy that suffused the little gold mouse's body, strands of violet-colored lightning that was difficult to notice seemed to have appeared, and it emitted strands of strange aura, lightning force. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Earlier, when he saw the 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared out of thin air after the little gold mouse exerted her strength, he guessed that it might be the energy of force. Now he could practically confirm it. The little gold mouse had indeed comprehended force. Moreover, it wasn't the type of elementary force, but half-step advanced force. Precisely speaking, it was half-step advanced lightning force. Lightning force was similar to Duan Lingtian's wind force and Zhang Shouyang's earth force. They all belonged to the force of nature, and they could assist in attack and speed. It possessed both offense and defense. For example, when the little gold mouse avoided the enormous wolf's attack earlier, she'd stepped on half-step advanced lightning force and relied on the recoil of the lightning explosion to combine with her strength to dodge to the side in time. Whoosh! There was a flash in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. All he saw was a flash of white light. Then he heard an ear-piercing sword whistle. In the air, the airflow was separated. Ayoo-woo! Almost at the same time, a sorrowful roar was heard. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that at the instant he dodged the enormous wolf's attack, the little gold mouse had stared at the enormous wolf's throat and pierced through it with her sword. This sword strike of the little gold mouse was comparable to the strength of 3,300 ancient mammoths. The speed of the sword was so swift that it was difficult for the second-level, void, prying stage, enormous wolf demon beast that only possessed the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths to reach it, of course. The most important thing was that the giant wolf didn't react in time. Otherwise, even if he couldn't dodge this strike, he would still be able to deviate from his throat and wouldn't suffer the little gold mouse's lethal strike and be killed directly. Boom! The giant wolf's huge body, which was in midair, fell to the ground with a loud crash, followed by a pillar of blood. It was completely silent. Second-level void prying stage demon beast dead. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse was exceedingly excited when it saw the enormous wolf being killed, and it arrived before Duan Lingtian before twisting its chubby little butt. Big brother Lingtian, I'm formidable, right? The little gold mouse's voice transmission didn't lack the intention of asking for credit. Formidable. Formidable. Duan Lingtian's gaze still stared blankly at the enormous wolf that had fallen to the ground, and he felt as if he was dreaming. A second-level void prying stage demon beast was killed by little gold, just like that? This dog is stupid to death. The little gold mouse's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. causing the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. Dog. This little gold mouse actually said that this second-level void prime stage enormous wolf demon beast was a dog? Duan Lingtian shook his head and put away the enormous wolf's inner core. Then he brought along the little gold mouse to walk out of the primeval forest. Big brother Lingtian, refine a spatial ring for me. The little gold mouse's small eyes flickered with a pitiful sheen as it looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation. Yes, I'll refine one for you when we get back. Duan Lingtian nodded, slightly stiffly. Then he asked the little gold mouse to enlarge before carrying him to fly towards Migra's peak, intending to directly return to the stalactite cave. On the way, Little Gold, when did you comprehend half-step advanced lightning force? Duan Lingtian sat on the little gold mouse's fluffy back as he asked in bewilderment. When he recalled the scene from before, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. The little gold mouse had actually comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Hee. The little gold mouse's voice transmission contained slight complacency mixed within. This is the natural talent of our jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan. After we evolve into demon beasts, we're able to rely on the last bolt of lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend elementary lightning force. But my situation seems to be slightly different. I actually directly comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face when he heard the little gold mouse. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse was worthy of being called a top demon beast in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. It was actually able to rely on the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend force. It was shocking, but Duan Lingtian's attention quickly moved onto the second half of what the little gold mouse said. Ordinary jade-eyed heavenly mice relied on the 6-9 heavenly tribulation to comprehend elementary lightning force. But the little gold mouse had instead comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Could this be related to the 10,000-year stalactite milk the little gold mouse consumed? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, the little gold mouse brought Duan Lingtian to the side of the peak of Migra's peak, and she stood in the air beside the crooked tree. Duan Lingtian flipped over and climbed up the crooked tree, then walked into the stalactite cave. The little gold mouse shrunk and followed. Even if I refine a spatial ring for you, you'll probably be unable to wear it. How about this? I'll refine a necklace for you. Duan Lingtian spoke to the little gold mouse before starting to get busy. A grade 7 weapons craftsman was capable of refining a spatial ring. As a grade 6 weapons craftsman, coupled with him inheriting the lifetime worth of Samsara Emperor Wu's natural talent in weapons refinement, refining a spatial ring was only a piece of cake to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, Duan Lingtian was even able to draw inferences about other things. He was able to perfectly replicate the functions of a spatial ring onto any ornament. After bustling about for a while, a necklace appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. I've used a special material with extremely high flexibility for this necklace. When you wear it on your neck, it won't affect your ability to grow or shrink in the future. After he asked the little gold mouse to drip her blood on the necklace to establish ownership, Duan Lingtian wore the necklace on the little gold mouse's neck. In next to no time, the little gold mouse had learned the method of using the necklace. Then she put away the grade 6 spirit sword in her hand. So it turns out that you wanted this thing for the sake of storing a grade 6 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Big brother Lingtian, this can't be called a spatial ring, right? The little gold mouse excitedly shook the necklace on her neck as she asked via voice transmission. Yes, this can be considered as a spatial ring. Duan Lingtian nodded. No matter if it was a spatial ring or a spatial ring, both of them only had a single function, and that was to store inanimate objects. All right, your big sister cur ought to have already awoken. Let's go over and take a look. Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and left the stalactite cave, and only now did he notice that the sky had gradually darkened, and it was already dusk. After leaving the peak of Migra's Peak, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall. Duan Lingtian frowned. Not far away, a figure stopped in his tracks and looked at him. The Migra's Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you seized the first in the martial competition this time. Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if he was looking at an unparalleled treasure. The burning flames of greed that leaped about in his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything into ash. 22 years old, fourth level of the nascent soul stage, comprehended elementary wind force. Defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, and seized the first in the martial competition. As far as he was concerned, all of Duan Lingtian's glory had surely originated from the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. So what if it is? Duan Lingtian indifferently swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then went around Zhao Lin. For a time, a group of Migra's Peak disciples surrounded him, beaming with joy. Congratulations, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Obviously, these Migra's Peak disciples had received the news as well, and knew that he'd seized the first in the martial competition. Zhao Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and traces of viciousness were emitted from his eyes. Duan Lingtian, I'll find an opportunity. I'll surely kill you and seize the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. The greed in Zhao Lin's heart was close to madness. Big brother Lingtian, that person from before seemed to have aroused killing intent towards you. Do you want me to help you kill him? The little gold mouse's tender voice that was like a little girl's sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and traces of excitement was mixed within her tender voice. It was as if killing someone was something that was extremely tempting to her. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. This little gold mouse was truly a little devil. I want to kill him as well, but this place isn't convenient. Duan Lingtian stopped the little gold mouse. If the little gold mouse were to make a move here, it would truly draw too much attention. If that Zhao Lin didn't have any background, then so be it. With his current status in the eyes of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, killing Zhao Lin was nothing. But the problem was there was still a guardian elder behind Zhao Lin. A guardian elder status in the 7-star sword sect was equivalent to the sect leader. It was even to the extent that because of the guardian elder seniority, even the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, had to respectfully call him martial uncle. It was imaginable. Today, once Little Gold made a move and killed Zhao Lin, he would surely draw an extremely great amount of trouble. At that time, even if the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, wanted to protect him, he would probably be powerless. Yes, then I'll wait for a convenient time to kill him. Little Gold's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once again. The slightly tender voice of a little girl sounded to be pure and innocent, but the content caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of fear. Fortunately, this little fellow is a friend and not an enemy. Duan Lingtian shook his head and slightly rejoiced in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian slowly walked onto the chain bridge that led to Dubhe Peak. Chapter 407. The crowd of Migra's Peak disciples respectfully and reverently sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes. They only returned to their senses when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. I truly never imagined that senior brother Duan Lingtian would actually defeat the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's Saber Young Master and seize the first in the 5 great sects' martial competition. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. In the past, I felt that his natural talent wasn't inferior to the first-rate figures of the 5 great young masters. I never imagined that he would directly defeat one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master. Our 7-star sword sect disciples didn't even enter the top 3 in the last 2 martial competitions. This time, he directly seized the first. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has really brought honor to our 7-star sword sect. As expected of my idol, he possesses such accomplishments at the mere age of 22. After a few more years, sweeping through the other 4 of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation would be nothing difficult. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's current momentum, he might not have no hope of winning the arranged battle with Zither, young master, 1 year from now. As the crowd of Migres Peak disciples discussed, they led the topic to the agreement between Duan Lingtian and Zither, young master. 1 year ago, Duan Lingtian and Zither, young master, made a 2-year agreement. This matter had long since spread throughout the entire 7-star sword sect. At that time, they didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. After all, although Duan Lingtian's natural talent wasn't bad and wasn't inferior to Zither, young master, but as far as they were concerned at that time, if Duan Lingtian was only given 2 years of time, it would be extremely difficult for him to surpass Zither, young master. But now, after they found out that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had already broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage and had defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber young master, to seize the first in the 5 great sects martial competition, they saw hope. I believe that 1 year from now, senior brother Duan Lingtian will surely be able to defeat Zither, young master, and create another miracle. All the Migres Peak disciples were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Only Zhao Lin, who was in a corner of the trading hall, had a gloomy expression on his face. He seemed to be out of tune with everything around him. 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Elementary wind force? No, I can't let this Duan Lingtian continue to grow. I must find a chance. I must find a chance to kill him and seize the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Zhao Lin's expression was hideous and terrifying, and his eyes emitted a frightening, fierce light. If he's given a few more years, wouldn't it be possible for him to break through to the void prime stage, catch up to me and surpass me? Thinking of this, Zhao Lin's heart burned with anxiety. He couldn't wait to chase after Duan Lingtian and kill him. In the end, his reason prevailed over his impulse. Presently, Duan Lingtian has seized the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects and seized a long-lost glory for the 7-star sword sect. The sect leader surely thinks highly of him. If he wanted to kill him, he had to do it secretly. Otherwise, even grandfather wouldn't be able to protect me. Zhao Lin knew clearly in his heart that although his grandfather was a guardian elder of the 7-star sword sect, he couldn't do as he pleased. If he were to kill a meritorious member of the 7-star sword sect, the sect leader and the other guardian elder wouldn't let him off. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely find a chance. Zhao Lin's eyes emitted a luster of greed and ferocity. As for Duan Lingtian, he naturally didn't know what Zhao Lin was thinking. Or perhaps, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Duan Lingtian arrived at Alcade Hall once more and noticed that Kerr had already awoken from her cultivation. When Duan Lingtian saw Kerr once more, he couldn't help but be stunned, as he kept having the feeling that Kerr seemed to have some sort of change. When his spiritual force stretched out, he noticed the problem at the first possible moment. Kerr, you have broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian had a surprised expression. Yes. Kerr lightly smiled as she nodded, then asked, Young master, when did you return? Right, little gold has gone missing. Did she go look for you? As she finished speaking, Kerr's beautiful brows frowned slightly, and slight worry was mixed between her brows. I just returned today and came over at noon. You just happened to be cultivating. As for little gold, she's here. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pulled out the little gold mouse that was hiding within his sleeve. Little gold, you weren't mischievous, right? Kerr extended her delicate hand and lightly rubbed the little gold mouse's head as she asked with a light smile, The little gold mouse hurriedly shook her head. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw the smile on Kerr's face freeze, and she had an astonished expression. Duan Lingtian was able to guess that the little gold mouse had surely communicated with Kerr via voice transmission, and it had frightened Kerr. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Kerr's beautiful face was dumbstruck for a short moment before she spoke with slight disbelief. Little Gold, you're able to communicate with me via voice transmission now? Yeah, big sister Kerr, after I broke through to the void prying stage and overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, I was able to communicate with you human martial artists via voice transmission. It's all thanks to Big Brother Ling Tian bringing me to overcome the tribulation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find the way. This time, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into the ears of Duan, Ling Tian, and Kerr. You still have the nerve to say that you're truly as timid as a mouse. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. I've always been a mouse, a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. The little gold mouse spoke via voice transmission as a matter of course. Then she paused for a moment before continuing. There are too many existences at the void prying stage and above in the 7-star sword sect. If it wasn't for my strength being inferior to them and being worried about being noticed by them, I'd surely dare to go look for a place to overcome the tribulation myself. As she finished speaking, the little gold mouse defended herself. Duan Lingtian and Kerr glanced at each other when they heard the little gold mouse, and they couldn't refrain from laughing. This little fellow even knows how to clear her name? Young master, what was the outcome of the martial competition you participated in at the demonic Lotus Blade sect? I heard from Master that the 7-star sword sect has already successively missed the top 3 of the martial competition. Kerr asked curiously. This time, our 7-star sword sect disciple seized the first in the martial competition. When Duan Lingtian heard Kerr ask this, he knew that she still didn't know of the news that gave rise to much discussion outside, and he smiled mysteriously. First in the martial competition. Kerr was stunned, then asked curiously, Young master, could it be that the sect leader's personal disciple, Huang Ji, seized the first in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect? Kerr wasn't too clear about Duan Lingtian's current strength. She only knew that her young master's strength was stronger than her, and she'd never asked about the specifics. As far as she was concerned, although her young master's natural talent was extraordinary, he was still young after all. Even if he went to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, she presumed he wouldn't be able to obtain any rankings. Huang Ji. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When he thought of the scene of Huang Ji betraying the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect, his face couldn't help but slightly sink. That Huang Ji was an ungrateful person. He was simply an ingrate. Huang Ji's actions were infuriating. Young master, what's wrong? Kerr noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression wasn't right, and her beautiful face went slightly pale as she asked timidly, Did Kerr say something wrong? As she finished speaking, Kerr had tears that were on the verge of dripping. Kerr was incomparably strong in front of others, but in front of Duan Lingtian, she was tender like water, and her entire body seemed as if it was made of water. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian was her everything and everything. Every single action of Duan Lingtian was related to her emotions at all times. I'm fine. Kerr's delicate and pitiful appearance caused Duan Lingtian's heart to ache slightly. Duan Lingtian extended his hand to hold Kerr's hand, then squeezed Kerr's palm as he said with a light smile, Silly girl, I only thought of that ingrate. It's unrelated to you. Ingrate? A wisp of bewilderment appeared on Kerr's beautiful face when she heard this. It's that Huang Ji. Duan Lingtian spoke of Huang Ji's actions one by one. After Kerr finished listening, her beautiful face seemed to be covered in a thin layer of ice. This Huang Ji has truly gone too far. The sect leader fostered him into a genius. Yet he actually repaid the sect leader like this. Now, the sect leader is surely very pained, right? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed. Putting yourself in the sect leader's shoes, it's not difficult to feel the sect leader's current feelings. All right, let's not talk about this. Kerr nodded, then blinked her beautiful eyes as the thin layer of ice on her face melted, and she stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Young master, it was you who seized first place in the 5 great sects martial competition for the 7-star sword sect, right? Why do you think so? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never expected that Kerr would suddenly say this. Could it be that the little gold mouse secretly told her? For a moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. He still remembered. Earlier, when he brought the little gold mouse over from Migra's Peak, there was a group of Migra's Peak disciples that surrounded him and congratulated him for seizing first place in the 5 great sects martial competition. Presumably, this little fellow heard it as well. The little gold mouse hurriedly shook her head when she saw Duan Lingtian looking over, then said via voice transmission, I didn't say that. Young master, I guessed. When she saw Duan Lingtian questioning the little gold mouse and the little gold mouse having an innocent expression, Kerr couldn't refrain from bursting into laughter, and her smile was like a flower. It caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck for a moment. Young master, you're really formidable. Kerr noticed Duan Lingtian's burning gaze, and her beautiful face was covered in a rosy red glow that covered the sky, as if blood would drip out. Kerr, young master's true strength is yet to come. Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes at Kerr and had a mischievous smile on his face. Then he stretched out his hand to carry Kerr up by the waist and walked towards the room. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and threw the little gold mouse in his hand flying. Little gold, go play at the side. If you dare disturb us, then I'll throw you to the sect leader tomorrow and ask him to stew you and make a pot of nourishing soup. Bang! She watched as Duan Lingtian carried Kerr into the room and closed the door. The little gold mouse stood in midair, and her jade green eyes flickered with traces of anger. Big brother Lingtian is bad, he's bullying me. Although she was angry, the little gold mouse really didn't dare disturb Duan Lingtian, and her figure flashed out to descend onto the pavilion in Alcade Hall before staring blankly. Right at this moment, whoosh! A graceful and luxurious figure appeared within the pavilion, and it was a beautiful woman. Little Gold, why are you here? Chapter 408. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse stretched out her claw to point towards a room in the distance when she heard the beautiful woman, and her jade green eyes were filled with rage. Flowing light spun within the beautiful woman's beautiful eyes when she heard this, and she seemed to have guessed something as she smiled. Duan Lingtian and Kerr were like sweet dew after a long drought, and they lingered together until deep into the night before leaving the room. After leaving the room, the two of them arrived at the pavilion. At the first possible moment, they saw the beautiful woman that was playing with the little gold mouse. Master. Kerr bowed respectfully, and her beautiful face was flushed red, causing her to be extremely cute. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian followed to greet, and his face wasn't red nor was he out of breath. And he didn't forget to wink at Kerr, causing Kerr to be embarrassed to the point of wishing for nothing more than to dig a hole to hide in. The beautiful woman was precisely the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang lightly smiled and nodded to Kerr. Then her gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and she sighed lightly. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that you'd actually seize first place in the 5 great sects martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. Our 7-star sword sect hasn't seized first place in the 5 great sects martial competition for a very long time. As she spoke up to hear, Qin Xiang slightly reminisced. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he'd heard the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, mention this. The last time the Seven-Star Sword sect seized first place in the Five Great Sects martial competition was almost 20 years ago. At that time, the person that seized first place in the martial competition for the Seven-Star Sword sect was the peak master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. In next to no time, Qin Xiang changed the topic. The 2-year agreement between you and Zither Young Master will arrive 1 year from now. I've discussed it with the sect leader, and since your current strength isn't inferior to a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, I'll let you go out and gain experience. Gain experience. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Qin Xiang nodded and said slowly, I presume you've heard since long ago that our 7-Star Sword sect has many properties all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Besides some external affairs elders, most of the people that are in charge of managing these properties are inner court disciples above the age of 30. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had heard of this before. Qin Xiang continued, after my discussion with the sect master, we've decided to let you go to the ancient city of Everlast. Ancient city of everlasting wasteland? Hearing Qin Xiang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help being stunned. He was not unfamiliar with the ancient city of everlasting desolation. 2 years ago, when he and Li Fei left the 7-Star Sword sect and headed to the Solitary Peak, they'd gone to the ancient city of Everlast. Later on, he met Zhang Shouyong and his wife in the ancient city of Everlast. Our 7-Star Sword sect has properties in the ancient city of Everlast? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Qin Xiang nodded. Our 7-Star Sword sect doesn't have any businesses in the ancient city of Everlast. However, the 2 external affairs elders and some inner court disciples of our 7-Star Sword sect in the ancient city of Everlast are instead guarding the ancient river trading company. Protect the Chamber of Commerce. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he never imagined that the 7-Star Sword sect was related to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Merchant Association. Presumably, the 7-Star Sword sect's inner court disciples guarding the ancient river trading company ought to be able to obtain a certain amount of protection fees. This was something that Duan Lingtian could confirm. When are we leaving? Duan Lingtian asked. Tomorrow. Qin Xiang said, you can go look for the sect master at noon tomorrow. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Kerr before bidding farewell to Qin Xiang and leaving Alcade Hall. After returning to the stalactite cave, he cultivated for an entire night. At dawn the next day, he went to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei and told her that he would be leaving for a period of time. Duan Lingtian didn't bring along Kerr and Li Fei when he left this time. According to the words of Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang and Elder Bai, the ancient city of Everlast was too chaotic. Coupled with Duan Lingtian going there to gain experience this time and not to play, if the 2 girls were to follow by Duan Lingtian's side, then perhaps it would affect Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Outside Dubhe Hall on the 7-Star Sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, a black figure flashed into the sky and shot high up into the sky before disappearing into the clouds and mist. At the same time, high up in the sky, a young man wearing the attire of an inner court disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect was standing on an enormous hawk as he tore through the sky with an extremely swift speed. With this first-level nascent soul stage, fierce beast Sunhawk as my mount, it'll take at most a month to arrive at the ancient city of Everlast. The gaze of the young man with slanted brows and starry eyes that were exceedingly handsome pierced through the clouds and mist to descend into the distance as he muttered to himself. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who just left the 7-Star Sword sect. Presently, Duan Lingtian was standing on the Sunhawk as he soared through the sky, although the Sunhawk's speed couldn't compare to Elder Pung. It still far surpassed a Fergana horse. This Sunhawk was entrusted to Elder Pung by the 7-Star Sword sect leader to help Duan Lingtian capture it. It wasn't that Elder Peng was stingy, but the stronger a bird-type fierce beast was, the harder it was to tame. Just this first-level nascent soul stage sun hawk. Duan Lingtian relied on his entire strength to spend an entire 3 hours before completely taming it. Suddenly, squeak, squeak, a wave of cries sounded out from within Duan Lingtian's sleeve. In next to no time, a golden furry little head stuck out, and it blinked its jade green eyes as it looked at Duan Lingtian. It was precisely the little gold mouse that had always been by Kerr's side, the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Big brother Lingtian, this mixed-haired bird's speed is too slow. Duan Lingtian's eardrums slightly trembled as the little gold mouse's tender voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. You're really comparing it to you? Don't you think about how high its cultivation is and how high your cultivation is? How about you become big and carry me to the ancient city of Everlast? In this way, we'll be able to rush over in at most a few days. Humph, humph. I don't want to become big. I'm ugly to death. I'm fat to death. I'm ugly to death. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out without end. It caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. His gaze descended onto the little gold mouse's chubby body. Then he shook his head and sighed. This little fellow really thinks highly of itself. Could it be that it thinks it's not fat now? Because they were hurrying along at high altitudes all along the way, they didn't encounter any trouble. 1 month later, the speed of the sun eagle beneath Duan Lingtian's feet slowed down. Then it swooped down and flew at a low altitude. Meanwhile, the clouds and mist before his eyes had completely dispersed, and a simple and ancient city appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the distance, the ancient city was like an enormous beast that was hibernating within the desert, and it opened its bloody mouth to ceaselessly swallow the merchants and pedestrians in the desert. Ancient city of Everlast! Duan Lingtian had a feeling as if it was a lifetime ago when he arrived at the ancient city of Everlast once again. When he came to the ancient city of Everlast the last time, he was only passing by, and his main destination was still the solitary peak. His destination this time was the ancient city of Everlast. Outside the ancient city of Everlast, many people rode flying beasts to come here. If it was only because of this, Duan Lingtian wouldn't attract any attention. However, most of the people that were near Duan Lingtian couldn't help but repeatedly glance at Duan Lingtian. The gazes of these people descended onto the clothes Duan Lingtian wore. The 7-star sword sect's inner court attire was undoubtedly a signboard. This young man looks to be a little over 20 and is absolutely not over 23. He's actually already a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. According to my knowledge, the lowest requirement to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is the 7th level of the origin core stage. Besides that, because the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple test is strict, only people that have stepped into the 8th level of the nascent soul stage are able to pass the inner court disciple test with 100% certainty and become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. In the younger generation of the 7-star sword sect, there's no successor, and the one with the strongest natural talent seems to be the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect leader, Huang Ji. But even if it's that Huang Ji, he's only an outer court disciple at such an age. Looks like this young man ought to have faked a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple attire to pass himself off as a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, wanting to pass himself off as a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Probably. Many people that saw Duan Lingtian discussed animatedly. Based on their words, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian was really an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian was truly too young. Duan Lingtian naturally heard these discussions, and he didn't care as he rode on the Sun Eagle to descend outside the ancient city of Everlast. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he leaped down. Then he looked at the Sun Eagle and whistled. Instantly, the Sun Eagle seemed to have obtained some sort of instruction. and it flapped its wings to conceal itself within the clouds and mist, vanishing without a trace. Only when the Sun Eagle's figure vanished before his eyes did Duan Lingtian's gaze move to descend onto the ancient city of Everlast. He walked out in large strides, intending to enter the ancient city of Everlast. Stop! Right at this moment, a cold shout stopped Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned and turned around. He saw a young man around the age of 35 riding a Fergana horse over from the distance, and the young man was staring at him from afar. Duan Lingtian's gaze shone when he saw the attire of the young man clearly, the attire of a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Obviously, this young man was a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as well. But in the next moment, Duan Lingtian instead frowned. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple spurred his horse to arrive before Duan Lingtian, then looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner and shouted with a grim voice, "Kid, who are you? Why are you pretending to be an inner court disciple of my 7-star sword sect?" Pretending? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was slightly muddled. What does he mean? Still playing dumb? Before Duan Lingtian could react, the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple sneered. "Kid, let me tell you, I've seen many people like you who pretend to be disciples of my 7-star sword sect. A young man a little over 20 wearing the attire of my 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Do you really think you're a peerless genius like the 5 great young masters?" Duan Lingtian finally returned to his senses after being berated by the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, and he lightly smiled. "Senior brother, I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm really a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. I'm Duan Lingtian. This is the letter the sect leader asked me to pass to Elder Zhaoyu and Elder Fengping, and my introduction is within it." Duan Lingtian withdrew a letter from his spatial ring as he spoke, and he passed it to the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. He didn't take the actions of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple to heart. As far as he was concerned, it was only a misunderstanding. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.